Joining the seminary was really just a means for him to live more independently. And apparently, this story is partly responsible for changing his mind. So, my father and his friends, John, Rob, Richard, and Nick, all attended the seminary, but none of whom actually became priests either. Go figure. Everything stemmed from when Nick got sick with the flu one time. He was quarantined in the seminary infirmary so as to prevent other students from getting sick, as was standard procedure. And no one thought anything of it, to be honest. It was when he was released 2 days later, though, that things started getting weird. My dad explained that Nick came back acting abnormally reserved and just quiet. Instead of laughing and joking around in the mass hall, he would just stay silent, sometimes with his head down and sometimes just staring blankly at the window, never looking at or talking to anyone. One day, though, during lunch, my dad and the rest of the group noticed tears running down Nick's face as he just quietly cried at the table, head still down and still refusing to talk to anyone. Concerned, my dad and his friends notified one of the seminary regents, sort of like a cross between a youth leader and an RA, and Nick was summoned into the regent's office. The group approached the regent after the fact, asking what was up with Nick and if he was okay. The regent explained that after asking Nick what was wrong and if he was okay, Nick finally admitted that there's this man who's following me and I didn't want to say anything because I didn't think anyone would believe me. Nick was then asked to describe the man who was following him, and he explained that the man was wearing a pair of jeans but was shirtless and he apparently had no face. According to the regent, after Nick described what the man looked like, he completely snapped, panicking and sobbing, yelling things at the regent like, "I really don't want to see him anymore. Please, I don't want to see him. Just help me. Please help me." The regent, along with the prefect, who was sort of like a school principal, a priest, who were also present in the office, had to hold Nick down as he was just completely distraught. After praying for a bit, they were able to calm Nick down and assured him that they'd always be available if he ever needed anything, before dismissing him from their office. Although disturbed by the incident, my father initially thought that maybe excessive stress might have been the cause of his friend's outburst or something. However, it should also be noted that the possibility of ghosts and demons and other malicious entities were no surprise to the seminarians, as new students were always initially warned that because the seminary was a house of reformation and that students were preparing themselves to carry out God's work, resistance coming from opposing entities who wanted to drive out students were common and to be expected. Either way, my dad and the rest of the group gave Nick his space for the next couple of days, assuming that he just wanted to be alone for a while until he felt more like himself. That is, until the night things came to a head. Now, everyone was in their dorm rooms, and Nick and my father and their friend Richard had their beds situated right next to each other. Everyone was setting up their mosquito nets and getting ready to sleep when a sudden shout from Nick just startled everyone. He began yelling, "Get away from me." According to my father, his outcry was followed by 2 aggressive swings as Nick tried to fight off some unseen assailant. And what happened next, my father still truly doesn't know what to believe. He apparently watched as Nick's head just whipped back as if he was struck by a blow to the jaw. And then his whole body was forcefully thrown into the air. My father, although somewhat religious, is still a fairly skeptical guy, and he claims that the way that Nick's body was shoved back just seemed genuine, with no bend to his knees to justify him simply just jumping back like that. If it was all just in his head, then my dad stated that Nick was a really good actor. But the night only got stranger from there. As soon as Nick was struck by this unseen force, he got knocked unconscious and the regent was called immediately, followed by the prefect and priest. Together, they carried Nick into the regent's office. As disturbed and afraid as my father was, he, John, and Rob ended up trailing behind them, partly out of concern, but mainly out of plain stupid curiosity. The doors of the regent's office were shut behind the group, and my father was immediately regretting being so nosy. The room was incredibly tense and thick with fear. It was evident on even the priest's face that he was wary and reluctant of having to deal with Nick and a possible demon. The regent, prefect, and priest all figured that my dad and the group would stick around to help with praying over him and help him regain consciousness, and they quickly do as instructed and start praying the rosary. As if the night wasn't already creepy enough, halfway through praying the Hail Mary, my father's friend John just starts to talk complete gibberish, and what my father could only explain as speaking in tongues. After this nonsensical outburst, John promptly collapses, and luckily the priest was quick enough to catch him and set him on the floor before he hit his head on anything. At this point, my father is just confused and terrified as all hell, wishing that he'd never decided to join the damn seminary in the first place, and that he could just be safe at home instead, watching episodes of Three's Company with his dad. Of course, there wasn't much else that they could do at that moment, other than continue to pray and hope things got better. John regained consciousness shortly after, almost as if nothing had happened, although noticeably confused. My father actually asked him what the hell caused him to talk like he did, to which John replied with a repeated, "I don't know." They finished praying after a while, and Nick was still unconscious. Deciding that the group had done all that they could do to help, the regent, the prefect, and the priest all agreed that the boys should go back to their dorms and get some sleep, telling them that Nick would stay in the office with them overnight, presumably to continue watch and pray over him and perhaps call medical authorities. The group obeyed and returned to their dorm, rejoining the rest of the students who were just as unnerved and unable to sleep from the night's turn of events. My dad's friend, Reggie, whose bed was right next to his, meekly asked him if they could share a bed, as he was too afraid to be alone, to which my father agreed. My dad remembers that he and Reggie were shaking so violently from fear that he could hear the bed frame shake as well, something that he laughs about now, despite being so unsettled at the time. The next morning, Nick's parents picked him up from the seminary for a 2-week leave, and apparently when he came back the 2 weeks later, Nick was just back to his normal self, and no one ever brought it up after that. A while after these events, long after my father and his friends had left the seminary, Nick had a falling out with the group over personal issues, and so my dad is just no longer in contact with them. John is still a close family friend though, and my father will sometimes bring this story back up with him, and he's considered extreme anxiety or paranoia and everything as possible explanations for what happened at the seminary. However, those are all just theories, and they really don't fit all that well. It remains something that my father just still cannot fully explain. I mean, the fact that he had a flu and everything could explain why maybe he was having some sort of hallucination, but the way my father describes that night when he was like punched and pushed and thrown into the air or whatever it was, he still wonders over that. I'm from Canada, Alberta, and that's all I can really say, is I have to keep things as private as possible. I've worked at this nursing home for about 1.5 years as a cleaner and a food server now. I usually work the late cleaning shifts, and as of late I've had weird things happen. Things just keep progressing the longer I work here too. And things are especially strange in one area of the building particularly. I can assure you that this is all 100% true as well. I used to be skeptical about things like this until I started working here. So, here's when it all started. I went in to do my late shift as any other day, but please note that I'm also pregnant in these stories. So late shifts include cleaning the dining rooms and the kitchens and doing all the laundry from that day. But mind you, this is a really big old facility, and I'm working alone on late shifts. There's 2 dining rooms that can sit 70 people at least, and 1 kitchen and 1 laundry room that have those big industrial washers and dryers. So there is always lots of cleaning to be done. I was doing my usual routine, sweeping the floors of the first dining room before mopping it, when I suddenly smelled a really bad odor, and it made me sick to my stomach. I thought that maybe the cooks had left some rotten meat in the trash can, but to my surprise, all the garbages were cleaned out. I went back down to the dining room, though, to figure out where the smell was coming from, and I followed the smell down past the kitchens and into the hallway where the rooms are. This was the east wing of the building, and there's only 5 residents living in this area of the building, and it includes our laundry room area as well. This wing is the older wing that has yet to be renovated, so a lot of the rooms are empty. I followed the smell down the hall, all the way to the empty room at the end of the hallway, and I knew nobody lived in there. I knew all my residents well and where they all lived. This room is room 218, and you could just smell the foul odor emanating from the door. I assumed that the cleaning ladies from the morning had left a trash bag full of rotten food in there or something. They often leave things behind while cleaning, so no harm done. I thought I'll just throw it out myself. But because of fire safety policies of our facility, I had a master key that unlocked all the rooms. I unlocked the door and opened to the room, and the smell just hit me and almost made me puke right there. Covering my nose, I proceeded to walk into the room as there was an immediate noticeable change in temperature. It was like the AC had been running in this room all day, and I just had a terrible uneasy feeling the whole time that I was in there, and I immediately wanted to leave. I searched the room quickly for anything that could be making the horrible smell, and I was confused when all there was an empty closet and bathroom. I just thought that maybe it could be a dead animal stuck in the wall and I'd have to leave a note to my manager. I unlocked the door and started down the hall, and then suddenly I heard a really loud knock against the door. A chill ran through my whole body as I turned around to face the door, and I was sure nobody was in there as I'd just been in there. And then I heard it again, but this time much louder, twice as hard on the door in fact, and I felt pale. Being the pregnant and cowardly girl that I was, I just began to run down the hall as fast as I could manage. I didn't know what or who or what the hell was going on with that room, but I felt that I had a reason to be afraid. I got back to the kitchen fast and dialed 911 on the phone, as I was sure that someone had broken in and was messing with me. I told the operator that it was a possible break-in, and they told me that there was a policeman on patrol 2 minutes away, and I sighed at my luck and waited at the front doors. When the policeman finally showed up, I explained everything as I showed him what room. He went down the hall and cleared the room, and he told me that nobody was found, and the room had still been locked. Even the windows were untouched, and he said that there was no smell. I was startled by this because only a few minutes ago, I could have sworn that I smelt rotting meat and heard the knocks. I ruled it out as my tiredness and my pregnancy brain at the time, and he took a report and went on his way. Mind you, I was still very uneasy as I finished up my shift, but this was the first time I've experienced anything paranormal. The second time, again, I was working the late shift one night, and I was in the laundry room just finishing up the last bit of my shift. I was folding the laundry and was just caught in my own thoughts. Now, this room has really large windows. Being late and dark, you can see your reflections in the surrounding room through the dark windows too. I looked down at the laundry and looked back up, and my heart stopped as I saw an old man with black dark eyes just staring back at me, smiling. I screamed and looked behind me, thinking that it was a resident messing with me, and to my horror, there was nobody there. I felt really uneasy as I looked around, and I looked out in the hall, but there was nobody there either. I said hello, but there was no answer, and after that, I felt sick. I finished what laundry I had left and locked up the laundry room, and as I was locking the door, I could see an elderly man standing at the end of the hallway in my peripheral. I turned to look, and it was the man who was just behind me a few minutes ago. He was smiling, eyes grey and black. I take note that he definitely isn't familiar, and he's a tall, heavier man wearing jeans and a white t-shirt that's tucked in. He was a bald man and clearly elderly, and he was just standing there, smiling at me. The smile sent shivers down my spine too, and I thought maybe that we got a new resident and my manager just forgot to mention it or something, and so I called out. Hello, sir? Do you need anything? I'm Bell, and I'm working on the night shift. It's nice to meet you. I managed under my intense anxiety. But he just stood there, smiling. If you need anything, feel free to call the staff phone, okay? I'll be over in no time. I was so very uneasy and just wanted to go back to the staff room, and he just stood there continuing to grin. I smiled back and waved nervously, and I said, have a good night, sir, and feel free to call me if you need anything, okay? I walked away in a hurry, and just as I got back to the staff room, the phone started blaring. I looked at the caller ID, and it's coming from 218. I felt really uneasy, but it must have been just a new resident or something, so perhaps he was just too shy to talk to me. I didn't know. But I hesitated and finally answered. Hello, sir? How can I help you tonight? There was a deep, crisp growl from the other end of the phone, and it didn't sound at all human. It scared the shit out of me. And then the phone just went to static. Hello? Hello? I said, nervously. The phone went to dial tone, and I sat there for I don't know how long, and my heart was pounding in my throat. Due to safety protocols, I had to go check on the resident too. As much as my instincts told me to avoid him, I walked nervously down the east wing, my heart pounding in my ears. I came to room 218 and I knocked on the door and asked if the person was okay. But there was no answer. So I knocked again and still no answer. And I became concerned. What if my resident was attacked by something? That growl, it definitely wasn't human. But I was also pregnant and didn't want to storm in and be attacked by God knows what. So I turned around to get the phone from the staff room, and I heard the door creak open very slowly behind me. I walked over to the door slowly, and before pushing it open, I said, hello? Sir, are you alright in there? I pushed the door open at this point. I was expecting something or someone to jump out at me, but when I opened the door, there was nothing. Nobody in the room and no belongings that would imply someone lived there. It was just completely empty, but I had a terrible feeling like I was just being watched, and I searched the room and that smell of rotten meat filled my nose again. And then I heard the most terrifying laugh, and it burst through my ears like knives. It was such a deep and low and just cackling laugh, and I literally shit myself as I ran out of the room so fast. I didn't even bother to shut the door, and as I was running, I was thinking to myself, am I going crazy? I could have sworn that there was no one in there. I mean, I didn't see anyone. What the hell's going on? That night, I finished my shift quickly, and I just walked the fuck out of there early. I didn't give a shit about spending one more minute there. But sadly, this is not where it ends. Due to being a soon-to-be single mum and pregnant, I had no other option but to stay here until I was on maternity leave, as my husband died a few months ago due to a drunk driver hitting him. He was supposed to come home that night to cook a meal and my positive pregnancy test and all that, and he didn't even get to know that he was going to be a dad. Anyway, I was stuck there for a while, but that's where I'm going to leave it off for now. If you guys would like to hear more of my experiences, then please be sure to leave a comment below, as I definitely have more than a few to share. Thanks for listening. So I live in the UK and am a 21-year-old female. I run a B&B and am pretty used to having to make weirdos feel welcome. However, they are mostly harmless at the end of the day. But last week's experiences was by far the worst and most terrifying. It all started on the Monday night of last week. It was the end of summer break, so a lot of tourists were travelling around my area, so it was good business for the B&B. Staying in one of the 7 rooms, I had a foreign couple and their baby. In another room, 2 girls who had travelled from Australia, and in the attic room, I had a lone man who, to be honest, I got bad vibes from at the very beginning of meeting him. He was tall and had long greasy hair and dirty unkempt fingernails, and altogether he just looked very dishevelled. He didn't really talk too much either. He just asked what room he would be staying in and walked in there and shut the door behind him. Still, nothing too out of the ordinary in my opinion. Unfortunately, though, it didn't stop there. Now, I spend most of my time in my personal hobby room. I mostly watch TV for a lot of the days and then just go upstairs to my bedroom to go to sleep. I climbed the tall staircase and went to my room, and I checked my alarm clock, and it was only 9:30 p.m, so I thought I might just lie down and watch some videos on my computer. Halfway through watching my favourite movie, I was interrupted by a loud knocking on my door. It wasn't an average knock, though. It was really aggressive. I looked through the peephole in the door and was surprised to see that it was the strange man who was staying in the attic bedroom. I opened the door and he started talking straight at me, not letting me get a word in, telling me that the water pipe in his room had burst and that there was water spurting everywhere and that he wanted me to fix it. I obviously apologized to him and, without questioning anything, let him lead me to his attic room. But the first red flag was the fact that he shut the door and locked it behind him. The next thing was that there was no water anywhere. And then I remembered that there were not actually any pipes anywhere in the attic. I don't know how I forgot, but I guess I was more worried about the guy asking for a refund than actually questioning whether he was being legitimate about the whole pipe burst thing. But now, I was stuck, and the only other people who were staying at the B&B were 2 floors below me, so they would never be able to hear me scream. I'm also a woman, so I had no chance of being able to fight off this guy. I looked at him and he shot me a yellow grin, and he lurched for me, but I leaped out of the way. I noticed something sticking out of his pocket jacket, and it was a knife handle. He pretty much ripped it out of his pocket and started swiping at the air with it. I bolted out of there and heard him running at top speed behind me until we got to the 2nd floor, where I heard him running back up to his room. I locked myself in my room and called the police immediately. I also called the other guests on their landlines and told them to lock their doors and stay in their rooms. When the police arrived, they found the man hiding in the wardrobe in his room. I guess that he freaked out when he heard the sirens and just hid in there. Apparently, he only had one backpack, and it contained a toothbrush, duct tape, a Stanley knife, a Phillips head screwdriver, and some intimate things which I can't even write down, but I'm sure you can guess what I'm talking about. They never found out for sure what he had planned on doing to me, but from the contents of his bag, we all had a pretty good idea. But they took him away in cuffs, and thankfully, I've never seen the guy again. I plan on moving away at some point soon because I just don't really feel comfortable with him knowing where I live. Also, every day I just see that grin that he gave me as he was taken away and his wild eyes. This is definitely the most scary experience that I've ever had. So this is a story that my mum told me from her childhood. I've put it in my own words, but have not changed any of the details of the events. So here it is. Memories are odd. Every time that you reflect on one, you skew it just a bit, and after years and years, your memories become a disfigured version of what actually happened. It's kind of like that grade school game, Telephone, where you whisper something to the person next to you, and then they whisper what they think you said to the person next to them, and so on, and by the time it gets back to you, the phrase being passed around is nothing like the original phrase. I've often wondered how different my childhood was compared to how I remember it. How many details have changed, how many things I recall that may not have actually happened at all. I fully accept that not everything is as I think it was, and I'm fine with that. One memory, though, haunts me in vivid and precise brushstrokes. Funny how the ones you'd rather forget seem to be the ones that just refuse to relinquish their clarity. The memory I'm referring to Takes place in October of 1986, just outside of Dallas, Texas. I still remember the dress I was wearing. It was yellow with white polka dots, long sleeves, and went all the way past my ankles as per my parents' religious requirements. I hated that dress, but at 11, my parents didn't yet think that I was capable of choosing appropriate attire for myself. I hated it because it was rather hard to move in, and my mum had made it herself, and it was pretty tight from mid-thigh down. Anyway, my sister, who was a bit older than me, had just gotten her driver's license, and she wanted to take the car out. My mum said that she could as long as she took me with her. She agreed, grabbed the keys, and off we went. We left around 6ish, and it was already getting dark, but my sister, who was a little uncomfortable behind the wheel, wanted to drive in the evening so that she would have less traffic to deal with. Well, we also stuck to the side streets and back roads until we worked our way to a stretch of relatively desolate highway. So we'd been driving around just listening to the radio and embracing our first true taste of freedom for about an hour. We were just circling back and forth along some 10 or so miles of the USHW 80 between Mesquite and Forney, Texas, just outside of Dallas. It's a little busier there now, but back then it was just a 10-mile stretch of trees and railroad tracks. It was there that we heard the engine clunk, and my sister's novice driving skills became apparent as the car sputtered a few hundred yards before dying and rolling to a stop. We'd run out of gas, and the closest gas station was a few miles back. This was before cell phones, so the only thing that we could do was grab the gas can from the trunk and walk back to the station. Remember that poorly constructed polka dot dress? Well, this is where that comes into play. After about 100 yards, it was obvious that it would be more trouble than it was worth for me to hobble behind my sister for several miles, so she handed me the keys and told me to just wait in the car. I got back in the car and locked all the doors and just watched the rear window until my sister was out of view. I was a very meek and timid and easily frightened little girl at the time, and it didn't take long for the dark to infiltrate my psyche. But there were no street lights, and I hadn't seen another car since my sister left. But the only light was from the moon, which was full enough that I could see the thick tree line about 30 yards off the road. After what seemed like an eternity alone in the dark, my fear and nerves began to really fray. It was completely silent, and not even the crickets were chirping. I became acutely aware of just how unnervingly silent it was. I wanted it to end, but at the same time was afraid of what might end it. So I just sat petrified, almost anticipating to hear the boogeyman's whispers in the wind at just any moment. All I could think to do was to try and fall asleep, and hopefully by the time that I woke up, my sister would be back. I leaned the seat back and closed my eyes and tried my best to just block the boogeyman from my mind. Another 15 minutes or so passed while I turned this way and that way, just trying to find a halfway comfortable position. It was in the midst of the fidgeting that an eerie feeling just ran down my spine. A feeling that I just wasn't alone, and it was a feeling of unshakable dread that I was being watched. I was lying on my side facing the steering wheel, looking downward at the floorboard, my back to the passenger window, my eyes pressed tightly shut, and I was afraid to open them, afraid of what I couldn't see, of what I might, in fact. I took a deep breath and counted to 3 and opened my eyes, and there was nothing there. I took another deep breath and quickly shifted my gaze to the driver's side window, and I exhaled, seeing nothing there either. You're okay, I told myself. I sat there wide-eyed, just staring straight ahead, focusing on the steering wheel for another 10 minutes or so. And that's when all at once, and all of a sudden, I felt stricken with a paralyzing sense of terror, and the voice in my head just started repeating, "Don't turn around." My heart began racing faster in my chest, and my body stiffened and my limbs felt so heavy as an inner panic had started to take hold. I tried telling myself that it was all just in my head and there was nothing outside of my window, that I was just working myself up. But to my utter horror, however, a shadow shifted off the driver's side seat and then filled it back up again, followed by 3 taps on the glass behind me. That shadow had been covering that seat since before I had even opened my eyes, as I had hardly blinked since opening them. That means that whoever or whatever was outside the car had just been standing there, watching me. As this terrifying thought ran through my head, but there were 3 more taps, louder this time, and I knew that I couldn't just ignore them anymore. I mustered up all the courage that I could and turned to meet the tapper. Hello? I nervously whispered as my eyes tried to focus on the figure outside the window. Aren't you a little young to be out here all alone, little lady? Where are your parents? His voice was deep and had an authoritative tinge to it. As he spoke, chills went down my spine. Suddenly, the air felt cold and the night felt sinister. The man was abnormally tall, the top of the window well below his chest line. His hands were extremely muscular and his fingers long and needly. As my eye tried to focus, he bent his enormous slender frame over enough to peer in the window. He was clean-shaven, revealing extremely sunken cheeks and eye sockets too. His eyes themselves were bulging outward and seemed too large for his face, and while it could have just been the night, I swear that they were completely black. Little girl, he repeated. I asked where your parents are. I'm with my sister, He cut me off and pulled out a flashlight shining into the car. I can't understand you. I'm gonna have to ask you to roll down the window. It's all right, I'm a cop. The ambient light from the flashlight allowed me to see that he was in fact in an officer's uniform, and for a brief moment, relief hit me. Rolling down the window, I spoke a little louder. I'm with my sister and we broke down and she went to get some gas. I couldn't go with her because I can't walk in this dress. A slight grin came across his face. Ah, I see. So you're not out here all alone then? He said, almost gleefully. Yes, sir. Just until my sister gets back. And when will she be back then? The closest station is a few miles away. That could take a while, right? My relief was starting to dissipate as the familiar feeling of looming dread returned. I don't know. She's been a couple of hours now, I guess. He said. Tell you what, why don't you come with me and we can go and get your sister? You won't have to walk. How does that sound? It hadn't dawned on me until then, but I suddenly realized that I hadn't seen any headlights in either direction for 20 minutes by this time. I turned to look out the rear window and started to tremble as I confirmed that there was in fact no car in any direction within any eyesight. But where's your cop car? I almost hesitantly asked. Right over there, just through the trees. He pointed to the tree line in the distance. Haven't you ever wanted to ride in a cop car? I think I should just wait here for my sister to get back. She won't be much longer. Look, it's past curfew, and if you don't get home soon, I'll have to arrest you, okay? Your parents won't like it if you get arrested now, will they? Now, a new fear entered my 11-year-old brain. The fear that I could be arrested. But my instinct said to not get out. I'm sorry, sir, I said, rolling up the window. I really should wait for my sister. As the window was about an inch from closing, he stuck his fingers through trying to stop me, and I ended up smashing them between the door and the glass. He shrieked in pain, pulling his hand back. Oh, you fucking little bitch! You smashed my fucking fingers! Oh, I'm sorry, I said through the now closed window, backing up in my seat as far from the door as I could. He started pulling on the door handle violently and shaking the car back and forth. Open this fucking door, you little bitch! Do you know how long you'll go to jail for resisting arrest? He pulled out something that looked like a nightstick and started banging on the roof of the car and the window. He smacked the window again, and a spider web of cracks erupted from where the club struck. Now, I knew that it was only a matter of time before he got in, and was afraid that he'd follow through on the promises of making things worse. I said okay through frantic sobs, not even realizing that I had started crying at this point. He suddenly got completely calm and said, "Well, all right then. Go ahead and step out of the vehicle and follow me to my car." Yes, sir." I rolled up the window and stepped out of the car. "This way," he said. Tremors ran through my body as I slowly began to follow the man. I knew that something wasn't right, and all I could think was that he was leading me into something unspeakable behind those trees. I wanted to run, but with my dress, I wouldn't make it far before he caught me, and where would I go even if I could? We were about halfway to the tree line, 40 feet away, when headlights lit up the field that we were standing in. "Come on," he snarled, grabbing my arm and pulling me along at a hastened pace. We were 10, maybe 15 feet from the trees when the shouts started. The headlights were now beaming directly on us like spotlights from heaven when several voices, all female, started yelling in our direction. They started yelling, "Get away from that man, little girl. That man's not a police officer. He's a bad man. Let it go, you demon. God is watching you. Little girl, come here to us and get away from the bad man." They just sent a barrage of shouts until the man let go of me and ran into the trees. They yelled to me to run to them as fast as I could, and so I did, as hard as I could, ripping my dress in the process. 2 women in thigh-length dresses stood outside the open side doors of an old white church van. They urged me to get in, and I jumped inside into the arms of another woman and heard the door slam behind me. There were 6 ladies altogether inside the van, all older, larger women. "It's all right, sweetie. You're safe now. We won't let the bad man hurt you, okay?" One of them reassured me. I said through tears that I have to wait for my sister, and they reassured me that they'll wait here and keep the bad man away. Every so often, they would start yelling for me to not look out the window and pulled me into their chest to shield my eyes. But curiosity got the better of me, and I peered out against my better judgment, prying my eyes sideways away from the woman who was holding me. And what I saw still haunts my nightmares. It was the man, now completely nude, running down on all fours in and out of the tree line, and through the field between us too. I don't know what he was doing, but he was moving quickly and kind of in an unnatural way. Sometimes he'd come as close as a few feet from the van and just make the most disturbing guttural grunts and growls that I've ever heard. The ladies tried to distract me by singing nursery rhymes and gospel hymns, and anytime he got too close, they would roll down the windows and shout him back. He would disappear and reappear like clockwork until finally my sister appeared, gas can in hand and on the road behind us. I told my sister what had happened, and she said that the worst feeling had come over her and she was running the whole way back. The ladies surrounded us, forming a big circle around the car as my sister filled it with gas. The man was now standing 10 feet outside of the tree line, his clothes back on, watching us the whole time, and he looked and just never spoke as they told him to just leave us alone and not get any closer. When the car finally started, the lady said that they'd follow us to make sure that we'd make it home. We went up about half a mile and made a U-turn to head back, and as we crossed past the place that we'd been stranded, the man was on all fours again, completely nude, sniffing at the pavement where we'd been stranded. The old church van was behind us almost the whole way home, and I never took my eyes off of it. I was afraid that somehow the bad man would get us if they weren't there, but as we turned on our street, I lost sight of them, and they didn't turn in behind us. Nor did I see a single vehicle pass on the cross street. Maybe they just turned around and just left, I thought at the time. My mother was waiting out on the front porch for us as we pulled up, and it was obvious that she'd been crying. She said that she'd gotten an awful feeling that something bad had happened and we'd been gone a long time. I told her everything that happened, and she called the police, who came to the house to take a statement. I thought that was the last time that I'd ever hear about that bad man, but unfortunately, a couple of months later, I saw a news story about a girl that had gone missing from a park close to the area where a car had broken down, and witnesses said that the last they saw of her, she was talking to a tall, lanky man in an officer's uniform. Sometimes I think back on that night, and I shiver when I think of that bad man. Other times, though, I think of the ladies in the van and how they showed up just in time and how they just vanished without a trace. I wondered then, and I still wonder now, if maybe I was being protected. I'm not too sure, and I know that whole thing just sounds a little bit crazy, but man, what a weird night. The following account happened several years ago in Nepal. I travelled there with my sister Em and two of her friends from high school, V and A. We'd hoped to escape the hustle and bustle of the city life and immerse ourselves in the mystical mountain paradise, to enjoy its culture as well as trek along one of the many Himalayan trails. However, limiting circumstances forced us to go during monsoon season, a combination of increasing heat and humidity that results in almost incessant rains. So, as you can imagine, there was scarcely a tourist to be found, especially on the hiking trek. Dense sopping clouds had snuffed out any meagre light, and milky fog obscured the view more often than not as we trudged along the circuit, but we had a blast nonetheless. The trek itself warrants a telling of its own, albeit a far less serious one, what with V falling victim to a battalion of bloodthirsty leeches lured out by rain, and A getting entangled in escapades, nearly getting knocked out cold from flirting with a farmer's wife. Though battered and bruised, we emerged from the trail victorious, though, and returned to the capital. Our flight back home was due the very next morning, which meant that we only had one day to explore Kathmandu. Kathmandu is quite a polarizing place, with labyrinthian streets and alleyways riddled with kitschy aesthetics and stimuli that push one's senses to their limits. Navigating Kathmandu by yourself, especially at night, is next to impossible, in fact. The heavily polluted air and suffocating traffic doesn't help either, and really, the only one among us who took a liking to the city was V, but she was always big on everything South Asian and was smitten by the various temples. Which is why, with strain leaking from our muscles, our limbs jittering from our 2-week-long odyssey, we were dragged along and subjected to her ministrations on spiritualism and greater meaning and whatnot. But by the time that we staggered out of our final sightseeing destination, the Monkey Temple, it was almost dark. We kept casting apprehensive looks backwards, prepared to fend off the prowling gangs of thieving monkeys skittering in our wake, looking for any opportunity to dispose us of food or the next best thing. One of the little buggers actually took off with my glasses, in fact. As we were descending into the city, having left the temple grounds, our luck got cursedly worse. We heard thunder echoing back on itself in the distance. Clouds, feathery and alive, billowed up at an alarming rate, their colour morphing from shades of purple to jet black, flecked with lightning. It started raining too, and heavy rain that pummeled us as we sought shelter. We splashed through ditches already knee-deep with rainwater and hurtled down alleyways where we hid under a tin roof at the side of the road, our drenched clothing clinging to our skin. Just as we were catching our breaths, a flurry of wet motion appeared in the corner of my eyes. My sister, Em, had darted onto the road and swung her hands upwards. She was always spontaneous and decisive, explosively so in fact, and when she spotted distant white headlights, barely discernible through the downpour, she gambled on it being a taxi, and it paid off. We clambered into the Suzuki with a collective sigh of relief, the prospect of immediate shelter overshadowing the struggle to create space for our bags within the tiny vehicle. It was an impossibly tight fit, but we somehow managed. The scruffy-headed driver, whose calm and deliberate tone of speaking weirded us out a bit, turned around in the near-pitch blackness of the taxi and asked us with a toothy grin where to. We looked at each other in momentary confusion before realizing that we hadn't accommodated this final day spent in Kathmandu into our plan, and because of our unfamiliarity with the city, had no idea what to say. The driver seemed to pick up on this, though, and didn't hesitate to suggest taking us to the Cousins Hostel, an excellent establishment if he were to be believed. Out of options and utterly exhausted, we just meekly consented. With thinly masked glee in his face, he told us that we'd love it there and that the first round of drinks was on him. Careening through the streets, we tried to respond to the driver's prying small talk, but the hypnotic ding of rainfall on the roof was all it took. As I watched the blur of passing objects and people through the rain-speckled window, like wavy apparitions, I plunged into sleep. When I woke up, we were still in the car and everybody else was asleep, and in spite of the piss-poor visibility and my grogginess, it was evident that we were in a completely different part of the city now. But there was little to no street lighting, and all I could make out were jagged outlines of poles and looming concrete walls and structures. And no people were to be seen, and unease crept up on me. How long had we been driving for? Where exactly was this person taking us? What quelled my suspicion and what made us go along with such a shady plan to begin with was the perceived nature of the people of Nepal. Every single Nepali that we came across was welcoming and kind to a T, which, along with the supposed safety of the country, had lulled us into a false sense of security. It hadn't occurred to us that this fickle trust could be easily exploited. The driver had noticed that I was awake and flashed that toothy grin at me, telling me that it was good timing and to wake the others. When I stepped out of the car onto the muddy, deserted street, I couldn't help but feel the sense of unease sliding through me again. It was a sentiment, too, that was beginning to be shared with the others as we took in this cousin's hostel. We were taken aback, though. Mold-flecked walls with degraded and worn renderings surrounded a house that, despite being camouflaged by the darkness and rain, was unmistakably dilapidated. Granted, it was only marginally worse than the rest of Kathmandu's post-earthquake infrastructure, but it gave off a disconcerting air of ruin. In other words, no way in hell were we about to stay here. At least one of us was preparing to voice disapproval of the entire situation when the driver started bounding around and, in a very animated manner, attempted to usher us through the opened rusted gate into the awaiting yard. We complied, but only to get out of the rain, as it was now flooding over the alleyways created by the narrow lanes of houses and carrying with it its swirling refuse. When we stepped inside, we were met with a carnival of just disgusting imagery, illuminated by a single dim light bulb suspended from tarp that covered most of the yard. Revulsion and dread supplanted whatever unease that we might have harbored, because it was just beyond repulsive. What I can only describe as a sickening miasma covered everything, and it just reeked of foul odor that made my eyes water. The concrete ground was littered with waste, and the walls smudged with caked dirt. The single plastic table was just smeared with who knows what, and I shit you not, there were needles just scattered everywhere. We immediately knew that we needed to get the hell out of there. But it was only when we turned around and looked at the driver under the light that the seriousness of our predicament fully dawned on us. This man looked like diseased roadkill. Sunken, bloodshot eyes stared at us from a face that was just covered with livid sores and scratches. His toothy grin now revealed decayed and cracked teeth, and we were definitely in a drug addict's den. Holy shit, V, I thought. How did you not notice? I mean, you were sitting right next to him. I wasn't sure how to react at this point. He was just standing there, blocking the gate, staring us down. He obviously didn't pose much of a threat. I mean, there were 4 of us against one frail drug addict meth head. Well, 3 of us at least. V's always scared easily, and as I glanced at her, I noticed that she was visibly shaking. She'd be useless should things escalate into a confrontation, verbal or otherwise. A2, for all his loud bravado, he was the first to peel when shit hit the fan. I was starting to get really nervous at this point. I mean, what if he had a weapon on him? A used syringe which he'd lash out at us or something? The last thing I wanted was for one of us to contract something. My mind was racing. How were we going to leave? I was certain that there wasn't a taxi within miles of this deserted hellhole, that's for sure. And where were we to begin with? Our phones were useless without local numbers. I cursed myself for being this obliviously careless. As I was being dissolved by the acids of anxiety, Em spoke up. Honestly, she was everything one could possibly want in a leader. Level-headed and perceptive, and she managed to bolster our confidence by taking control. She calmly addressed the driver, trying to explain to him that we'd forgotten to take care of something and that we'd need to rush back to town. We'd pay him double the fare for the trouble, but he wasn't having any of it. With wild gesticulations and an irritated tone, he started speaking rapidly. We barely comprehended him in his frantic state. He was saying that it would be impossible to drive back under these conditions and that our best bet was to just wait it out at the bar. He stressed multiple times that the first round was on him, as if that would entice us. He pointed towards the house, and it's then that we noticed the interior of the house was completely dark. The wide doorless entrance like an ominous invitation into nothingness that lay beyond, threatening to swallow whoever dared to approach. He told us to follow him inside for the drinks and started waving his hand as if time was of the essence. He was starting to rile me up, and I felt like giving him a verbal beatdown, but as if sensing that, Em reacted. She realized how important it was to keep level-headed and told him coolly that we simply had no time, and if he wasn't capable of driving, then he would help us contact another taxi or something. He either didn't understand or willfully ignored her and kept urging us to come inside with him, though. It got to the point that he just kept repeating the same thing over and over, eyes dimmed to a sickly grey and flesh sunk at the side of his mouth. He kept insisting. And if this wasn't all enough, there was a very hostile air about him too. He looked like he was making a concerted effort not to lunge at us, fidgeting with shaking hands. If necessary, I wouldn't have felt bad for a second to topple him like a sack of laundry if he so much as tried anything. V spurted out, very unspiritual-like, "Fuck this, let's just leave." At this, he surprisingly went quiet, as if unsure what to do faced with our departure. He turned around and stared at the house and then back at us. He hissed, "Okay, I get phone." With surprising agility, he scurried off towards the entrance too and disappeared into the darkness. We looked at each other and there was a momentary silence, the only sound that of the rain beating against the tarp and lightning booming in the distance. V again says, "Fuck this," traces of panic in her voice this time. She says, "This isn't normal, we need to leave now." I said, "And go where? You saw for yourself that there's not a soul out there and it's raining cats and dogs." Despite trying to be the voice of reason, I knew Em felt the same thing all of us did, a lingering sense of dread that something was just horribly wrong. A was fidgeting too now. Fear had obviously burrowed into his heart, and I too felt afraid. That's when we heard it though, a faint rustling coming from inside the house. Crackling, followed by the unmistakable sound of whispering. My heart was now beating like a drum. I felt jelly-legged and none of us moved a muscle. We were all petrified. The whisperings continued too, and they were just barely discernible through the rain, but loud enough to be picked up. With my eyes trained on the blackness of the entrance, I slowly started inching backwards, and the others followed suit. Just as we were turning around, it happened. The sound of heavy footsteps rushing us, a stampede emanating from within. We bolted, dashing through the gate into the street, and from the corner of my eye, I saw 4 of them mere steps behind us, with another bounding through the house entrance. They started shouting and shrieking at us as we hurtled down the street, sprinting desperately before turning to a side road. One of them threw something at us, in fact, and it fell short and landed with a sickening thud behind me. We ran blindly and turned corner after corner, knowing that a single misstep would kill any of us. V was falling behind us, though, panting like a horse pushed far beyond its limits. Thankfully, the shouting was becoming fainter and fainter, though. We kept running, not daring to catch our breaths or reorientate ourselves, simply following Em's lead through roads and alleyways. At one point, I thought my heart would burst, and just when I was ready to give up, V almost out of sight too, we finally spotted headlights. nuts. We must have seemed like lunatics, surrounding the car left and right and centre, banging on the windows, screaming for help. It was a miracle the driver, an elderly man, decided to help us at all, in fact. We clambered inside, gasping and heaving, and we wasted no time telling him to hightail it out of there. It took us the better part of an hour to calm down, and V was just hysterical. A's entire frame was trembling, but once this experience infiltrated our minds, we just never felt safe, even when stepping onto the aeroplane out of Nepal the next morning. We decided against going to the police in the end. I mean, we had no evidence, and even if we did, we had no way of finding that house again. Our backpacks were lost, of course. Mam's forethought of keeping our passports in her waist pack spared us much suffering, luckily. To this day, I'm still filled with dread at the thought of that entrance into darkness, with murderers lying in ambush. It was 2004, and I was 19, and my friend, B, was renting the upstairs bedroom of a house that everyone knew as the murder house. You see, in 1987, a man was shot in this house. He ran outside and banged on the neighbor's door, leaving a blood smear on the door and a trail of blood from the house. No one answered, and he was dragged back into the house by two men and brought to the basement, where he was shot in the head and subsequently dismembered. And the men took his remains and dumped them in a reservoir. So yeah, this was our little town's dark secret. B had been living there for a few months, and I would come over most nights after I finished work. I was delivering pizzas, so I always had cash from tips, and we'd do what 19-year-olds do, try and get some beer or whatever. Funny enough, we'd usually just hang out with whatever was around and put some music and play rummy. I know, hard partying, right? But he never felt uneasy in the house. He never bought into the whole haunted house aspect. Despite that, though, he just never went into the basement. No one, except the owner, in fact, went into the basement. It wasn't a rule or anything. We could do whatever we wanted there, really, but the basement was just no. So one summer night in June, we're all at our friend Todd's house. He was older, but a cool guy, and he didn't mind a bunch of teenagers hanging out. He liked the party scene, I guess, and so we were there. It was me, B, a girl named AJ, and C. We were all broke at the time, and Todd had some other friends over, more his age, that we just didn't feel like hanging out with, so B says that we should just go to his place and figure out what we're going to do for the night. AJ and C take her car And I take B in my shitty old Toyota pickup that forever smelled like Pizza Hut. B's house was only a couple of blocks away, and we get there and head upstairs to his room. This being 2004, not everyone had cell phones yet. Only AJ had one, so we were all trying to think of who to call to salvage the night and whatnot. There was no luck, so I put in a CD, and we just proceeded to go to the old reliable boring deck of cards. It was just the four of us in the house. The owner of the home had his dog in the room right next to us. He was rarely home at night, though, and his room had a window that overlooked the front yard and the street. We barely got the first round started when we began to hear footsteps on the stairs. Must be Frank coming home, B said. We didn't think too much of it until we heard the front door open and close and then more steps on the stairs. We all looked at each other and checked the window, and we didn't see anything suspicious, but we also didn't see Frank's car. We heard footsteps coming up a third time, and B and I had had enough, and we were going to confront whoever was trespassing. We were both 19, and I had been a football player in high school and was still in pretty good shape. B had never played sports, but was in a similar condition as me. Basically, we could have held our own in a fistfight if need be, but usually we could just intimidate people into backing off. So, it's about midnight and we head down the stairs. AJ and C stay up in the room. We were both pumped up, ready to go kick out any drunk or meth head that happened to just wander in. We don't see anyone and nothing looks out of place though. We go outside and sit on the porch and nothing seems odd. There's regular traffic on the semi-busy street, but I start to get the feeling that just something's wrong. Something feels off. I see things in the front yard that look like they're moving, like shadows darting around. I kind of dismiss it as me being tired and my eyes just playing tricks on me. That is, until B asks me if I'm seeing the shadows moving. I ask him, "Yeah, you're seeing this too, huh?" I go into the yard at this point and look up into Frank's bedroom window. There's a lamp on, giving off just enough light to see the bedroom door and the dresser. I look at it for a minute when I see something. I say to B, "Dude, there's something in the bedroom." He replies with, "It's just the dog." "No, it's not. That's not a dog. It's kind of black," and the black creature comes into full view of the window at this point. It looked like it was just made out of oil. Not quite solid, but not translucent either. It moved from the window to the dresser to the door and then just disappeared. "What the fuck are you talking about?" B asks, still on the porch. I don't know, man. I don't know what it was, but I don't even know if I saw anything. It may have just been my eyes fucking with me. I walked back up the steps onto the porch and noticed an old mirror that had been left by the door. I remembered hearing stories about people using mirrors to see ghosts, so I figured why not. B had gone into the yard to try and see what was in the bedroom at this point too. I stare into the mirror for a few minutes when I see a black oily ball floating down one of the pillars behind me. Dude, there's something floating, it looks like a little ball of," I said. The ball disappeared out of view of the mirror and reappeared behind me, huge this time and black, a translucent black oil behind my reflection. I couldn't see the yard anymore and I couldn't see B, and for a moment, all I could see was me, the porch, and this thing coming behind me, and then I felt it. Fingers made of ice entered into my shoulders and pulled me backwards. It's an impossible feeling to describe, but every time I think about it, I can kind of feel it. I bolt away from the mirror and I say something just went through me. Something, that black thing, it grabbed me and it pulled me backwards. I was done at this point and B was freaked too. So we hustled over to the gas station down the street to call AJ from the payphone and have her and C get my keys and shit, and just get the hell out of that house. AJ asks us, "Where are you guys?" and we heard you guys walk up the stairs, but you never came in. I say, "I'll explain later, just grab my keys and CDs and meet us outside." Back at the cars, I told them what happened and what I saw, and I don't know if they believed me or not, but all I knew is that I was terrified. After that incident too, I never went back to that house, and B moved out a short time later. Oh, and if you're interested, you can do a YouTube search for the Boyce Murder House, and you can find news stories about the place there. Thanks for listening. So, to start, my boyfriend and I had just bought a house together. It's a lovely two-story home with an attic, a basement, and a two-door garage as well, and we got it for a steal. But with that, we have no seller's agreement. But the owner has never seen the home, probably inherited it, to be honest. Either way, we were in a pinch, having been evicted from our apartment and taking care of foster pets. It narrowed our options, as many renters around here don't allow pets. So, before I get to the main story, some backstory on us. I'm a 20-year-old female and my boyfriend is a 30-year-old male. I'm pretty skeptical about things like this too, but that doesn't mean I haven't seen some things personally that really do make me wonder. Those are stories for another day, but what I'm about to tell you is about something that I had always thought was an old wives' tale, but now I don't know anymore. Anyway, I'll call my boyfriend P for now. We also moved in with a good friend of mine and her boyfriend. They rent a room from us, and it helps with the mortgage for sure. But they're 3 and 4 years younger than me, and I'll call the girl M and her boyfriend E. Now, E and I had set up a man cave of sorts in the basement. We game and drink and basically just sort of do our nightly routines of getting some distance from our partners down there. Meanwhile, P and M set up workstations in the attic. More of a refined space for them for writing and tinkering with old typewriters and whatnot. We've been settling into the new house for a couple of months now, getting used to its pops and creaks, and it's an older house built in the 1920s, and my neighbours sort of have mice on their side of the attic, so you can hear them skittering about and above your head. In this time, I've been noticing some small things that seem odd though. The upstairs bathroom kind of gurgles, if that's the right way to say it, but only I've ever heard it. When I asked P, M, and E, none of them had heard the same noise. It was weird, but whatever. Downstairs, we also have another bathroom almost directly under the upstairs bathroom, just past the kitchen. Now, my cat follows me everywhere in the house, squeaking at me to hold him and just generally being a cute cat, but he won't follow me into the bathroom without being coerced. He'll just sit there and kind of manically squeak at me until I usher him in. When he does finally decide to follow me in, he locks eyes with a portion of the hallway and won't break eye contact with it. And then he'll run to me while staying low to the ground. I know that this is a sign of fear, but he has no reason for it, and I just can't explain it. And aside from that, he's recently started going into the bathroom by himself and just howling at the wall. It's weird, but cats, right? Now, E and I have our setup in the basement, which gives me the creeps, to be honest. I wouldn't spend much time in it at all until I put a huge sheet of fabric along the walls that looks like a vertical striped wallpaper. Now, when I put this up, I made sure to cover a doorway that leads to a small room under my front porch. Something about that room just bothers me, and it feels like it's watching you. In between the matches of the game that I play, a sudden realization that I have that feeling again always comes upon me too. And every time, it's always that same room. It has no door, and I occasionally still feel it despite covering it. My cat avoids it too. But just last week, he told me about an event that he went through while I was sitting right next to him. We had both been gaming and had some time between matches and decided to shoot the shit and complain about shitty teammates. But the usual MOBA player bullshit, right? Anyway, he tells me later that during a chat, he had hallucinated his girlfriend M walking downstairs and into the basement with us, but when he turned to talk to her, she just wasn't there. I just kind of laughed it off, as he spends a lot of time smoking and maybe he was just confused. But earlier tonight, while I was in the basement alone, I heard someone open the basement door and heard and saw M walk down the stairs and behind me towards a chair or a cigarette or something. But when I turned to her to talk to her, there was no one there. I immediately looked behind me, but there was no one in the room. I looked in the entire basement and even called for her, but nothing. Once I realized she wasn't there, my cat howled and just booked it right up the stairs. I sat confused for a few minutes and told my buddies that I'd been gaming with that I'd be AFK for a bit. I felt almost lost, to be honest. I decided to text M, though, from the basement, but sure enough, she hadn't come down the stairs at all. She'd been up in her workroom for hours, which means that whole time she was 2 full stories above me. So then, what did I just see? Or better yet, who did I just see? My father died in 2008 when I had just completed my high schooling and we were in enormous amounts of debt. I still am in poverty, but that story can be told another day. So, to continue my studies, I needed to find work, and for 3 years I sold picados on the street and taught little children maths. In 2012, I was recruited into an ISP in our small town to work the night shift. During the interview, I was particularly asked if I would feel scared to stay alone at night in the 3rd story of the enormous building with one security guard in the ground floor. I was never comfortable, but I needed the job. Plus, being at a night shift, I could attend my college during the day and all that. So, I worked in that office between February of 2012 to August of 2013, and during this time, I never got curious to ask anyone why no one wanted to work at night. I heard, before me, that someone used to work at night, but he just left abruptly. My work was to pick calls from clients who would have problems with their internet connection and provide simple solutions. Anything complex, and I had to note down their names and address and pass the list to my senior via email, and technicians would take care of them during the next day. It was a simple job, and I wouldn't receive many calls, and so by 11, I would just spread out a thick blanket on the floor and fall asleep with the receivers beside my head in case somebody phoned. June 2013, though, was the month that I found out why no one was ready to work at night. That night, the security guard with whom I had developed a very close friendship came to the 3rd floor and asked me if he could sleep in my room as there were too many mosquitoes in the ground floor. I understand that he was supposed to stay awake, but he used to take advantage of my altitude and sleep every night, and the whole building had no security camera. Anyway, we were both sleeping in the same room. The 2 receivers were on either sides of my head, and the lights were turned off. I had locked the door loosely, keeping the lights on in the corridor. And at 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound as if someone was walking with his feet dragging to the floor. It was a really strange sound, and really loud too. I was facing the door and could see the light on the other side of the door through the thin gap between the floor and the door. I stayed down, staring directly at the gap, trying to understand what or who it was, and as I waited, the sound got louder and louder, and soon I saw feet of someone crossing my door. My heartbeat got faster, but I thought that it must have been the security guard, but when I looked behind me, he was fast asleep. My blood froze at this, and the sound started to get louder again, and soon the feet appeared near my door. This time, instead of just crossing my door, it stopped there too, and didn't move. I waited for whoever it was to move away, but he wouldn't. And then I did the stupidest thing. I thought it could be an intruder, and instead of waking up the security guard quickly, I tiptoed to the door while the thing still stood there and pulled it open suddenly. And there was no one, but a gust of wind hit my face, causing me to get goosebumps all over. I woke up the guard now and explained to him everything. He took out his torch and turned on all the lights and searched the whole building, but couldn't find anyone. Finally, he came to me and said that it could be a demon. Well, after that, I couldn't sleep again. I dropped messages to those who worked during the day explaining this shit too, and I reached the office the next day a little early to catch the others. This was when the story started to emerge too. One explained to me that he had the night shift a few days and he would always hear someone climbing up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. Another said that he saw a chair being moved around from one corner of the terrace to another by something that wasn't visible. And that was apparently why no one would like to work at night and stayed there for more than a year. I left the company in August after they gave me an increment of $3 after working for more than 1 year. They used to pay me $54 a month, and yes, I know, the salary is scarier than the story, but I needed to grasp anything that I could find to complete my bachelor's degree. I used to attend college in the morning and teach from afternoon to twilight and then go to the office. The cost of education and staying alive plunged me into further debt from which I'm yet to recover completely. But they install cameras in the office these days, and I sometimes wonder if they've been able to capture anything. I have plans to upload my personal paranormal stories, including this one, to my newly opened channel, Many Realities, someday, where I share strange but real stories of people around the world that defy explanation. I'd love to see you there, but that was my story, and man, it was weird. So my parents divorced when I was really young. I do remember after the divorce that they both lived in apartments in the middle of Tennessee. Well, not long before I was to start kindergarten, my mum remarried to my stepdad and we moved to a small house in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, about 30 miles outside of Birmingham. It was in a good school district and near my stepdad's family, who would be helping with my brand new little sister. This was actually a really exciting time for my other little sister and me, and we finally had cousins, aunts and uncles and grandparents that we would get to see all the time instead of traveling for the holidays to New England or Florida only once or twice a year. We didn't even care that they were all step-family, we were just happy to be around other people. The cousins that we saw most were Brady and Micah. Their mum and our mum worked odd jobs to make ends meet and helped each other out with childcare while my stepdad worked as a truck driver and Uncle Randy worked as an EMT ambulance driver. So our house was an odd setup. We lived in a little 2-room house that actually sat almost right behind a large old farmhouse that no one lived in. Whenever Brady and Micah would come and visit, we would always end up going through the house and always wondered why it was still set up like a house since no one lived there. The beds in the bedrooms were made, there were a couple of plates in the sink in the kitchen for the last few years. It was like someone just left for work one day and never came home. So after a day of playing in the house, I found a plate in the kitchen that I thought was very pretty. I knew that we were about to go visit my grandparents in Florida for the summer and thought that it would be a perfect gift for my Southern Belle plate-collecting grandmother. I took it back home, and my mum helped me clean it and get it ready that evening before sending me off to bed. After my mum sent me to bed, she followed her nightly routine of smoking a cigarette, dumping the ashtray, sweeping off the porch before locking it, and then watching the nightly news before going to bed herself. While she was in bed, she kept smelling a burning cigarette, though. She couldn't figure out why, though, and even got up to check the garbage to make sure that her last one was not still lit. And it wasn't. So she went back to bed. She's almost asleep, convinced that the smell is just stuck in her nose, when all the lights in her room turn on. She turns to get out of bed and comes face to face with me, standing next to her bed, clutching my blanket and crying. She asks me why I turned on all the lights, and I just break down crying and barely get the words out. I say that I didn't turn on any lights, not even the ones in our room or in the living room. Carolyn did it. I told her to stop and turn the lights back off, but she just laughed at me. My mum was really confused and asked who Carolyn was. I explained that Carolyn is my friend that I made. Normally, she just turns on some lights at night, and she didn't have lights in her house next door until she was 6 like me and likes to play with them. But when I tell her to stop and go home to sleep, she turns off the lights and walks away. But tonight, she turned on all the lights, and when I told her to stop, she laughed at me and walked into our closet instead of going home. And now, she doesn't want to leave, even though I want her to, and she made fun of me. My mum got out of bed and picked me up, and as she was carrying me back to my room, she quickly discovered that every light, every lamp, every ceiling light, even the pull chain lamp under the kitchen counter, they were all on. She took me to my room and laid me in bed and checked the closet just to make sure that Carolyn wasn't in there, and turned off the bedroom light so that my sisters wouldn't wake up. She went out into the hall and reached for the light switch, but before she could even touch it, every light in the house just went off. Mum was convinced that we had lost power, so she hit the light switch to check, and the whole light came back on like normal. As odd as it was, she just put it down to faulty electrics and went back to bed. As she laid in bed, the cigarette smell came back though, and she sat up trying to remember if she smelled it while dealing with me, or if she was just too preoccupied and freaked out to notice. While she was trying to remember, she heard the screen door to the back porch open and slam shut again. Of course, she knew that she had locked it before going to bed, so she wasted no more time and picked up the phone and called Uncle Randy, since this was before the prevalence of cell phones, and it wasn't like my stepdad would be able to make it from Arkansas back to Alabama in any time quick enough for the circumstances anyway. So, for 12 minutes, my mum just sat frozen in her bed, scared to move, listening for any other sign of an intruder or that of any of the three of us had woken up. Then she heard a car pull up into the driveway, followed by Randy banging on the screen door and yelling her name. She ran to the kitchen and threw open the back door, turned on the back porch light, and immediately saw it. Between her and Randy were about 20 burnt cigarette butts and cigarette ashes just strewn across the floor that she had just cleaned an hour before, and a locked screen door. So, to start, I need to give some background. I'm a male who lives in a relatively nice neighborhood. It's your average small-town, run-of-the-mill suburbs area with a lot of people there. I'm a college kid who's home on break while my parents have gone away, which doesn't help at all. I also have a 2-story house, and I don't have a gun, or nor do I have any real weapons other than kitchen knives. I'm not on any medication, and I have no record of schizophrenia or any other mental illness. I barely have any relationships with my neighbors, most of whom are elderly, and the rest I have minimal contact with. I don't have any people in my neighborhood that I know of anyway who have any reason to attack or harm me too. So, let's get into what's happening. About 2 nights ago, I woke up very late in the night and I went to the bathroom to go and take a dump. Now, my 2nd-story bathroom has a window that can see the entirety of my backyard. Directly behind it is a cul-de-sac which you can see directly into. There's a group of trees and a pile of rocks and mulch that divides it. Usually I can see everything in my back room without turning anything on because lights from my neighbor's house dimly light the room. And as I'm using the toilet, I look outside and I notice there's a car parked directly facing my house in the cul-de-sac. Now, if you've ever seen a cul-de-sac before, you would know that when you park, you always either park next to the curves or the sides of the street. This car was directly facing the curve behind my house, though. I thought that this was pretty strange, considering whoever parked must have been there to visit someone. But if that were the case, then why would they not have parked in one of the driveways? The people who lived behind me were both elderly too, so they probably didn't have some big block party I didn't know about or anything, and even then, only an idiot would park like that. As I stared into the car, I could distinguish a figure in the driver's seat, just sitting there. Since the lights were not on in my bathroom, whoever was in the car probably couldn't see me through that window. At this point, I was determined to see who the fuck was in there, so I went downstairs and got my binoculars from my dad's closet and went back to my bathroom to see who was there. Keep in mind that this is 3 in the fucking morning, and I mean, what person would be in their car just sitting there in the middle of the winter? Anyway, as I go into my bathroom, I looked outside to find nothing. The car had just since left. I thought it was a relief, seeing as I probably was just freaking out over nothing, and the person was just leaving whoever they were visiting or something. But then again, what are the odds that the moment that I notice the car, that's the moment that the person leaves? Either way, I finally calmed myself down and just went back to sleep. The next day, a mix of boredom and paranoia got the better of me, and I decided it was time for some investigation. I go to my backyard cul-de-sac to see if there was any trace of the person who was there last night, and there was nothing. I go to my neighbors to see if they had anybody over the other night. Maybe it would just clarify why the fuck somebody would be parked there in the first place. I asked both the owners of the 2 houses on the curves of the cul-de-sac, all of whom said that they didn't have any visitors, and I asked for the numbers and I left. This is when my paranoia really started to kick in a bit. This was a little messed up. I had no clue whether the person was coming back later, and I can't call the police as they won't respond to a complaint that isn't even valid. So I decided to wait until later to see if the person came back. I spent that night just talking with my college friends about it over a video chat, all of whom thought I was either making it up or just freaking out over nothing. I sign off and watch Netflix until it's pretty late. The entire time, I just kept thinking about looking at my window to check, but since my friends had told me that I was worrying about nothing, and also since I'm a bit of a coward, I must admit, I just never checked. Finally, the clock ticked 3:24 a.m., the exact time I woke up the night before, and I thought, fuck it, might as well check to be sure. And this is where I absolutely shit myself. The same exact car was parked, and there was a man in a black hoodie and a ski mask standing right next to it, just staring at my house. I immediately ran to get my phone and dialed my neighbors, none of which answered, mind you. I ran back to the window, only to see that he was now standing in my fucking backyard. This was no longer a burglary attempt, because if it was, he would be looking through my lower house windows trying to break in or something. This had to be some sort of stalker, I thought at this point. I decided fuck this and opened up my window and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Who the fuck are you?" There was no response, so I yelled, "I'm going to call the fucking police, get off my property." And finally, the man spoke. He said, "Have a nice day," in like a cheery way that a cashier at the store would say it when you're leaving. The man waltzed, and I mean literally waltzed like a happy cartoon character, back to his car and then just left. Well, obviously, I called the police department immediately. They asked me if I had any friends who were trying to play a prank on me, and I said no. And like I said though, this town is relatively small and the police did jack shit. They told me that if it happens again to call them immediately. So, I'm shitting myself right now. It's currently 11 p.m. and God knows if he'll be back tonight. I'm going to be looking out my window all night, just waiting for him, and I'll keep you all in touch if anything happens. Wish me luck. Edit, 12:24 a.m. So, I'm currently staring outside looking out my window, just waiting for the man to come, and I've informed my neighbors about his arrival, and they told me that they're also on the lookout. I must admit that I feel pretty nervous, but At least I have my neighbors helping me out too, right? I just want this to be over, to be honest. 1:24 a.m. Nothing has shown up yet. I got a call from my mum about a half an hour ago, in fact. I haven't told them about any of the shit happening. I just told her that I loved her and hung up on the phone. My friends have been Snapchatting me, though, asking me about this shit, and I said that I'll try to get a picture if I can. If I do, I'll make sure that I send it to you guys too. 1:34 a.m. So, the neighbors said that they see a car parked up the street from them. One of my neighbors, who's in his mid-40s, says that he's going to go check it out. My foot is tapping the floor like crazy now. 1:37 a.m. False alarm. Turns out it was just the car of a family who just got home. Fuck me, though. This suspense is making me feel ill. 1:48 a.m. One of the neighbors says that he's going to sleep for the night. That's not good, but I just hope the rest of them hold out for me until the rest of the night. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fall asleep at all tonight. I mean, I've already chugged 2 cups of coffee and I'm as alert as possible. 2:11 a.m. Hey, I was looking at my window when I heard something in the bushes of my backyard. I couldn't tell whether it was the guy, the wind, or just some stupid animal, so I shined and turned on the light in my backyard and saw nothing. I think this paranoia is starting to get to me. 2:17 a.m. Alright, it's official. I'm losing my shit here. I heard something crash in my kitchen and I ran down to see what was happening. Some pan had fallen off over from the shelf. Nothing notable, but it scared the absolute shit out of me. I went back upstairs to start looking out the window again at one of the streets right off my backyard, which is about 200 yards away, I'd say. Through the trees, I also saw a car at the corner flashing its brights repeatedly and then making a right, driving away from the street leading to my house. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but is this guy taunting me? 2:40 a.m. Hey, so I'm currently at my neighbor's house just staring into my backyard, the cul-de-sac. I walked out my back door and just sprinted and rang the doorbell as fast as possible. They saw me and opened the door immediately, luckily. It was honestly the scariest shit that I've ever done. I was worried that he was going to pull up any second, in fact. But now I might just wait and hope for the best, I guess. 2:51 a.m. So, nothing out of the ordinary has happened, but I am dreading what will happen at 3:24, though. I saw 2 cars pass by my house, though. I couldn't tell if they were the same car as the one the stalker was using, though. Also, I couldn't tell if it was the same car just passing by both ways. Is this guy playing tricks on my mind? I'm ready to dial 911 at any second. I called my parents too and told them what was happening, and they said that they'll be on their way home tomorrow. 3:01 a.m. Yeah, guys, this guy's definitely coming. A car came up the street on the cul-de-sac and started flashing its high beams again and left. He's definitely trying to fuck with my mind. Thank God I left the house, though, because the direction he's going is definitely coming back around to my house. Honestly, I'm pretty scared, and I'm not even in the house anymore. At the moment I even see him outside his car, I'm definitely calling the police. 3:11 a.m. So, my neighbor and I both agreed that we're going to leave the house and drive to the police station as soon as we see him parked near my house. My heart is racing, and I can't believe that I had just waited in my house alone for the past couple of hours. What the hell was I thinking? So, it's 3:20 a.m. now, and still nothing yet. Even if he doesn't come, though, I sure as hell am not going back. I'm not even sure if I'll stay here too. This is the scariest shit that's ever happened to me. 3:25 a.m. Guys, someone is parked in my fucking driveway. I'm getting the fuck out of here right now. I'll try to update you guys on my mobile, or later when they arrest this guy, but I'm leaving now. 1:15 p.m. For those of you who are concerned, I'm alive. I went to the police station and I've been questioned, and they're working on finding the guy. They haven't found him yet, unfortunately, and I went to a hotel and got some sleep, and I just woke up. I'll share more with you guys soon, but right now I'm just taking some time to get this sorted out. Oh, and thanks for the support, everyone.
Throughout this story, I would like for all of you to please keep in mind that I was 20 years old and very, very naive. You're going to think that I was stupid, and I was. I'm probably lucky to be alive, and man, do I know that. I kick myself whenever I think about this day. I just wanted to get some other opinions, and I don't know, maybe I was wrong about him. So, about 20 years ago, I was walking down the road in a not-so-great area. It was summertime and I was dressed appropriately for the heat, shorts and a tank. I'm very thin and was downright skinny then, and got mistaken for a sex worker more times than I care to admit. This may or may not be important to the story, I'm really not sure, but I thought that I would mention it. So anyways, like I said, I was walking to pick up my son from daycare, and as I was going about my way, a truck full of men started to catcall and follow me. They turned around several times to yell at me out of the window, and I was getting a little bit nervous about it. I was passing a gas station parking lot, and a man not much older than myself stopped in a nice car and asked if I would like a ride. He didn't seem scary, and honestly, he was attractive, so I said okay, and I got into this car. So, I get into the car with him, and he asks where I'm going. I tell him that it's about a mile straight down the road that I'm on, and he starts out going the wrong way, and just tells me that he needs to turn around. I pay little mind to this. He starts to ask me about myself, so I tell him I was escaping a DV situation and was staying in a women's shelter nearby. I was telling him how closely my activities were monitored, and that I was due to pick up my son any minute. And honestly, I think this may have actually been what saved me. At some point, I noticed that he takes another wrong turn, but I don't know the area all that well, so I point it out, and he says that he's taking a shortcut or something, and I just go back to talking like an idiot. But then I get a whiff of something. I know that that smell now is the smell of death or decomposition. I know this for sure now, in fact. I didn't back then, but I turned around and looked into the back seat, looking for spoiled food or something that would cause this. The car is absolutely spotless, though. I bring up the smell, and he brushes it off and changes the subject. But for some reason, the smell just started getting stronger. Me, being the young idiot that I was, brings it up again. What is that smell, I say? And he says that he doesn't know. Probably something that he forgot to take out and has gone bad or whatever. When I tell you guys, though, that there was not a crumb in that vehicle, I was absolutely baffled. But eventually, he drops me off safe to my destination. He doesn't tell me his name, ask for my number, or give me his. And I don't think much of it until, well, much later, when I then smell that smell again. But this time, I know what it is, and it triggers the memory of that guy in that car that day. This was probably 2005 in Covington, Kentucky, and I'm very sure that him being aware that not only would I be missed, but I would be missed quickly and my movements would be tracked very specifically. I think that that was the only reason that I made it back out of that car that day. This is going to be a bit of a long one, so buckle in. This is a story about my family and myself. I'll do my best to remember all of the events and the details that I can. I apologize if some of this is hard to understand, but I'm just trying to sort of relive my childhood to tell this story. So, the year is 1993. My parents have 3 kids at the time, my older sister, my older brother, and me. 2 more sisters come in later on, but we are closing on the house, my parents' house, and this is where it all started. So as closing was coming to an end, my parents were asked if they had any more questions about the property. My mum asked Mr. G, the seller, if anyone had died in the house. Random question, I know, but Mr. G's response was, "Why? Are you scared of ghosts?" I guess that was the end of their closing, and so we eventually moved in. It was a hood city, but our neighborhood was one of those movie neighborhoods where all of the houses looked the same except for the one that we had just bought, and everyone knew everyone and everything that went on in that place. All the houses in the neighborhood were single-story, 2-bedroom, a 1-bath house with a kitchen and living room and a dining room. Mr. G added to the house that we had bought when he owned it, and it was a 2-story, 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom with a beauty salon and a workshop attached to it too. I think Mr. G's wife was a hairstylist or something. So our house was the biggest in the neighborhood. Anyway, we get settled in the first week. My bedroom was supposed to be the last room on the left upstairs, but from day one I was absolutely terrified of that room. So me and my brother shared a room instead, the last room on the right. After we get unpacked and settle in, we decided to take a bit of a stroll around the block. We closed up the house, turned the lights off, shut the front door, and head out on our walk to interact with the neighborhood. We made our way around the 5 roads that made up our community, and as we made our way back to the house, we could see it in the distance. All of the lights were on in the house, and the front door was open. My mum made us stay back, about 2 houses up, while my dad went and checked the house. When my dad gave the clear, my mum called the police to make a report, and they also checked the house and didn't find anything or anyone, so it was just let go. Now, I believe that this was one of the first signs of paranormal activity in this house, and so that's why I brought it up. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was a short time, maybe a couple of days or maybe a week at most. But we did the typical welcome to the neighborhood housewarming party at our house, and a lot of neighbors came to visit and party and all that. Our next door neighbor Bill was hesitant about coming inside and stayed on the front porch, but eventually came inside and sat on the couch and drank some beer. One of the downstairs bedroom that was attached to the living room was mine and my brother's playroom or TV or Sega Nintendo room. My hamster cage was in there too, but during this party I decided to put my hamster in the ball, and Bill was loosened up by this time. Well, said hamster rolled around in this ball and made it into the living room, and Bill got quiet. My parents noticed this about Bill and asked him if he was all right. I guess Bill wasn't accustomed to hamsters and their toys and all that, and all that he had seen was a ball, but Bill said that if that ball moves one more time, that he was leaving and that he won't be back. Well, about that time, my hamster turned into the Flash and just sort of took off in this ball. Bill literally flew out the door and he just went home. He stuck to his word years later until we moved, and he just would not enter our house and would only come in the driveway or yard sometimes, but rarely he would come onto the front porch, even after my mum told him that it was a hamster in a ball. Well, we were there a few months living the 90s family life, and my mother is outside and starts a conversation with the lady across the street. We called her and her husband Meemore and Pawpaw, and this is when Meemore informs my mum that 2 ladies had actually died in our house from cancer, Mr. G's wife and daughter. Meemaw also goes to say that Mr. G was a bit of a weird guy and had secret rooms built into the house behind bookshelves and all that. Secret doors and rooms full of old school firemen set up stuff, like firemen's axes, fire hoses on a reel, behind a wall, she believed. It was the wall that the stairs were on, apparently. Some people knew about the secret rooms, so I guess it wasn't entirely secret, but my mum invited Meemaw over one day, and she was going around the house just showing us some of the rooms that were turned into regular rooms before Mr. G sold us the house. One was in our computer room, which had the stairs to go upstairs, and right beside the stairs was a built-in bookshelf. That was apparently one of the secret rooms that went under the stairs and into our laundry room. The bookshelf had been screwed shut, but if you went through the door on the other side, you could see the back of the bookshelf that still had hinges and was screwed shut to the wall on the other side so that it couldn't be opened. The upstairs bedroom, my bedroom, you could also see a faint crack on the wall that went over to the stairs in the shape of a door. It was sealed, and Meemaw told us that that's where Mr. G apparently kept his safe. Well, I started elementary school, and I used to walk to school that was about maybe half a mile away through the woods. Very close, but everything seemed fine, and I had 2 younger sisters and all that. But around 4th grade, I started noticing when I got home from school just about every day that my mum would be sitting in our van, and she had a sort of little 90s handheld TV and would go to Winn-Dixie and buy an Inquiry magazine and just sit there. I used to get mad because I wanted to go to the store with her, but it was a daily occurrence. During this time, I was in elementary school, and we would witness things or experience things happening, like doors opening or closing inside the house and stuff like this. It would be slow as well, like a draft, not fast swinging, opening, or slamming shut, but they still definitely moved. Things were moved too. My dad played it off as drafts in the house and forgetting that we left so-and-so here or there, but I didn't know this at the time, and my mum was stressing and freaked out by this. My mum was huge on psychic Sylvia Browne on the Montel show, and at this time I'm in middle school, and my brother and I came home walking home from school one day and noticed a bag with our DVDs sitting beside the trash can, so we went to go and get them. My mum met us at the door, and we asked why they were out there, and she said that psychic Sylvia Browne said today that if you have horror movies in your house, then you are allowing the devil to enter your home. She made us throw them back out, but eventually we snuck them back into our bedroom. Me and my brother shared a bedroom at that time too. Later in the evening, my mum is still making small talk about Sylvia Browne, and one of our yearly chores was that my brother and I hung the Christmas lights up. Well, we were teens and preteens at this point, and a bit lazy, so this year we decided that we hated doing it, so we left the lights up, and it's like months past Christmas now. During one of Sylvia Browne's episodes, my mum starts screaming at me and my brother to go and take the Christmas lights down because it's apparently bad luck to leave them up all year and something to do with Satan. This is when my brother, I didn't mention that he's 4 years older than me, but he is, makes the comment to my mum that, yeah, well, this house is already evil. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting my hair pulled and no one's there, and sometimes I hear people walking up the stairs and no one's there. My mum just burst into tears with my brother and says the same thing happens to her, and also that she has been pushed down the stairs apparently, and says that that's why she sits in the van every day, all day long, because she's so scared to be in the house by herself. So, when we leave for school, she would be right behind us to go sit in the car all day, allegedly. And at this time, my mum and dad got divorced for whatever reason. I never got into it, but my dad moved back in with his parents. I was kind of jealous at this point because my mum and brother were talking about paranormal stuff happening to them, but nothing ever really happened to me. I was pretty much unbothered by spirits, to be honest. My mum started calling them spirits instead of ghosts or demons. My guess is that she was hoping to ease her own mind or something, but I was going to leave this part out, but I'll tell it anyway just in case it's meaningful in some sense. I was home alone one day, and my mum and brother and little sister went to the grocery store or something, and I, for reasons I won't get into, tried to end myself with a belt. I remember seeing the light, but I don't know, I didn't make it that far, and I woke up on the ground with a massive headache and the belt was broken. I never spoke of this again, but looking back, I can only think that the spirit saved me for whatever reason. I got to my feet and ripped the collar off of my shirt, and when my family got home, I acted like nothing had happened, but my mum asked me what happened to my neck, and I quickly got the ripped shirt and told her that I was in the attic and my shirt got caught on a nail and almost choked me. By the way, our house has 3 attics, one on the front porch, one in the dining room downstairs, and one upstairs with the closet that was originally supposed to be my bedroom. Anyways, now my brother is curious about the attic, so we decided to go up there. We got creeped out because we found a mold of someone's teeth up there. It scared us, but we didn't let it get to us too much because we used to store our toys up there. My mum ended up getting a headboard and a bed frame from a lady because my mother wanted to get rid of her waterbed at some stage. And well, a short time later, the lady that my mother got the bed frame from actually died. My mum would accuse me and my brother of peeking into her room in the middle of the night around this time, and we swore that it wasn't us. Then, she said that she would see these solid black shadowy figures as tall as the door frame looking in her room. There were apparently 2 of them. My mum put 2 and 2 together, and her theory was that whatever spirits were in the house didn't like the bed frame because there is possibly a spirit attached to it. She quickly got rid of that bed frame. So it's coming up to Christmas time again, and I get a remote control truck from my grandmother. Well, me and my brother are in our room watching MTV, and the RC truck just starts moving by itself. It drove itself out of my bedroom door and just stopped. My brother smacked me in the head and said to stop playing with it or go downstairs because he's trying to watch TV, probably the Tom Green show. I told him that I wasn't playing with it though, that I had forgot it and left the remote control at my grandmother's house. We looked at each other and he told me to go and get the truck, and so I picked it up and he said take the batteries out of it because it's probably just interference with the cordless or something like that. I don't know, it made sense back then. Well, I opened the bottom and it only has 1 of the 4 AA batteries in it. We got a little bit scared by that, and so I put the truck under my bed, and really that's where it lived for the rest of its life. Now, I got into a little bit of trouble at middle school and had to be homeschooled at one stage. I completely changed my daily schedule, and I would stay up all night talking to people in chat rooms. We had a web TV, not a PC, and when my brother's alarm clock would go off for him to get up for school, that was my alarm clock to end up going to bed. This was our daily and nightly routine pretty much all school year. And well, in the time that I'm up, the computer room, which is off of the kitchen, and had the laundry room in it, we had a curtain that separated the kitchen from the computer room, and I started noticing that the curtain would move. Not blowing, but crease and move as if someone was using their arm to move it out of the way. Then the laundry room door would open, and then close. And a little while later, the laundry room door would open and close again, the curtain would crease and move again, as if someone was sort of walking back and forth from the kitchen to the laundry room. This went on all school year and into the summer. I ended up naming the spirits or ghosts or demons Heidi and Beth. I have no explanation why I chose those names, but that's what I did. Probably because I knew 2 ladies died, so I gave them female names, I guess, but this was an every night event, so I'd welcome them pretty much every time, like, hey Heidi, hey Beth, and I was never bothered by them, except for them moving the curtain in the door, I guess. I never was touched or anything, not like my mother and brother had allegedly been, but, well, summer is here and my brother decided that he wanted to stay up and see what I do all night, so I introduced him to the world of chat rooms on web TV, Talk City at the time. His first night he was typing away and chatting it up with someone, and he just sort of stops mid-sentence. He said, "Is my hair moving?" He had a sort of little alfalfa-looking thing on his head. I looked and his hair was moving, as if someone was flicking it. I said, "No, you're imagining stuff because you haven't ever stayed up this long." Freaked out, I tried to make light of it, and I said, "No, you're imagining stuff because you've never stayed up this long." Anyways, we live our life and share the house with these spirits. Brother gets a girlfriend and moves out. A couple of years later, I move in with my girlfriend. My mum goes downhill, heavy drinking, popping pills until it put her into the hospital in June of 2007. And then in July of the same year, the house actually catches fire. The fire department thought that it was arson, but the paperwork reads that it was undetermined. August of 2007, my mum loses her battle to alcohol, and it was after a 3-month stay in the hospital to liver failure. Only the downstairs of the house was burned. The fire department got it out and put it out pretty quickly. And well, me and my brother decide that we're going to go to the house to see if we left anything salvageable in the attic from our childhood. While in the attic in the closet, in what was supposed to be my room, something just made me start pulling back the insulation up there, and it was then that I actually found a Ouija board with a check from Mr. G to professional ambulance services and a picture of the two ladies. My guess at the time was that it was Mr. G's wife and daughter. My brother was into his emo rocker phase
Hello, everybody. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry that I haven't really been able to post an update in the last 2 weeks about how I've been doing, but I wanted to give you an update now. So I'm feeling much better. Also, my ferret Topaz, the eye drop regiment that we had her on for her melting ulcer in her eye, it seems to have helped a lot, and it looks like she's going to be able to keep her eye. So that's awesome. I'm really happy about that. This last week and a half, I've been dealing with some issues with my computer and with my mixer. So it's just been like a bunch of things in this last month that have been all happening at the same time and making it really hard to work on stuff. But I've got all that fixed. I'm feeling better. I'm not going to be needing to do the eye drops for my ferret anymore every few hours like I've been doing. As of today, actually, after I post this video, I'm going down for her final vet appointment. But yeah, I'm going to be getting back on normal uploads this week. The next video I'm going to be posting will probably be on Thursday, and it's going to be a story by C.K. Walker, who wrote Borrasca, and it's called Mayhem Mountain. And I still have some work I need to do on Borrasca. It's kind of been put off with all this other stuff I've been doing, but I'm going to get back on working on that. Since it's such a long project, there are a few other shorter stories I want to get out in the meantime just to kind of get back into the swing of things, but I do still plan to have that up soon. And I just want to say again, thank you all so much for being patient with me while I've been going through this stuff lately. I'm excited to get back into normal uploads, and but for this video today, this is a paranormal compilation. Once I get back into regular uploads this week, you probably won't see nearly as many compilations. I want to get back into just posting singular stories again, and I might do compilations every now and again, but for the most part, going forward, you'll probably mainly only see singular stories like I normally do. And one of the stories in this one is actually in like my top 5 favorite stories of all time. I've mentioned it a few times, so I'm excited to see if any of you can guess what it is in the comments. But with that said, I'll be replying on the comments like I normally am, and I hope you have a great day.
I've never really considered myself to be much of an explorer or a particularly brave man. However, that hasn't seemed to stop me from getting into the predicament I'm in now. It was around 3 months ago that my girlfriend of 4 years left me for another man, and she really was the last tether keeping me grounded to any semblance of a social life. Don't get me wrong, I have friends that I love to see, but most live across the Metroplex, about an hour's drive, so it's a rare day when I make the effort to drive out there, and even more rare to have them drive out to see me. Over the past 3 months, I've gone through most of the stages of a breakup: sorrow, self-pity, hopelessness, and anger. But after taking a look at myself, I decided there were a few things I could improve. And although I'm not in a particularly bad shape, I wanted to sculpt my physique to something more attractive to women. This is a problem as I'm a fairly lazy man. Not everything in my life has been handed to me, but I've learned to put the least amount of effort into any and all activities as possible. So, rather than buying a gym membership and taking the 5-minute drive down the road, I decided I'd simply build myself a home workout center and do some ab blasting in my apartment. I only recently moved into this place about a month before my ex left me, sharing a 2-bedroom with absolutely no one. It lies in the far corner of the complex on the 2nd story, and the balcony gives me an excellent view of the enormous soccer fields and the woods beyond that. The only problem is that the landlady lives underneath me, and I learned fairly quickly that the whole home gym setup was a bust, as almost immediately when doing reps with the weights I bought, I heard the crotchety woman banging on the floor with a broom handle, commanding me to keep it down. As irritating as it was, walking on eggshells all the time, I suppose it was understandable. So I opted to cut corners some other way. And rather than doing the smart thing and hitting the gym, my eyes turned to the vast fields at my very doorstep. The fields were simply massive, stretching back several hundred yards, surrounded by dense woodland on all sides, other than the front, which faced my apartment, and the equally large parking lot, which was sunken in such a way as to be unseen from the main road that led to it. It was October when I first checked out the fields. I live in Texas, so it doesn't get cold here until December, if at all. So I had plenty of time to get familiar with the area before winter hit. I only went at night, preferably past midnight or even 1 a.m., when the large floodlights were shut down and all the late-night teenagers were done with their shenanigans. I would slip through the decrepit fence that shoddily guarded my apartment and disappear into the night. And during this time, I felt amazing, completely uninhibited and alone, just the way I liked it. I would bring out my weights, do laps around the field, and heck, I even brought a few buddies out there once or twice to have some drinks and play soccer once it had cleared out. And although I will admit going out there in the pitch black alone with nothing but the moonlight could be slightly unnerving at times, it was far better than the alternative, at least at first. As my isolation grew, my sleep schedule strayed from the norm, and it wasn't long before I found myself awake at odd hours of the night. Even now, I'm recording this at 2 a.m., and about a week ago was a particularly rough one. After fruitlessly lying in bed for almost an hour and not even feeling my eyelids flutter once, I realized my efforts to fall asleep were futile, and I found myself crawling out of bed at 1 in the morning. It's strange. Many of the times I find myself drawn to the field, it's almost as if I'm not in control of my body, or even my own thoughts. And as I threw on a jacket in preparation for the chilly embrace outside, I glanced outside my bedroom window, finding, to my bemusement, that the floodlights in the field were still on. Because it was so late, I figured one of the workers must have forgot to turn off the lights for the night, and initially thought little of it. I grabbed my phone and headed outside. I was feeling strangely courageous that night, confidently strutting out onto the barren field, dropping off my shirt and jackets near the edge, feeling like the biggest man in the world, and after putting on some music on my phone, I headed to the center of the wasteland, halfway expecting to see someone out there waiting for me. The overpowering luminescence of the floodlights, combined with the sharp contrast of the utter and complete darkness of the forest encompassing it, made for an odd sensation indeed. But I still found myself walking to the center of the field and simply observing my surroundings. In the darkness, in the early hours of the morning, it is easy for one's mind to play tricks on them, and it was not uncommon for me in the past to do a double take over my shoulder whenever I thought I saw a shadow sprinting through the night, only to see a harmless flag or feel a wave of fear crawl up my spine when I heard the rustling behind me, only to discover a plastic bag in the breeze. But this night felt different. The glaring light cast long dark shadows across the field, and as I marched around, cold and alone, with only David Bowie blaring from my phone to keep me company, I felt remarkably uncomfortable. After kicking a soccer ball around the field for less than 5 minutes, a strong gust of wind hit my shirtless body, leaving me shuddering involuntarily. But this was met by a loud clanging sound of metal on metal from the woods at the edge of the field, which halted my shuddering almost immediately as I stood still as a statue, with goosebumps quickly forming up my arms. As I mentioned, it was not uncommon for there to be noises around the field, even at night, and I quickly rationalized that the wind had knocked something against a large metal garbage can at the edge of the field, and I continued with my workout, still in the zone, but alert. David Bowie abruptly shut off, jarring me into glancing at my phone. Damn it, I thought out loud. The battery had died. That's when I heard the clanging noise again, and my head snapped back towards where I perceived the noise to have originated from. I waited several seconds. No wind this time. For those who don't know, in a large field like this, it's nearly impossible to pinpoint just where a noise is coming from because of the effect echoes can have in such a wide, unobstructed space. But I had the distinct feeling it was not coming from the garbage can at the other end of the field. I had enough fun for the night. Without glancing back, I put my phone in my pocket and started jogging away from the center of the field and back towards the hole in the fence that led directly to my apartment. And that's when it happened. The floodlights went out. I kid you not, every single one of the lights turned off instantly. Here I was, damn near naked, eyes watering from the cold and goosebumps covering every inch of my body when darkness took the field. That's when my jog turned into a sprint. I felt exposed, alone, and oh so vulnerable. I'm not a feeble or cowardly man, but I knew anyone or anything out there messing with me so late at night had to have been crazier than I was. I still had about 100 yards to run when I glanced behind me. I don't know whether to be grateful or terrified that I saw nothing in the shadows of the night, but either way I ran harder and faster than I had in a long time. My terror was so severe, I completely forgot to grab my shirt or jacket, both of which were Christmas presents, but immediate relief overtook me once I entered the premise of the complex, squeezing through the broken fence, racing up the stairs and slamming and locking the door behind me. Breathing heavily, I stumbled over to the kitchen table, my legs and lungs both burning with a white-hot pain. I was shaken, but I was all right. I threw on a shirt, almost completely forgetting about the one I left behind, and started to boil some water for tea when I knew I could finally relax. And that's when I heard it. 3 knocks on my door, my front door, at 2 in the morning. Law enforcement. That was the first thought I had. They had finally busted me for trespassing all those times, but I figured if I had just calmly explained myself, maybe they'd let me off with a warning. I walked over to my door and grabbed my doorknob, but something stopped me from turning and pulling it open. Instead, I lowered my eye to the circular peephole in the door, figuring I might as well see who it was before I opened. I shakily backed away from the door, with goosebumps immediately re-emerging on my arms and neck, as the familiar sensation of dread radiated throughout my body. I glanced at the door to make sure it was locked, and for good measure, I ran up and threw on the deadbolt when a second series of thumps reverberated throughout my small apartment. My view of the peephole had been completely black, meaning someone had covered it for a reason that God only knew, but it couldn't have been good. I went out to get my jacket and shirt the next day, when the sun was high in the sky, bringing some semblance of warmth and order to the world. The field was full of parents and kids happily playing soccer, but my articles were gone, along with any sign that anyone or anything was even out there the night before. That was 5 days ago, and every night since, the lights in the field have remained on until 2 a.m. without fail, and every single night at the same time, I hear that metallic clanging in the field, whether there be wind or not, followed soon after by that familiar thudding at my door. I suppose going directly to my apartment immediately after was a poor choice, as now whatever's out there in that field knows who I am and where I live. I don't know what to do. I think maybe I should move back in with my parents. I don't know. I need to get away, and I'm terrified. It was this morning that really sent me over the edge. I opened my door at 8 a.m. in order to head to work when I nearly stepped on something. I picked up the ragged piece of cloth apprehensively, thinking it might be the garment of some homeless vagrant when it dawned on me. Although horribly mutilated and torn to shreds, it was still recognizable. I dropped the cloth in horror. It was my jacket. Even now, as I record this, I regret to inform you, I hear it. The house sat empty at the top of the hill. Its security lights were a beacon in the night, like a lighthouse alone in the mist, warning ships away from the kiss of sharp shores. The closest neighbor was further away than a man could throw a rock, a fact that didn't appear to be a coincidence. Inside its smooth walls, gray hardwood spread out across an expansive single floor. The leather furniture decorating the space looked like someone's idea of a futuristic catcher's mitt and felt half as cozy, chosen, as was the case for much of the house, for color more than comfort. Doubly so for the tank of tropical fish that shimmered against the far accent wall. Its 40-odd gallons of water sparkled in the dark, cared for by a professional who came out to the house on alternating Tuesdays. Overhead spotlights clicked to life. They were triggered by the abrupt opening of the heavy front door. A burst of cold air was followed into the house by Douglas, the owner. He shut the door just as quickly as it had swung open, his gray, unblinking eyes flecked with bits of blue. 3 hard clacks and the door was locked. 4 beeps and the alarm system was activated. In the kitchen, Douglas stood at the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of water, drinking it down in one gulp, then did the same with the scotch. He was thirsty and had been for some time. His nerves were on fire and needed extinguishing. After another scotch, this one over ice, he drew the blinds and ran the shower until the mirror couldn't be seen. Then he undressed and stepped in. Under the hot water, Douglas kneaded his sore neck like a baker working a tough batch of dough. 3 days now it had been stiff. 3 days of limited movement, of waking in the mornings with a cry. The rub helped, but he knew within 20 minutes of getting out of the shower, his neck would be back to the way it had been before. A masseuse was in order, he thought to himself. One of those cute girls he always passed by at the gym. The thought alone was enough to relax him. The little hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood up. He felt the unmistakable presence of a man standing just behind him. He rubbed the water from his eyes to catch the intruder in the act, ready to pounce on him in a commotion of fists, but he was alone in the steamy shower. And though the feeling faded the longer he kept his eyes open, Douglas swore he could feel subtle changes in the direction of the air. Shifts so slight they didn't even move the shower curtain. Almost like breathing, yet soundless and cold. Ready for bed, Douglas turned off all of the lights in the house. As he went from room to room, he checked the windows to make sure they were locked properly, noting with some comfort the wires of the house's alarm system. He had settled into a decent state after 2 large scotches and a hot shower, and he looked forward to a good night's sleep for a change. He crept into the bedroom, slipped between the cool covers, and let his eyes close of their own accord. The house was quiet, secure. A few odd moments in the shower notwithstanding, Douglas felt the closest to content he could expect. Already the silken kiss of sleep was swallowing him down, like sinking into the warm sap of 1,000 billowing trees. Tastes like salt. A whisper in his ear. He jolted awake at the man's voice. With it, the sensation of breath on his face. A moment later came the loud bang of something hitting his bedroom window from the outside. First the impact, then the shimmy of glass dancing in its frame. It sounded like a fist had pounded at the window. He threw the covers off and jumped out of bed, looked around the room for whoever had whispered to him. Once he was sure he was alone, he yanked the curtains open. No one. Just his front yard. A hill which sloped down to the empty street. All of it blanketed in yellow-white moonlight. Douglas leaned in close to look under the window. Possibly the trespasser had ducked down and was hiding against the house, tucked in behind the azaleas. A blackbird twitched in the grass. Its wings flapped in erratic rhythm, and its legs were 2 hardened sticks. Douglas looked for and found a sign that the bird had hit his window. An impression of the animal's shape had been left behind. A fine silhouette rendered in dust. The body at the center and 2 feathery wings spread outward. The bird continued to twitch in the grass until the movement slowed. Its solid black eyes finally drained of sight, left to stare unfocused into the sky. Douglas watched the bird die. Then he returned to bed. The autumn sun slept behind a coat of clouds. Meanwhile, some people had to work. Douglas stood at the water cooler down the hall from his office, repeatedly refilling and draining a cone-shaped paper cup. He was still thirsty despite a good night's sleep. Each time he drank, he watched the bubbles rise up from somewhere unseen and wobble to the top of the water jug. The sight was hypnotic. At some point, he lost the need to blink. "Hey, what happened to you Friday?" Douglas looked up from the dancing bubbles. Peter from marketing had walked into the break room unnoticed and was eyeing Douglas with light contempt. "What? You were supposed to meet us at McSweeney's," Peter explained, "for drinks on Friday?" "Oh, sorry about that," Douglas managed. As much as he tried to think of an excuse for not going, he couldn't come up with anything sufficient. "It's Ed you should worry about. You know he likes the whole team socializing, kiss the boss's ass thing. If you keep no-showing, he'll rethink the promotion." Douglas nodded distantly. He raised his paper cup. "Does this water taste funny to you?" "I don't drink water. I drink coffee like God intended." With that, Peter left the break room and resumed his blonde life. Douglas filled his cup and finished it one more time, doing his best to pin down the familiar taste. Back in his office, he tried to lose himself in work. He became absorbed by emails and faxes and reports, but he found himself unable to commit fully to the moment, fighting the feeling that someone was looking over his shoulder, checking his progress before he made any. More than once, he typed out a word only to delete it, then retype it exactly as it originally appeared. The second guessing put him on edge. Eventually, he gave up the idea of completing the task altogether. He sat back in his chair, rubbed his ears, smoothed his tie, and surveyed the battlefield. Suits glided past his doorway. Somewhere down the hall, a fluorescent bulb sounded out its electric death rattle. On his desk, facing the empty chair opposite him, was a nameplate some grateful client had bought him a few years back. He rarely looked at it anymore, as was the case for any non-functional object that sat on his desk for more than a month. He leaned forward and spun the nameplate to read the inscription. The thin strip of horizontal metal was engraved with his name, Douglas, first name only, and underneath it, in smaller font, it gave the origin of the name. From the Scottish surname Douglas, it read, meaning Dark River. Douglas grimaced. He put the nameplate back where he'd found it, this time face down. 2 hours later, after further failed attempts to accomplish something, he left for the day. As he crossed the parking lot, one of his coworkers had her back against her red Import with a cigarette burning between her lips.
Hey, Doug. You got a new car?
It's Doug, and it's a loaner, he replied, not bothering to explain himself any further. She watched him pull out of the parking lot and toward the setting sun. She took another long drag of peppermint smoke and wondered what Ed ever saw in him. Douglas drove. Occasionally, he chewed his thumbnail or checked the radio for a good song, but every sound that came out of the speakers grated on him until he decided he no longer liked music. Meanwhile, the dealership mechanic's voice echoed in his crowded head. "That must have been some deer," the man had said, rubbing his gray palms together as he inspected the damage. A flash of scared eyes crossed Douglas's mind, deep points of tear-pooled black. He had said nothing to the man, simply left him to his work. As the night kicked in like a bad pill, he drove past the river which intertwined through the large stretch of land outside the city. It had always served as a checkpoint in his commute, one of the telltale signs of leaving the throngs behind, those streets packed with the rude and the uncaring. Now it signaled something else entirely. The light of 1,000 stars above was snuffed out in its cold waters. He put his foot down on the accelerator and tried to pass the river without making eye contact. A few minutes later, he entered the tunnel which cut beneath the river. It was a hole in the earth 1,300 feet long and 80 feet below the water's surface. The passage was made of steel arches sprayed with concrete and covered by brick. And though it did much for the city and its people, it was a generally unappreciated addition to its history. The tunnel's public perception had been marred early on when a portion of it flooded during construction, killing 3 men and injuring another. The accident caused a political outcry when it came to light that the company building it had cut corners in order to win the cheapest bid. Although that incident had occurred many years earlier, long before Douglas was born, he shared a distaste for that part of his commute. He had never in his life enjoyed being underground, believed it to be unnatural, and he defended the stance to anyone who would hear it. There were signs up today warning of construction, a common sight, and sure enough, as he rounded the bend at the halfway point, he spied flashing lights reflected against the wall, followed by beastly yellow and white vehicles, and finally, men in reflective coats. One of the larger men held up a sign to the drivers which read, "Slow," letting the cars slip past one at a time as he glanced mechanically over his shoulder at one of the construction vehicles backing into place. Just as Douglas was about to make his own pass, the man flipped the sign around to say, "Stop." "Come on," Douglas sighed. The heavy man made his way to the side of the car and signaled for Douglas to lower the window. "Only take a minute," the man declared. "You can't let me past?" He bunched up his thick face and blew out air. "That's what the last guy said, and the guy before that, and the guy before that. What if I gave you $20? Sorry, bud, the tunnel's gotta be fixed. Eventually someone suffers." He turned and reclaimed his spot, watching the vehicle back up as he half-heartedly held up his sign. In the rear view, Douglas noticed there wasn't a single car behind him. He and he alone would have to wait for life to resume. He settled into his seat and watched his tax dollars work against him, though he refused to put the car into park. Somehow, it meant giving up. A minute later, he gave up. He put the car into park and checked his phone. No service. 30 seconds after that, the lights went out. A loud buzz echoed through the tunnel. A buildup of static turned inside out and amplified. Then, the 2 strips of white lights on either wall near the ceiling snuffed out. The construction crew's generators followed suit, plunging the tunnel and everyone in it into a black as thick as paint. Men shouted in the shadows, and Douglas felt his stomach drop into his pelvis, his fear of a living grave come true. The complete darkness only lasted a few seconds. Yellow emergency lights, small and round, were mounted on the tunnel's ceiling every 50 feet, lending the tunnel their sallow glow. Workers toiled in the faint light, trying to restore power to the tunnel. He felt it again, a presence just behind him. Douglas shut his eyes. He squeezed them so tightly he saw fireworks behind his eyelids and felt a low, deep rumble in his eardrums. He knew there was nothing there, just as there had been nothing in the shower or in the bedroom or even standing over him at work. Nothing was invisible in this world. Everything was real and explainable. This was real life. There were no monsters, only idiots and their fears. Cold fingers traced a line up his neck. He shivered and moved forward in his seat, pretending to be chilly from a draft that wasn't there. He cursed himself for entertaining dark thoughts for even a second. But then, a whisper drifted from the back seat. "Tastes like salt." He ignored it, blocked it out. No one had power over him unless he gave it to them. So thirsty. His leg began to shake, and he squeezed it hard until he knew it would bruise. With sudden intensity, the tunnel lights came back on, the power returning with a solid, joined by the happy shouts of the construction crew. Relieved, Douglas opened his eyes and let them adjust to the light. He couldn't wait to get out of this damn tunnel and resume his tired ride home. He glanced in the rear view to see if anyone else had shared this bad luck, any other commuters in the temporary grave. There was a face in the mirror, a pair of hollow eyes looking back at him, dark, dripping wet hair over water-slick skin. The man opened his colorless lips, and dirty water poured out. Panicked, Douglas spun in his seat, his heart exploding against his chest, but there was nothing behind him. Just an empty back seat and an ice scraper on the floor. Nothing in his rear view either. No death stare, no colorless flesh. Even the air felt empty. He tried to breathe slow and steady to calm his heart. He became aware of someone outside the car waving their arms at him. It was the large construction guy holding the sign, and from his face, he'd been trying to get Douglas's attention for some time. In a daze, Douglas rolled down his window once more. "You can go now," the man called out. "Power's back." Douglas nodded and took the car out of park, rolling slowly past the men in their trucks. He drove the rest of the way home in silence, trying and failing to forget the face in the mirror. His mouth was as dry as burnt paper, and he planned to drink until either his throat or his legs gave out. Douglas knew he was dreaming. He walked through a dark field at night. The grass was ankle-high, black as oil, and it stretched to the horizon in windless sway. The dirt beneath his bare feet was black too, like potting soil, but not as damp. There was no moon in the sky, nor direction in his heart. He simply walked. Lifeless dirt between his toes, as birds cawed unseen in the grass. If he strained to see them, he would catch moments of black feathers twitching between the blades, their eyes like voids filled up only with hurt. Douglas stopped. A man lay on the ground ahead, his face buried in the dirt. His clothes were soaked, and a puddle of what he hoped was water had formed around him. Are you okay? Douglas asked without moving his lips, but the man didn't answer. Douglas moved closer and repeated the question. The man still didn't move, but this time he answered. His voice was the dry crunch of gravel underfoot.
So thirsty.
A loud knock woke Douglas. He spasmed in his chair and gave out a shout.
Whoa!
Peter stood in the doorway. Douglas looked around his office and situated himself. He had dozed off behind his desk again. He shook his head and apologized.
Noises have been setting me off lately.
Peter gave him a condescending look. You need to relax. Just a friendly tip. No one likes a guy who gets stressed easily, especially Ed. He peeked down the hallway to see if anyone else had witnessed the incident, especially Ed. Douglas rubbed his heavy eyes. I think I need to get away for a bit. Hit the reset button. Peter stepped into the office and lowered his voice. Are you crazy? You can't go on vacation right now. Not with everything going on. I know. Peter paused to scratch his nose. And then he smiled. What? What is it? Peter nodded. I know just the thing. As Douglas took a seat in the small waiting room, the pretty girl came out from behind the welcome desk and handed him a clipboard. It held a release form, printed on 2 sides of one page, and a pen clipped to the top with the place's name on it. Deep Escape.
Standard stuff.
The girl said.
Not liable for anything, blah, blah, blah.
She smiled and returned to her desk, where she kept her phone hidden behind the computer monitor. Douglas filled out the form on autopilot. If you've read one, you've read them all. Meanwhile, Peter's words rang in his head. Did I ever tell you about my brother? The poor guy came back from Iraq with shell shock. I'm not sure what they do exactly, but it's some kind of isolation. It's no sound, no sight. He said he tripped out a bit at first, but by the end, he felt like he'd slept for a year. Douglas didn't really care what they did, so long as it worked. He was tired of being anxious about being tired. His mind just needed a little break before it broke. There was no such thing as unseen presences or disembodied voices, just the very real effects of stress on the brain, and he knew that he had to treat it in very real ways. He skipped over all the disclaimers and got to the part where he signed on the line. Before long, he was standing in a private room the size of a bedroom, while an attendant explained the white beast in front of him. When you enter isolation, the young man explained, you're in the darkest place in the world. The thing was the width of a large bed and twice as high. It was enclosed on all sides, with a slanted front wall where the door was located. The door had a handle on its left side to open. It as well had 2 larger ones on the body to hold while climbing in. The attendant explained everything about the treatment, how to get the most from the experience, which specific parts of the brain it stimulated, but Douglas was only marginally aware of him until he asked if Douglas was ready. Douglas nodded, and with that, the attendant showed him where to hang his clothes and left him alone in the tiled room. Naked, his clothes folded on the small bench, he opened the white beast and stepped inside. The water was set to skin temperature, making the transition an easy one. It was like slipping into a second skin. A friendly hand that welcomed him and took him in safely. A deep voice inside told him not to get in, not to do this, but already the smooth water had won him over. Completely inside, he crouched down low and pulled the small door shut behind him. Dark, true dark, was as unfamiliar to him as it was for most. Accustomed to ambient light as his eyes were, from sun to moon, starlight to streetlight, they struggled to make sense of the complete absence of stimulation. Douglas found the first minute of this new darkness to be dizzying, and he only lay down in the shallow water when he felt comfortable enough to move. He was surprised to find he floated easier than normal, and he seemed to remember the attendant saying something special about the water, which gave it that characteristic. As the shadows settled in around him, the water no longer sloshing against the side of the tank, his ears, too, fought to understand a loss of constant input, followed by his skin. He lost all sense of time passing. Soon his eyes were creating a show for themselves. Flashes of light formed and swirled above him, and he watched them like a child does a fireworks display. A beautiful burst of color exploded before his eyes. At its center, set like a jewel, a tiny dot of black grew until its true shape became clear. An eye opened wide. The black pupil at the center expanded until it overtook the outer colors completely. Surrounded by pure black once again, he was jarred by the deafening sound of impact that filled up his eardrums, like a bird smashing into a bedroom window, like the world come crashing down, and he was pulled into the black, all-encompassing pupil and out the other side where his hand struggled to regain control of the steering wheel. There was a long crack in the windshield, like lightning eating up glass. At one jagged junction, a bit of something black broke up from the broken pane. Douglas watched with detached horror. His body burned with adrenaline and his eyes stung of tears. In a moment, everything had changed, sticking out from the glass, waving in the wind. It was hair. He checked the rear view after swerving noisily a few times. The car had ended up on the side of the road where the river snaked close to the shoulder. There were no other cars on the road, normal for this time of night. He put the car into park, turned the key, and slowly got out. His legs felt uneven, his body unfit for walking, and he came around the front of the car, expecting the worst. A man lay on the ground ahead, his face buried in the dirt. Are you okay? Douglas called out. No answer. He asked again. This time the man moved his lips. Douglas rushed to him and turned him on his side so he could breathe. He propped the man's head up in his lap. The man breathed. Relax, it's okay. Help. Holding the man's head, he asked, How? Call. His voice cut out painfully. Each word took tremendous effort. Police. Douglas closed his eyes. After taking a quick shower at home, he poured himself a drink to relax before he went back to McSweeney's. If he called the police now... Call. I already called them, Douglas said. We have to sit and wait for them. They told me to wait. The man in his arms began to cough. Douglas asked what he needed. I'm thirsty. Douglas looked over his shoulder and saw how close they were to the edge of the river. The water churned past small, smooth rocks. He tried to lay the man's head down on the grass, but he couldn't find a way to do it that didn't cause the man to scream out in agony. Instead, he carefully dragged him backward, grunting and sweating to the river until his legs were submerged in it. With one hand, he cradled the man's bleeding head from dipping into the river, and with the other, he scooped up cold water and fed it to him. It tastes like salt, the man complained. It didn't make sense at all. Douglas tried it himself, but tasted only water. It's a river, he said. It's fresh water. It tastes like salt, the man repeated. He took another sip, looked up at Douglas as he struggled to take a breath. When what? When are they coming? Douglas paused. Soon. Just relax. The man's gut rose and fell like waves. You didn't do it. Douglas scooped up more of the water in his palm. Do what? Call. His hand stopped. The man's wide eyes stared up at him accusingly. Douglas didn't appreciate the look. Of course I called. Call again. There's no point. They're already coming. Douglas was starting to get annoyed. The two men locked eyes. They understood each other too well, together in that moment. Their lifelines tangled like bad wires, the river gurgling and splashing into them, pushing past their bodies eternally. A moment stretched into lifetimes. Time was nothing. Life had stopped. The man took a great, deep breath, and with the night air loaded in his lungs, he opened his mouth to scream for help. Douglas pushed the man's head under the surface. The scream became bubbles in an ungiving torrent of frigid river water. He wouldn't let this man ruin his life. This stranger who had no business walking along the side of the road at night. The unwelcome weight that hit his bumper and bounced off his windshield. The man who thrashed and swallowed the river with his eyes wide open. His eyes. Douglas opened his eyes. He was in the dark again. Back in the tank. Deep escape. Floating in space. But he wasn't alone. Something was in there with him. Crouched over him. A presence. A sound, a body without a body which had been following him around. Cold fingers shot out and wrapped around his neck, pushed him down underwater. Douglas looked up from dark water to dark sky. Even in perfect pitch, he could make out the face of the man above him. It was no surprise. His lungs and eyes burned. He took in great big mouthfuls of water and noticed, as his vision faded and shook, that it had a strange taste, like the water cooler at work, and he thought back to the attendant who had introduced him to the device he was now drowning in. "In order for you to stay afloat, the water is treated with Epsom," he had said. Epsom. Salt. It tastes like salt. Tight fingers squeezed his throat shut. They turned his vision black, blacker than the water, the dark river that swallowed him down. You're in the darkest place in the world. Not yet, but soon. All that was left was to give up. In March 1946, Robert Odell walked into Creek Haven Elementary with a shotgun and a pistol. 12 children and a math teacher never made it home. Odell was arrested immediately following the massacre after he'd fallen down a flight of stairs. When asked why he had done it, he didn't answer. He just smiled. He was executed within the year. Creek Haven has changed a lot since then. It had been a mining town up until the 70s, when the ore depleted and the residents were forced to move away to find new work. Now it's deserted, left for the woods and the wild to overrun. The buildings still stand, including the school, and ghostly rumors have surrounded the place since it was abandoned. Supposedly, the spirits of the children can be seen in and around the school where they died. I'd heard bits and pieces about it since I was a kid. My dad had been born there, but the family left even before the mines dried up. He had no memory of it. Grandma did, though. She'd spent her whole life there, and she'd been in the school when Odell opened fire. That was one piece of her childhood she never talked about. I was taking a film class, and we'd received an assignment to shoot a mini documentary. I knew right away what I wanted to cover. I decided to interview Grandma first to see what she could tell me about Creek Haven and the supposed hauntings that followed in Odell's wake.
"We don't say that name,"
I recorded her telling me. Even over the tape, I can hear the thin, disapproving lines she'd pressed her lips into.
"And you don't want to go there. Terrible memories left it ruined."
My voice comes up after a moment of silence. "Do you remember that day?" There's a squeak of a chair as Grandma shifted uncomfortably.
"Of course I do. I knew all of the victims. Some had been my friends. You don't forget something like that. Never. Never."
After so long, her voice was still raw with pain. I shut the tape off after. Even as a high school kid, I knew there was some things you shouldn't push. After it was done, Grandma got up and walked into the kitchen. She asked me what kind of cookies she should bake for me to take home. I didn't bring up Creek Haven with her again. That didn't push me off the project, though. I recruited my friend Nicole to act as camerawoman, and we picked a date to drive out to Creek Haven. Despite its bloody past, neither of us believed that it was truly haunted. My documentary was meant to cover its history and the birth of an urban legend. I called it The Making of a Ghost Town. It was overcast and humid when we left. Nicole's Jeep's AC was broken, and she spent the 30-minute ride complaining about it. I was too busy focusing on my notes to really notice. I didn't think to look up until she stopped short and my seatbelt caught me as I jerked forward. A barrier had been erected in front of the road leading into Creek Haven. I got out and filmed it and the long strip of potholed pavement behind it. I had Nicole put her four-wheel drive to good use and directed her off-road to go around the flimsy barricade. I held the camera out the window, catching shots of the trees lining the way in and the first glimpses of houses, sagging and in disrepair in the distance. We slowed to a stop when we reached what had once been Main Street. I had dug up old photos of the town over the years, and Nicole and I went through the pile to find the ones that matched the spot we were in. I wanted a montage of then and now comparisons to open the documentary with.
So when do we get to the school?
Nicole asked. She was eager to get to the haunted part already. Soon.
Oh, come on. You know that's the only thing anyone's going to care about. The video's only going to be half an hour. Don't waste your time being artsy-fartsy.
The tight, grim set of Grandma's expression crossed my mind as I relented. What was still an open wound for her was schoolwork fodder for us. It was a reminder to treat the subject matter with as much respect as I could manage. We followed a map I'd brought down the bumpy streets toward the school. It was eerie to drive past the sun-bleached buildings still sporting their signs and business names, as if they were just waiting to open their doors again. I kept the camcorder rolling as we turned down Dogwood toward the low stone wall that surrounded the school. It was a 2-story building, red brick and blackened windows. The small parking lot was an empty mess of weeds growing through concrete. Nicole just parked outside the front doors. The glass on one had been shattered, allowing us a view of the corridor beyond. As I started to climb out, Nicole grabbed my arm.
Someone's in there.
She hissed. "Where?"
There!
she said, jabbing her finger forward.
In the first doorway inside. Someone's looking out.
I squinted into the darkened hallway and gasped. The outline of a person was peeking out around the doorframe. Nicole's fingers dug into my arm. We sat, frozen, and waited. The person didn't move.
What should we do?
Nicole asked in an uneasy whisper. The person still hadn't budged from their spot.
It could be a homeless person?
She suggested. I leaned forward in my seat. I don't think so.
Wait, no!
Despite her protests, I pushed the Jeep's door open and lifted the camcorder to my eye. In hesitant, small steps, I climbed the short stone stairway leading into the school until my suspicions were confirmed. I laughed and waved for her to get out of the car and join me. "It's a mannequin."
What?
She sounded doubtful. "A mannequin?
Is that supposed to make it less creepy?
Come on, you big baby. We got a lot to film." After some convincing, Nicole finally joined me, and we stepped through the broken glass opening. The inside was dimly lit in shades of gray that filtered through the grimy windows. The dirty, child-sized mannequin we'd seen from outside was standing just inside the first doorway, which had a sign labeling it the front office. Over its shoulder, another mannequin. This one modeled after an adult was standing behind the desk. Another pair were seated in some chairs outside another door marked Principal.
What the heck?
Nicole said from over my shoulder. I laughed nervously and filmed. She stayed close on my heels as we walked further into the school. A few child mannequins were scattered throughout the halls, one at an old-fashioned water fountain. A few were standing in a line outside a classroom door. Within the classroom, an adult mannequin had been placed in front of the chalkboard, and some of the seats had more of the smaller ones in them. They were all browned with dust and age.
This is way too weird.
Nicole said.
I'm going to wait outside.
"Oh, come on. Someone was just messing around a long time ago."
Whatever. I don't care. I'm out.
Nicole scurried back toward the front door, leaving me to call after her. She didn't even turn around. I grumbled and kept going. Each room I passed had its own set of mannequins. They were positioned in ways that mimicked what a typical school day might have looked like. Teachers leading classes of students, an empty library where a lone mannequin was left behind the checkout desk, a cafeteria with a handful of child-sized mannequins scattered around the tables. There was even one class where a couple of kid mannequins had been made to look like they were passing a note between them. It was weird, like Nicole had said, and I couldn't deny that goosebumps had been creeping up my arms since that first child mannequin, but I told myself it was harmless. I wasn't a little kid who was going to be scared by some overgrown dolls, not when 30% of my grade depended on it. I walked by faded, torn posters and glanced into every doorway, filming as I went. I'd have to add a voiceover later. The stairwell leading to the second floor was halfway down the hall. They still seemed sturdy enough, and I walked up them one at a time, slow and cautious the whole way. At the top of the stairs, a single adult mannequin was standing with its back to me. Someone had taped a stick that sort of resembled a handgun to its waist. A larger stick had been taped between its hands. I wrinkled my nose in distaste at the obvious symbolism and shoved the thing off to the side. It fell over with a crash that echoed down the length of the hall. I shuddered and stepped over its legs to continue on. Unlike the first floor, there was only one classroom that had any mannequins in it on this one. An adult-sized mannequin was at the front of the room, half turned with its arm raised and pointing toward the blackboard. Every seat in the class was filled by a child-sized counterpart. They were facing forward, as if paying attention to their lesson. I panned the camcorder across the class. A loud bang came suddenly from the stairwell, and I jumped, instinctively turning towards it. The silence that followed rang heavily in my ears. "Nicole?" I called. "I'm up here!" But my friend didn't answer. Icy sweat broke out across the back of my neck. I chewed my lip, trying to convince myself it had just been something I'd disturbed on my way up, finally toppling over. My thoughts were cut short by the soft murmur of childish whispers coming from within the classroom. Slowly, even as I screamed at myself not to, I looked back into the class. All of the mannequins' heads had turned toward the door. Their blank, pale faces were fixed on me. I stumbled back a step with a short cry, my camcorder fumbling in my hands. Something creaked, low and long, from inside the classroom. Suddenly, I couldn't remember how to move my legs. There was a heavy thud, another, and then a third, like footsteps, and they were getting closer. A deep, guttural growl rumbled out into the hall. The footsteps were becoming quicker. I tore myself from the spot and ran, screaming, down the hall. At the top of the steps, my feet tangled in the legs of the mannequin I'd pushed over, and I barely managed to catch myself on the railing before pitching headlong down the stairs. Frantically, I looked back toward the classroom. Dirtied, elongated fingers had closed around the door frame. The mannequin dragged itself stiffly into the hallway. Its head turned jerkily towards me, and it growled again. I didn't look back a second time as I leapt down the stairs, two at a time, and bolted back down the hall to the front door, shouting for Nicole to start the car. I was convinced I could hear the uneven, angry footsteps of the mannequin pursuing me out of the school. We screeched out of the parking lot and out of Creekhaven. I couldn't bring myself to review the footage until a few days later, when the fear had dwindled a bit and it seemed less real. Nicole didn't want to see it at all.
I'm going to have nightmares enough as it is.
She'd said after I told her what had happened. I sat at my desk, every light in my room on, and I plugged the camcorder into my computer. I skipped over the initial shots of the town until I got to the elementary school. Seeing the mannequins again made my heartbeat quicken, and I fast-forwarded until I got to the classroom on the second floor. There was a bang which sent the camcorder jumping and off focus. It had come to rest briefly on a plaque outside the door, and I caught the word Parker before the camera was moving again and everything became a blur. The only thing I managed to capture in my desperation to escape was a glimpse of the adult-sized mannequin standing in the hallway as I headed down the stairs. I ended up turning in a documentary on a different, much duller topic, but I kept my footage from the school saved in a hidden folder. Aside from Nicole, I was only brave enough to bring it up with one other person. "Grandma," I said, "I know you don't like talking about Creekhaven, but did the name Parker mean anything?" Grandma nodded once, a subtle movement.
Mr. Parker. He was my math teacher.
His classroom had been on the second floor. When Robert Odell began his rampage, Cyrus Parker had been in the middle of a lesson. Students, Grandma included, would later say they didn't know at first what the loud noises that they heard downstairs were. Mr. Parker must have known, but he calmly told them to stay in their seats while he checked it out. The last words he spoke to the children were the same he said every day at the end of class. "Study hard, do your homework, make me proud." He had closed the door behind him. Grandma distinctly remembered the sound of the lock turning into place. The teacher in the next class over had poked her head out when the screaming began from downstairs. She watched Mr. Parker run past her toward a strange man who had just stepped onto the second-floor landing. It wasn't until the shotgun blast that she realized what was happening. Mr. Parker took it in the stomach and he growled. He had jumped onto the shooter and both fell down the stairs.
He died lying atop that monster.
Grandma looked away and dabbed her eyes.
Held him down until there was no life left in him. If he hadn't.
She trailed off, and I didn't ask anymore. I don't know who put the mannequins in the school or why. Maybe it was an art project. Maybe it was a planned memorial that never panned out. I've never found an answer. But 13 innocent lives were lost in March of 1946. Since then, it's been said that the ghosts of the children haunt the school grounds. I believe it. And I know they're not alone. I know that Mr. Parker never got to leave either. He remains, watching over those children now the same way he did then. God help anyone who ever tries to harm them again. Call me macabre, but I've always been fascinated with hangings. It's not that I want to watch someone die, it's that I enjoy the history surrounding public executions. Every hanging site has its own tale to tell, and there are hundreds to explore across North America, many of which are open to the public. There's this indescribable feel that comes with standing in an old building, knowing that not so long ago, people were climbing over one another to watch criminals die and cheering as it happened. So, really, if anyone's macabre, it's them, not me. The experience I'm sharing today is my favorite. I don't want to be cheesy and say it chills me to this day, but it is the hanging site I've visited that's left the biggest impression on me. You know that high you get from reading a good horror story? That usually fades with time, but what I experienced there is as potent now as it was then. Let me tell you about the noose of the hanged men. And yes, that's men, plural. About a year ago, I was in Nova Scotia on business when I learned of a little-known hanging site down in a small port town about an hour and a half away from Halifax. Given my aforementioned interest in the subject, I decided to use my day off to visit. I had to go through a few hoops, but after speaking with the tourism office, I was put in touch with someone from the town's historical society who agreed to give me a tour. That's how I wound up, late one cloudy afternoon, standing at the edge of a seemingly abandoned property with Ainsley Murray as my own personal tour guide. A couple dozen keys jangled on Ainsley's keychain as she searched for the one to unlock the front gate. The gate was tall and wide, with ornate curlicues ending in pointed spades, reminding me of a cemetery. Beyond it was an unkempt lawn with yellowed grass reaching up about knee height, an overgrown stone path, and the main attraction, a partially collapsed brick building with a central watchtower. I was excited. Ainsley tried another key, but it wouldn't even go all the way in. Tell me we're not going to need all of those keys. Ainsley laughed, deepening the creases of her crow's feet.
Oh, heavens no, dear.
She tried her 10th, or was it her 11th, key.
These are all for different buildings. I just like to keep everything on the same chain. Otherwise, I always forget one.
Oh.
Don't worry. I've only ever gotten locked in twice, and my assistant Muriel got us out within a day or so both times. There was hardly a need to resort to cannibalism.
She grinned sheepishly. I snorted and replied, Ainsley, I like you already.
Thanks, love. But keep your lustful thoughts to yourself. I've been happily married for 39 years.
She winked and then tried the next key.
Ah, I think this is the one.
The lock clicked and the gate screeched open. Flakes of paint peeled off at the slightest touch and exposed a rusted underbelly. For a property supposedly maintained by a historical society, it sure didn't look like anyone had given it any kind of attention in ages.
Watch your step, dear. The ground's a little uneven.
Ainsley warned. I was starting to feel it, that dread and excitement you get when you're watching a movie and you know a jump scare's about to happen. There was something in the air, in the way the wind blew through the brush and the crows cawed, like a storm of adrenaline was brewing. Ainsley motioned to the other end of the property.
Let's start in the courtyard around back while the weather's still good. Then I'll take you inside and show you the cells.
It sounds good, I replied. Ainsley led the way through the grass, not seeming to mind the fact that we couldn't see our feet. I guess it's easy to be brave in tall grass when you know there are no venomous snakes in the Canadian Maritimes, something I wish she'd told me then, so I wouldn't have been quite as wary. So, what do you know about this place? I asked. She glanced back at me and smiled.
This prison was built in the late 1860s and was originally charged with holding prisoners in transit for public execution in Halifax. In 1875, Warden Murray, no dear, no relation to me. There are a lot of Murrays around these parts. Claimed he'd been given permission to perform executions.
What do you mean, claimed? She tapped a finger to her bottom lip.
He alleged he'd received the go-ahead after a fire in Halifax, but there's no historical evidence to corroborate that. Now, it could be that these records were destroyed over the years, perhaps during the Halifax explosion. But, as far as we can surmise, there were no reports of a fire that year, nor of such a permission being granted.
We circled around the collapsed part of the building. The interior walls were still standing, but the facade had crumbled like a sandcastle. Erosion due to flooding, Ainsley revealed later. They'd reinforced the rest of the structure, but had never bothered rebuilding, as the destruction had occurred during that pocket of time after the prison had been decommissioned, but before it had been deemed a local historical site. So, Warden Mary began performing executions here at the prison. Ainsley nodded.
That's right. Just around here.
We turned the corner to the courtyard. The tall grass was interlaced with large patches of dry earth which surrounded the gallows. Years of salt air and rainwater had eaten away at the lumber like an old plywood shed, but it still stood. There was the base of the stairs leading up to it, 2 large poles on either side and a splintered beam stretching across. The rope was missing, but it had left a groove in the wood from the weight of multiple executions. Something was off. The door was missing. I asked, "You said he started in 1875, right?" She nodded. I inspected the structure closer. Maybe the door was blending into the rest of the wood. The more I looked, the more convinced I became that it was missing. There were no seams, just straight planks going all the way across. "But there's no door," I said. My eyes scanned the overhead beam and landed on the spot where the rope would have hung. The groove and discoloration could only be seen along the top quarter. Were they hoisting in 1875? Ainsley smirked.
According to reports, it was Murray's favorite technique.
I felt chills of excitement intertwined with hints of dread. Here's the thing, there are a handful of techniques to hang people. By 1870, most of Canada started adopting the long drop technique. That's the one you're probably most familiar with. The prisoner standing on the gallows with a noose around his neck. A door opens under him. He falls, his neck breaks, and he passes out. He suffocates while unconscious, which is considered more humane. Hoisting, on the other hand, is a lot more barbaric. The criminal starts on the ground. A rope gets tossed over a high beam, tied to his neck, and then they pull the other end to, you guessed it, hoist the person up by their neck. The process can be excruciatingly painful according to reports from survivors. Yes, you can survive this, and it can last upwards of 10, sometimes even 15 minutes if the person struggles in the right way. "That's sick," I said.
And yet you're smiling.
She answered. Sorry, can't help it." She waved a dismissive hand.
Don't worry, I'm not judging.
She motioned to the courtyard.
Hangings are a morbid business, but somehow they always draw people in. They were especially popular here, feeding a need from the local folk who couldn't make it to Halifax. And according to reports, the warden liked to hold surprise executions. He'd climb to the top of the watchtower early in the morning and ring a bell to signal a hanging. Once the courtyard filled up, he'd order the kill. He'd watch from above, waving at the crowd, like an emperor at the Colosseum.
I looked at the watchtower and felt a knot in my stomach as I saw 3 shapes looking back at me. I blinked and they were gone. Just the clouds, I told myself. Just dark clouds peeking from the other side of the tower, right? Ainsley, as though reading my mind, leaned in close and whispered,
You know, dear, there's a rumor the tower's haunted by a ghost of many faces.
I shuddered. You're making that up to mess with me. She shook her head.
You can ask around yourself. It's been spotted a few times in recent years. Last I hear, it was seen by a group of teenagers who jumped the fence.
A few raindrops fell. I asked, What does it look like? She replied,
Some say a fisherman, others say a man in prison garbs. Everyone agrees its face changes every time you look away. 1 second, he has a beard. The next, he's bald with a scar across his eye. And so on.
See, this kind of stuff, this is why I visit these sites. Does he attack? I asked. She shrugged.
Some say those who see it are doomed to hang themselves. Others say it's all a myth.
She raised her hands, palms up toward the sky.
Starting to rain. Let's head inside, shall we?
I nodded. Gaslights were still mounted to the walls, but they'd run dry ages ago. Thankfully, Ainsley and I had the foresight to bring flashlights with us. We visited the cells, with their low ceilings, tight walls, old chamber pots, and beds made out of dry straw. Then the chapel, just a room with a cross. And finally, the offices. She shared more history about the region and the prison, but I won't bore you with the details, as they're not relevant to this story.
I think you'll find this room quite interesting.
Ainsley said as she stopped at the door to the watchtower. So far, the rooms had all been interesting, so I was eager to see why she felt that one was special. She fumbled with her keychain and began another round of guessing which key fit the lock. It didn't take too long this time. The lock clicked. She opened the door, and I immediately felt this odd, suffocating feeling, like I'd just inhaled a cloud of volcanic ash.
Welcome to the watchtower.
Ainsley said. There's nothing brave about stepping into a dark room in the middle of a century-old prison. Logically, there's no real danger. It's only scary if you trick yourself into believing it is. But really, an old building is just an old building. Even though I knew this, and even though I'd walked into many old buildings before without issue, I found myself hesitating. My feet were cement blocks, and the threshold was a force field pushing me back. I had no idea where the apprehension was coming from, only that it was overwhelming and palpable.
Oh dear. Worn out already?
Ainsley teased playfully.
We can go back if you'd like.
I shook the nervousness from my body like a dog drying himself. No, sorry, so lost in thought. I lied. I stepped inside and felt a wave of vertigo as I looked up. The watchtower was only about 3 stories high, but the spiral staircase leading up and the way the room narrowed closer to the top made it feel like it stretched as high as a lighthouse. It took me a moment for the lightheadedness to clear and for me to notice the object dangling halfway up. A noose, a very large noose. Squinting, I circled around, trying to figure out if it was a trick of angles or if it really was that large. The more I looked, the less it seemed like an optical illusion. Why? The words caught in my throat. Why is that so big? Ainsley inhaled deeply, as though to scream, but what came out wasn't a scream. It was a story.
That, love, is the noose of the hanged bin. You see, the key for this tower was actually lost for the longest time. It was only once the Historical Society began looking into the prison that it was discovered in the ruined West Wing, in the warden's office. It's since been moved, but there was a chest here.
She pointed to a spot at the foot of the wall. The bricks were brighter than the ones surrounding it.
In it, we found the warden's journals. He was
She narrowed her eyes.
a very sadistic man.
I circled around the room again, trying to look at the noose from every angle. There was something captivating about it, like a tire swing of death. Ainsley continued.
He was obsessed with figuring out how many people he could hang with a single noose.
I blinked. You mean before having to replace the rope? She shook her head.
No, not the amount of hangings he could perform, but the amount of people that he could hang at the same time.
The statement took my breath away. Hanging more than one person from a single noose at once? Could it even be done? She motioned to her neck.
He started big. 10 people. He wrapped the noose around their throats and hoisted. It took 5 guards to lift the weight, but the cord snapped before they could see what would happen. He tried again with 9 people, and this time, the cord held. Unfortunately, with 9 shoulders pushing the heads apart, there were gaps. It was impossible to make the noose tight enough to hold all the heads in. People slipped through the cracks, making room for more people to slip through, until they all did.
I tried to imagine what it felt like to stand in a semicircle with 9 other people, and I swear I could feel the rope around my neck. I wondered how it felt to be lifted, certain you and everyone else was about to die, only to slip to freedom. Would it be a relief, or would it be horrific? So he started at 10, then 9, and went down from there? She nodded.
He tried 8. Same problem. Then 7, and then 6. His experiments caused some damage. The fewer people being hanged, the longer it took for someone to slip free. It all got worse when his subjects dwindled to 5.
Why's that?
Well, by 5, he was able to pull all prisoners high into the air before any of them were able to slip out. If you didn't die hanged, you died from the fall.
So 5 was the lucky number? It was weird. I felt like we were being watched. I kept looking up at the top of the watchtower, expecting to see someone staring back down at me.
No, dear. He wanted people to die from the noose, not the fall. He got stuck on 5 for a while. He was sure it was a question of tying the noose the right way. He was determined to make it work, but he only had a limited amount of prisoners to play with. Warden Murray began collecting people he didn't think would be missed.
I winced. What did he do when he ran out? She took a seat on the staircase and glanced up at the noose. The room, despite being exposed to the fresh air from above, felt stale and suffocating. Ainsley said,
Warden Murray began collecting people he didn't think would be missed. Homeless people, transients, anyone who didn't have a family or wandered too close to the prison.
I rubbed the back of my neck. Damn.
Now, this may be unrelated, but I've uncovered reports of whole families going missing around that time. Their belongings untouched as though they'd been taken in the middle of the night. I can't confirm good old Warden Murray was involved, but it is interesting how the timelines match up. Purely conjecture on my part, of course, but how many transients can you kill before you run out? And still, with all that death, none of his 5-person experiments worked.
It felt like a boa constrictor was trying to hug my esophagus. Why was the air here so thick? Murray sounds like a sick bastard. My voice was hoarse. I was dehydrated. Ainsley nodded.
He was. It took him months to give up on testing the noose on 5 people. He nearly lost it when he went down to 4, and they still got out. To make matters worse, no one survived the fall at 4. At least 5. The first person was sometimes able to make it out with broken legs. At 4, it was hopeless. They could hoist them faster, higher, and the fall was too high.
As we talked, the noose above began swinging left to right in the breeze. Ainsley explained.
He tried everything. Tightening the rope, speeding up the process, turning heads in every which direction he could try, facing in, facing out, facing the side out, everything.
The swinging changed direction. It went forward and back, forward and back.
But it never worked. The prisoners would struggle. They'd twist free and splat on the ground.
It was alternating now, left to right, forward and back, swinging incessantly.
He was a stubborn man. He started binding people by the waist, but it just took one person to slip out of the noose and then splat, all 4 together.
Fear spread through my body in a sudden splash, as though I'd been dropped into a tub of ice water. The noose, the goddamn noose. The rhythm of its swings stopped being so regular. It went right, forward, right, back, left, forward, right, as though being pulled in every direction. I rubbed my neck. I tried to inhale, but there was a weight on my chest.
Are you starting to have trouble breathing?
Ainsley asked. I gasped. Yeah, how did you know? She pointed up at the rope as she walked to the door.
They say men can't stay in this room more than a couple minutes, because there's nowhere in this watchtower the noose can't reach.
I can't explain it. I really can't, but I was struck with the fear that she'd leave and lock the door behind her. Her keys were jangling. She had her hand on the door. In my mind's eye, I could see her closing it, but as much as I wanted to run for the exit, I felt this invisible bond wrapped around my throat, holding me in place.
Come on, let's get you out of here.
She said gently. Her soft voice and kind smile loosened the unseen noose. I was able to jog out of the room, panting for air. She escorted me out, hand on my shoulder. I said nothing until we were outside in the cold rain. The number, I stuttered. What was the number? She held her palms to the sky and closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as though the rain were her lover. The number of people you can hang on a single noose. She looked back at me, her smile never losing its warmth.
3.
She said.
With 3 heads, there's not enough wiggle room to escape.
We left the property and said our goodbyes back in town. I couldn't get it out of my mind, the swinging noose, the vivid mental images of people hanging together, the sensation of something wrapped around my throat. Once I was alone, I undid my scarf and checked my neck. I expected to find a rope burn or a bruise or something on my skin, but no. On my way back to Halifax, I glanced back at the watchtower. I swear, even through the sheets of rain and dimming daylight, I could see 3 silhouettes staring down at me. I still visit hanging sites. That's probably never going to change. The only thing that changed is every time I see a noose that's even slightly looser than the norm, I remember that little prison in Nova Scotia, and I feel a shot of adrenaline and just the slightest tightening in my throat. Before I tell you about my part in all of this, I need to go back to where it all began. My ancestor, Eizo Nakamura, was by all accounts an asshole, but an opportunistic one. Seized the day, the night, and all the bodies that bask under it with their jewelry unprotected. He declared in his journal that fateful night one late summer evening in 1866, bragging about how he'd scored another heist with his brother, Minada Nakamura, that they'd survive the famine and buy all the hookers they could ever want with the leftover sums. Most folks aren't buried in Japan. In fact, 99.8% of them are cremated. So Eizo wasn't robbing graves, he was robbing corpses before they were cremated. Eizo was resourceful, careful, and precise. He would pick the bodies of those he knew had very few relatives. Minada would pay off the mortician, and they'd ransack the corpse before anyone came to pay their respects. He'd make the excuse that it was to stave off starvation during the Tempo famine of 1833, starting when he was just a boy in Honshu and lasting until he was in his teens. But he continued to steal long after that, which brings us to why we're here today. His greed would ultimately bring ruin upon every male member of the Nakamura bloodline. On the last winter solstice he spent in Japan, now in his late 30s and with a young family, Eizo and Minada resolved to rob the home of a Shinto priest in the region, knowing his young son was riddled with consumption and would soon pass. With distraction plaguing the father's mind, Eizo knew it would be a simple task to rob him blind. The job is easy. We wait in the trees on the night they come to give the young master his rights, and upon their departure, sneak in and claim what we knew he won't miss. He was giddy with excitement. Lord knows his arrogance, given he documented these raids. Sure enough, as documented, the pair lay in wait and watched as the priest's contemporaries filled in one by one and read the poor boy his last rites. The grief-stricken father seeing them out with despair written across his face, clearly too distraught to do themselves. As he thanked them outside, Eizo and Minada snuck around the back and entered the home. When they found the sickly boy laying in his bed and barely breathing, it seemed that Minada felt a pang of guilt and wanted to hold off. "These are the hours of the ox. It's unwise to do this now. Besides," he cast his eyes to the boy, Azo noting the regret in his eyes. "He's still alive. We can make a scene." Before casting his gaze forward to the priest's safe room, the door slightly ajar and promises of priceless artifacts, donations, and food laying just out of reach. "I wasn't about to let some child not long for this world get in the way of our job. Besides, the sick should give way for the strong, and where this boy is dying, mine was most certainly living. So I did what I had to do. What that turned out to be, it seemed, was suffocating the life out of the child. Azo reported he thrashed ever so slightly before falling limp, an errant hand the only thing still clasped tightly to Azo's forearm in the moments following, as if clutching to the last vestige of life he'd ever come to know. To his credit, Minada punched his brother in disgust, questioning if he was even sane to do such a horrific thing, let alone in the hollowed hours between 1 and 3 when the worst could befall them. But the commotion had roused the priest, and within moments he was stood in the doorway, eyes aghast and trembling hands reached out towards the brothers. It was in that moment that Azo, Minada, and the rest of our lives would be inexorably changed forever. I couldn't tell you exactly what the priest said to them, how his grief-rattled voice shook the very foundation of his home, as if a typhoon were striking the bows with unshackled prejudice, or if Azo and Minada ever saw justice for their crime. But I can tell you that whatever specifics were discussed drove Azo to gather his family and leave for the mountains in 1870, cutting off contact with the outside world and becoming fiercely protective of his boy. At night, he would sit by his front door with sword in hand, wait with trembling lips and shaking hands. He wrote in his journal, "They always come in the hours of the ox. They crawl up the foundations of the home and whisper in my ear, sometimes asking me to do terrible things, other times promising me it'll all end if I open the door. I saw one of them once, a horned and pale-skinned ogre with fangs the size of my forearm, yellow eyes with the blackest pupils that widened to an ungodly pit when they fixated on me. The voice constantly stuck between hysterical laughters and the most pained sobs, no different to an animal trying to produce a human mimicry. It cooed for me to step outside and face what I'd done, but I am a coward and I will not abandon my family." Azo wasn't the only one suffering from these night visits. Minada began thrashing in his sleep every night as his wife struggled to console him. He would flail madly as if fighting off unseen hands, deep lacerations forming on his skin and thick, large bite marks puncturing his soft flesh. Whenever he awoke, sweating, and as if he'd aged some years each night, he would refuse to comment on what happened, save for one phrase: "We should never have gone during the hours of the ox. We deserve what we get." It was on his deathbed a mere 4 years later, only 42 but stricken with white, frail hair and atrophied muscles, that he looked at a spot in the corner and his eyes grew wide, biting his lip to the point of drawing blood. "She's ready for her last meal, it seems. I'm sorry I couldn't stop it." With that, he exhaled deeply, his back arching to the point of snapping before he froze, dead. Azo lasted a decent while longer, refusing to come to Minada's funeral and effectively shutting out the world save for his family and their small rice farm. He watched his 3 children grow older and, on his eldest son's 29th birthday, told him the truth behind his episodes, the reason I am here with you all today. That night, in that home during the hours of the ox, the Shinto priest performed what is known as Ushin no Tokimori, a curse placed upon my brothers for their heinous crimes, destined to suffer in both this and the next life. Azo wept, and the guilt of his actions overcame him as he apologized profusely to his son Tenzen, the young man not understanding why. In those later hours, when the knocking on the door grew frantic and the scratching accompanied a deafening wailing that Tenzen whipped around to hear, his father gasping from his bed, "So he was right. You hear it too, Tenzen. Look under the tatami plates near our porch, and please, forgive me." He died soon after, leaving Tenzen with the uncomfortable knowledge that every man in my family now carries on our shoulders. We are all cursed, every single one of us. Every man in my family begins to see these creatures on their 29th birthday, and misfortune befalls them through the rest of their days. Sometimes they go weeks without an incident, sometimes hours. It seems to vary from member to member, but as the generations grew, all the men reported seeing them around the time they reached 29. When trying to find the priest who originally placed the curse in order to apologize, they were unable to locate him or anyone who knew him. The search was ultimately fruitless, and each member of the Nakamura clan dealt with the curse in their own way. Tenzin tried to maintain the property in his father's absence, his younger brother committing suicide the night of his 30th birthday. Now, manic and wild,
they won't use me as a
the blade
hive.
through his belly, right in front of his children. He gurgled, blood seeping through his teeth and staining them a dark coffee red as he fell forward. His son would later report hearing an incessant buzzing in his ear, itchiness on his skin, and bumps appearing over his body that he couldn't get rid of. He'd eventually throw himself into a river at the age of 34 as a cleansing ritual that he unsurprisingly didn't survive. My grandfather, Hiroshi, took his wife and my dad across the ocean and here to the US during the Second World War, declaring a desire to escape the atrocities of the Empire, ply his trade out west, and help the British government as a translator, though my grandmother would recount that he secretly hoped the sightings would stop if they were blessed by another priest, and started over in a new land where these yokai could not follow. He was wrong. Within a decade, Hiroshi would be driven to the point of insomnia, refusing to sleep for fear the spindly thing in the gutters would rise out of the drain and claim him. He began scarcely washing, only opting to do so when he could take the bucket into the living room so as to not see into the drain. His son, my dad, Jushin, was obviously concerned seeing his father slowly devolving into nothing more than a husk that babbled on about the rattling of the pipes, the incessant singing that only he could hear emanating from the neighbors above despite living on the top floor, and other maladies that ultimately drove Hiroshi to a heart attack when I was just a boy. I remember the drive home from the funeral. A Shinto burial where we lived is a rare sight, and though my dad and I were more American than we were Japanese, we still upheld tradition, my frail Nana looking at me from her wheelchair and shaking her head as she pointed to me and spoke to my mother. I remember my father's white knuckles as he gripped the steering wheel for dear life and screamed in broken Japanese for something to get out of the way, despite the roads being clear. I remember the car toppling over the embankment and feeling the inertia washing over me as my small body was thrown around like a rag doll, and my dad's promises to fix the passenger seatbelt now coming back to haunt me. I remember the quiet aftermath, soft, pained breaths in the husk of that car as I looked ahead and saw my father's mangled body crawling back to the dashboard, only half of him making the return trip.
Theodore, ignore the whispers,
he repeated, intersplicing a small chant until his breathing grew shallow and the blue lights blinded him from my vision. He was 31. To the best of my knowledge, he never once displayed the kind of anxiety or distress previous members had shown. I'd even seen my uncle and grandfather in a more weathered state around that time, but my dad, to me at least, seemed immune to it all. Proud of his work and a diligent parent, he always strived to be the best he could. But maybe it was that desire to ignore the fate bestowed upon him that caused his end. So here we are, some 2 decades later, and now my turn. My brother Harry went missing a few years back, though my mother is convinced that it was his wanderlust, and he's probably somewhere in South America stoned out of his mind. But he never took narcotics for fun, always to quell his paranoia of something following him. Harry routinely believed that the stars followed him wherever he went, particularly one that's situated in the east, a sickly magenta and humming, always humming, as he described it, following him wherever he went, rising and growing as he tried to outrun it. I asked him why it terrified him so much when it was so far away, but when his eyes met mine, I understood that there was something else in the sky, something he wouldn't dare to describe that was after him. If you saw the glow, heard the hum, felt the presence, you'd know, Theo. He'd take a drag of his cigarette and wave me off, not wanting to discuss it anymore. He bade us farewell and set off backpacking, telling Mom he needed to find himself, while telling me he hoped the stars wouldn't follow him there, odd as that statement sounded. In my case, I guess I'd prepared for it my whole life. Indulging in horror has been my forte to such a degree that, hell, I made it a full-time job, weaving experiences from my life or the lives of those I knew and making them into something to terrify others, knowing full well that nothing would ever match what was waiting for me. It started last year on my 28th. I woke up the following morning with a start, the whispering in my ear faint but unmistakably alien.
You shouldn't take your medication today.
I looked around, puzzled and trying to figure out if it was my sleep-addled state, a leftover portion of the dream I was having. Spying nobody and not hearing any follow-up responses, I roused myself out of bed and got on with my day, cursing myself for forgetting my medication and the feeling of something watching me permeating throughout the day. So from there, it grew like a cancer. Over the weeks, I would feel something placing icy hands around my neck or my stomach, jolting me and causing me to drop something valuable, stumble over in the street, and once even careen my car into the back of my mom's. With every momentary fright and creeping sense of dread, I could feel this thing grow in confidence and power. I spent the remaining part of 2019 researching our family lineage as best I could, trying desperately to find a way to alleviate the curse, atone for my ancestors' sins, or stave it off. But after numerous overseas calls to our native relatives in Japan and lengthy chats with my Nana, it was to no avail.
You can run from it, plead with it, bargain with it, but the curse shall not relent.
My Nana rasped, and sadness gripping her old but kind face.
I lost my husband and my son to that wretched curse. I couldn't bear to lose you too.
I remember taking her hand and smiling, looking up at her to thank her for her kindness, but not seeing the face of my Nana where her head rested. Instead, the most grotesque shape stretched itself over my Nana's skull, hollowed out eye sockets with amorphous shapes undulating in the black pits, layers of rotting flesh stretching over gangrenous muscle tissue and blackened bone, melting with the mold and fungal rot amassing around her head. It cocked its head to me as it grinned.
You will never face her again. This is the crushing nature of the curry.
I backed away, softly apologizing to my Nana in a cold sweat, my chest tightening and my vision growing blurry. I was having a panic attack. Managing to get to my car, I tried desperately to calm myself down, punching the steering wheel in frustration as my mind shot back to those final moments my dad suffered through. Did he see then what I see now? So it went. The curry kept its promise. First, just with my Nana until she died in the spring, then moving on to my cousins, aunts, uncles, and in July, my mother. I've tried as many excuses as I can muster in order to put off seeing her, but I think with my age rapidly approaching 30, she senses something is off. I finally told my partner about it in the week leading up to my birthday. She tried her best to understand, but when she put her hand on mine and suggested I speak to a therapist, I knew it would always be a barrier she's unable to cross. I couldn't blame her. To the outside world, it must seem as if our family simply has a history of severe mental illness on the male side. Maybe we do. Maybe it's just latent in our minds until we finish maturity in our mid-20s, and the 29th birthday is simply self-fulfilling prophecy. We expect it to happen, so it does. Last week, a few days shy of my birthday, the curry came to me in a dream, draped in a cloak of muscle and guts. It peered from the tip of the cloak to laugh at me.
You want to be free, yes?
It cooed, my desperation practically palpable at this point. A solid year without proper sleep, communication with my family, or a reason to live? I nodded, tears forming in my eyes at the prospect of freedom.
Then go to where your father lost his life. I will return once I came and find a new victim. I will leave you there.
I didn't tell my partner. I didn't tell anyone. I left a simple note and an excuse why I had to go, deactivated my social media, and set off for where he had his accident, Roosevelt. To those of you not local, it's a countryside situated 100 miles from the closest city. Sprawling hills and surrounded by nature. It also has many quiet countryside roads with vast open fields, the kind my father lost his life in. As I drove down the dimly lit roads, my sole companion was the curry, whispering in my ear.
Just a little bit further. You'll be there soon. You'll find someone new, and I swear I'll let you go. You never even bore a son. There's no fun when you don't react anymore.
Exhaustion, misery, and hunger gripped my soul as I sped up, desperate to get this thing gone. My mind racked with thoughts of how my predecessors had succumbed to other members of this creature's family. How many more would fall? I had cousins. There was still a chance it'd continue. I saw the long, winding road known as Hatch's Lane, the lights barely flickering as my car pulled up near the embankment. Was it here? Maybe a bit further. My eyes were feeling heavy and I struggled to focus.
Get out. I'll take you there. I want to be rid of you.
It whispered, the voice almost sorrowful now as I willed my aching frame to move and trudge through the darkness. How long had it been since I'd eaten, drank? My mouth felt so dry that swallowing brought the sensation of razors slinking down my throat. Eyes felt itchy and my head was pounding. I could barely see, the cold whipping through my bones.
A little further. Keep going. We're almost there.
My knees gave out and I felt the darkness take me. The only thing left was the sight of that fucking creature as it grinned. Images of my father, grandfather, and other countless men in my family stood silently behind it, heads bowed and shackled with their own abominations by their side, tormenting them.
I cannot wait to drag you down to hell with me, to join the rest of the Nakamura clan.
It bared its teeth, a yellow tongue oozing pus and lapping around its face in a snake-like manner as it cackled. Before I could respond, a blinding light shone through the darkness and I was brought to my senses with worried faces looming over me. My girlfriend and a pair of paramedics. I should be thankful that I had the Find My iPhone function on my phone, and that the note was ominous enough for my girlfriend to look further into. Any later and I doubt they'd have found me. Both she and the doctor chalked it up to a psychotic break pertaining to the family superstition of the men turning 29. I didn't argue, nor did I protest going to therapy and spending time focusing on getting better. To their credit, I didn't see or hear the curry. After some time, I began to think that perhaps things could return to normal, that I'd be able to find some sense of normality amid a sea of misfortune and tragedy. But last Monday, the day after I turned 29, right as the clock turned to 1 a.m. and entered the hours of the ox, I saw two things standing at the foot of my bed, my girlfriend sleeping soundly through them all. The first was my father, propping himself up on his elbows. The bottom half of him stood at the side patiently, a look of sorrow across his still youthful face as he turned to glance at the other figures. The curry, teeth bared, pale skin and cloaked in flesh and eyes. That sickly tinted yellow Azo had seen so long ago. You can run from it, plead with it, bargain with it, but the curse shall not relent. He breathed as the curry cackled, making me feel aware of what the rest of my life would look like. My new horrible reality. Happy birthday, son. They were alive, and yes, so was he. The day we spoke for the first time was cloudy and gray. I was carrying the compost bucket from lunch through the schoolyard to where the garden was, way in the back. The gravel path and shrubbery leading up to it was largely ignored by my classmates. A place meant to look pretty, but less entertaining to middle schoolers than the mini soccer field and the swing set. When I slowly lugged the bucket down the path, the squealing and laughing of lunch recess would diminish into background noise behind me. It was on this path in the little corner by the chicken coop that I ran into Zach. I knew little about him other than that he was a quiet kid who sat in the back of the classroom, and that Rex, the 7th grade bully, called him a freak in the hallways. Maybe Rex had gotten to him again, because he was sitting on the side of the path in the shadows of the chicken coop and cradling a bruise on the side of his face. I wouldn't have noticed the maggots if I hadn't given his face a second glance. At first, I thought he was crying, but his tears were moving up and down his cheeks. When he noticed me, he hugged his knees tightly and stared up at me, frozen like a statue, like he had never expected anyone to come down here. What I now realized were little white larvae wormed their way around his pale cheeks. 4 or 5 of them. As I stared back at him, another one crawled out of the edge of his left eye, from between the eyeball and the soft part of the eyelid. I saw his throat bob, the toes of his sneakers fidgeted. "What's wrong?" Zach blinked. The maggots crawled down his cheeks. He raised his hand to flick them away, like he perhaps thought I was blind or somehow hadn't noticed. He was lucky I had been the one to find him that day. As I discovered later in life, most boys grew out of their absolute fascination with bugs by middle school. Fortunately for Zach, I wasn't like most boys. I crouched down quickly and caught his hand before he could swat at the maggots. "Don't do that. You're going to crush them." He inhaled sharply. I did too, without knowing. His hand was strangely soft and cold to the touch. I quickly let it go. Bugs are living things too." I stammered, then cleared my throat and straightened up. "All life is precious. It's what my dad told me." Zach stared at me, then against all odds, he broke into a small smile. "You're the pastor's son, right?" His voice rustled like a breeze through dry leaves. I had never heard him speak before, or maybe I just never bothered to listen. "Yeah, you know me?" I think I've seen you with him a long time ago." The maggots slowly wormed their way down his cheek and neck. Zach didn't seem bothered by them. If their little winding trails tickled, he didn't show it. I watched, strangely fixated, until the tiny white insects disappeared down his collar. Then I stood up and hefted the compost bucket. "Where are you going?" "To feed the worms," I said, jabbing my thumb at the garden. "Want to come see?" He smiled a little wider this time. As he pulled himself to his feet, I thought I saw several small and black shapes scurry in the gravel at his feet. We walked into the garden, opened up the wooden trough of the worm farm, and dumped the bucket into it. The worms poked their slimy heads out of their spongy, earthy-smelling holes and crawled into the leftover salad and apple cores. I put down the empty bucket and watched them with a small sense of pride. "You like bugs too?" Zach said quietly. "Yeah," I replied, closing up the trough again. "Bugs are cool. I have a giant ant farm at home and some beetles I keep secret from my dad." Without another word, Zach turned to me and held out his hands. The sleeve of his button-down shirt shifted, and a black and red beetle the size of my thumb crawled onto the open palm of his hand. I stared down in awe at the shine of its elytra and the fine fuzz of hair on its legs. The way it moved, the delicate plates of its carapace sliding in perfect sync with each other. "It's beautiful," I muttered. "Where did you find it?" "Bugs are my friends," Zach said simply. He tilted his hand and the beetle climbed up onto his index finger, where it spread its translucent yellow wings and flew away. I waited for him to tell me more, but he turned on his heels in the garden dirt, and that was that. Zach revealed his secrets to me quietly, one by one. We now sat in the dirt behind the chicken coop during lunch recess, tucked away from wandering eyes so that I could watch Zach work his magic. He had been telling the truth. Everything creeping and crawling in the yellow grass and coarse dirt was his friend. Scarab beetles crawled out of the loose soil and onto his sleeves. Long-legged spiders rappelled down from his collar. One time, a giant centipede emerged from in between the buttons of his shirt. I cried out in alarm, and Zach laughed. His laughter rustled like his voice, and a pair of white and brown moths fluttered out of his mouth. Once I was aware of Zach, I couldn't become unaware. There was a mysterious way he kept people from looking his way. He sat quietly at the back of the classroom, and the teacher would sort of see through him, like he wasn't there. The crowds in the hallways after class parted naturally for him, but no one ever talked to him. Here, I realized that Zach didn't have any friends. Rex, the 7th grade bully, picked on him regularly. Sometimes people watched. Zach took it all without a word. The pushes and shoves and the occasional blow to his chest or the side of his face as Rex grew enraged by his silence. As he stood there, he held parts of his clothes gently, and I knew it was so that the tiny creatures in his pockets wouldn't be crushed. Zach walked home with me every day, though my house was closer and I never learned where he lived. One time, when my father wasn't home, I invited him to my room and showed him my beetles. "They look happy," he said, peering into the plastic bottles. "You think so?" Zach nodded. "Bugs are simple. If you give them food and a cozy place to stay, they're happy. If you care about them, they'll be your friend." The millipede crawled along the snug cranny between his hair and the curved back of his ear. I wondered how he could tell my beetles looked so happy. Even as the millipede slowly slithered into his ear like it was burrowing into the ground, That was the only thing I really wondered about Zach. One day after school, he quietly took me to the old town cemetery. I followed him through the yellowed grass until we stopped at the foot of a small granite gravestone. I stepped up beside Zach and read the thin white inscriptions. Zach Wilson, 05/03, 1999, 08/17, 2010. A heart of gold and the voice of an angel. I looked back at Zach. His smile trembled and he looked nervous. I waited for him to say something, but he held on to his silence. "Is that you?" I carefully asked, unable to come up with anything better. He nodded curtly. I reached out and touched his shoulder, just to make sure that I could. The folds of his shirt, the cool skin underneath. Once I was absolutely sure he was there, I let out a small laugh. "Why do you look so nervous?" Zach's eyes flooded with relief and he smiled again, his real smile. I don't know. For the rest of the afternoon, we sat in the graveyard dirt and played with the roly-poly bugs that crawled on Zach's grave. As the sun dipped and our shadows grew, Zach took in a small breath and began to sing. A gentle chill went through me as I recognized the song, Amazing Grace. If someone told me that was the voice of an angel, I would have believed them. When I went home that day, I waylaid my father on his way to his basement study and asked him where little boys went when they died. Bittersweet smile lines crinkled around his eyes, and he told me that good little boys went to heaven to meet God. I asked him if God ever let the little boys come back home. My father said heaven was their home. That next Monday, Rex the bully wrestled me down to the floor of the hallway for looking at Kate Michaels the wrong way. As the grimy bottom of his shoe ground painfully into my chest, I spotted Zach standing amongst the crowd. He stared down at me and then took a step back as if he anticipated something. The next moment, the hundreds of round black cockroaches swarmed out from underneath the lockers and scurried up Rex's leg. His face blanched and he screamed, and all the kids in the hallway watching us screamed too. Rex kicked his legs and shuddered in his gym shorts and bolted down the hallway sobbing. The swarm of cockroaches streamed after him. Zach peeked his head out from around the lockers and smiled. His eyes glittered with mischief. That evening, as we made dinner, my father asked me where I had gotten the bottom of a shoe-shaped smudge on my shirt. I told him Rex had pushed me down in the hallway. Then I asked if Rex would go to hell for that. My father said he had better seek forgiveness. I should forgive him? It would be very laughed and quickly covered his mouth before Kate Michaels in her passing could see the moth fluttering on his tongue. Rex still didn't show up on Wednesday, nor Thursday, and then on Friday morning his face was in the newspaper under the missing children section. I thought maybe Zach had something to do with it, but he told me he hadn't seen Rex since the cockroach incident. He looked troubled when I told him Rex was missing. I hope someone finds him, I muttered. Zach smiled softly. Even after what he did to you? My dad said forgiveness gives him the opportunity to become a better person. It's a brave thing to forgive. Zach nodded. Last winter, a few kids had gone missing, and there had been rumors about everything from kidnappers to mountain lions. The same had happened a couple of years back. By now, parents were easily scared, so on Saturday, the sidewalks outside felt a little emptier. I'm sure the police are looking for Rex, my father said. Let's pray that they can find him soon. We spent the afternoon playing checkers at the kitchen table. We were on our third or fourth game when the doorbell rang. I went to open the door and was surprised to find Zach standing there. Zach, what are you doing here? Is Pastor Nick home? He quietly asked. My dad? Why? I need to see him. I turned to look at my father, and Zach squeezed past me through the doorway. Pastor Nick. My father looked up from the checkerboard, and then in an instant his eyes widened and his face turned white as a sheet. His lips trembled, but no words came out. It's good to see you again, Zach said softly. My father bolted to his feet, sending his stool clattering across the hardwood floor. You, he stammered. How? Zach tilted his head. Wasn't it you who always told us there was life after death? In all my life, I had never seen my father afraid. Not even when he had forgotten the turkey in the oven last Thanksgiving and the whole kitchen got engulfed in flames. But now he was afraid, as Zach walked closer to him, step by step. "Why didn't I make it to heaven, Pastor?" My father pressed his back against the kitchen table and whimpered something that died at the back of his throat. Zach gazed up at him steadily as he slowly undid the buttons on his cuffs. "Maybe God couldn't recognize me anymore," he said quietly. "Not after what you did to me." He pulled up his sleeves and I gasped. Deep gashes circled his wrists and his forearms. White cuts oozing old purple blood like something had carved his arms into little pieces and then messily stuck them back together. His skin was gray around the wounds and pockmarked with red craters. As I watched in horror, maggots and beetles crawled out of the holes and crept along the open seams of his flesh. They were all his friends. I knew. As I stood there frozen and my father gasped for breath, Zach reached his hand up into his mouth and made a small sound. Somewhere between a cough and a choking noise, I saw the soft skin of his throat tremble, and then a giant brown scorpion crawled out from between his open lips and onto the palm of his hand. "Tell me," Zach muttered as the scorpion raised its tail, tipped with a wicked black stinger the size of my thumbnail. "Rex is in there right now, isn't he?" My father cried and pleaded for mercy. I watched numbly. "He deserves forgiveness, just like you told your son. But you, Pastor Nick, are a pitiful hypocrite." He lifted his hand, and the scorpion leapt onto my father. My father screamed and clawed at his shirt, but all that was needed was a single swipe. A flash of the stinger. The scorpion rolled onto the floor at the same time that my father's knees buckled. Zach quickly knelt down and scooped up the scorpion in his hands, and my father slammed onto the floor, twisting spastically. My friend gazed down sadly at the scorpion's crushed carapace and flailing legs. "I'm sorry. You were so brave." He gently cradled the dying creature and looked up at me. "Rex is in the basement," he said, a sad smile in his eyes. "When you find him, will you let him know that I forgive him too?" I stared down at my father, shivering on the floor with his eyes rolled back in his head, choking and fighting for his breath, as Zach, who slowly slumped back against the kitchen table, closed his eyes. "Zach, it's been nice," he whispered. "It was nice having friends again." The scorpion wriggled weakly in his hands. Zach smiled. The rise and fall of his chest grew shallow and his face began to turn pale. The purple blood on his arms turned black. The earthly scent of decay filled the room, like the smell that came up from the worm farm. When the scorpion stopped moving, I slowly turned around, walked into the living room, picked up the phone, and dialed 911. Once I finished talking to the dispatcher and turned around, Zach was gone. A small swarm of white and brown moths fluttered against the light of the kitchen window. I opened the window, and they flew into the sky. The police found Rex tied up and drugged in the basement, where there used to be a storage space adjacent to the study before it was stripped bare and the door concealed using a bookshelf. The emergency medical technicians monitored my father until he woke up and then promptly put him under arrest. 6 counts of murder, they said. I told the officers what happened, but of course no one believed me. I moved to my aunt and uncle's house in the city and was enrolled into a new school. I would never get to learn if Rex ever went back to school. One day I took a bus to the downtown library and sifted through the newspaper archives until I found Zach's photo, from all the way back in 2010 under the missing children section. He was smiling in the photo and wearing the white and brown robe of the boys' choir at my father's church. It crossed my mind that someone must have found his body for him to be declared dead and given a burial, but I decided not to look for those papers. My aunt and uncle hate bugs more than most things, and things like blowflies and moths usually don't last a minute, but
Video and you like the story and you want to hear more of the author's stuff, I'll leave a link to where you can check out the audiobook as well as the book itself on Amazon. And if you want to help out the channel, be sure to like the video and subscribe. And with that said, enjoy the video. For during the night before, we'd seen the dead floating amongst wreckage and low glowing embers of another ship that we knew. Many claimed to see the boyish face of Captain Powell's brother floating atop the dark waters of the night. illuminated only by the dancing flames and low-hanging smoke atop the waves. I too saw what the crew members believed to be the Powell brother, but his face sat in the dark that I could not be certain, and the captain refused to stop to collect the dead. His heart was filled with hate and pride, so we continued our pursuit at the cost of certainty. I was next to Powell one late morning. The Ghost's mighty sail stood along the horizon, glowing with the quickly fading sunlight. A storm loomed overhead, darkening the waters and dampening our spirits. The men, upon seeing such a mighty work of the Creator making its way towards us, and the Grey Ghost's recklessness of sailing right into the heart of it, begged Captain Powell to turn back. We were not an armed ship. We had nothing but muskets and a few cutlasses to possibly take the ship back, or take the lives of those who Powell's taste for blood lusted after. It was a job for the Marines and Navy, not for a simple merchant vessel,
Nay,
said Powell,
we press on.
and so we did, pressing the Harpy to her limits as the wicked wind carried us into the abyss of the ever-haunting storm. I stayed below deck during that time. We tossed and turned, lifting from the waters at times, for hell itself opened up around us, and I felt the wrath of the banished and damned pulling at us to join them beneath the waves. I was not alone in my thoughts, for between the retching and cries of fear, curses flowed from the lips of my crew members against Powell, against the Grey Ghost, and against the Harpy herself. That is what hurt me the most, for I loved the Harpy. She looked after me many times, but I too felt the cold knife of betrayal she placed into the backs of her crew, laced with a poison as bitter as the Ides of March. I fell asleep sometime in the night, during all the chaos. I found it a miracle, but I awoke refreshed yet dizzy from the bouncing and buckling of the Harpy. When I stood on deck, the beaming rays of sun warmed my cold, sea-salted flesh. The crew murmured to one another from their posts. Their faces were long, pale, tired. They worked through the night, keeping us alive, and for that I applauded them. Captain Powell stood near the bow, his left hand behind his back, and his right holding his thin eyeglass. He stared out onto the horizon, watching intently. I studied him, but my gaze broke to see if the ghost sat within our grasp. The waters drew my attention first. They were still, flat, as if the Harpy skated across some form of ice. I could see beneath the calm waters, though, and knew that we floated atop an ocean. Never before in all my years as a quartermaster had I seen anything like that. I could feel the wind at our back. I could see the flat blue split beneath the weight of the hull, yet the wakes died out quickly, fading into nothing but calm water. Suddenly, an eyeglass was held out before me, resting in the hand of the captain. He smiled at me beneath his patchy red beard, his eyes darkened by the tiredness that came with the storm.
Take a look. She is still.
I looked through his glass, studying the ghost on the horizon. Her two large masts stood looming tall, but her sails sat tight. She was, as the captain put it, still. The lack of waves did not move her, and she rejected the wind to carry her. It was as if she gave up the fight and welcomed us to take her back with open arms.
Hope,
said the captain.
we have found our hope again.
The sight of the Grey Ghost up close twisted my heart and stomach into knots, for I knew the ship and knew her well, but did not recognize her when my eyes laid upon her. The wood that made her hull sat tarnished and grim. The storm peeled away what gray paint lined the edges. The masts were battered, and I could see that the sails were not wrapped. Instead, they were torn from the large wooden posts, taken by Poseidon and lost to the abyss. Nothing stirred on her decks. They were as calm and silent as the ocean.
A trap.
The captain sensed.
Be on the lookout.
I boarded with the party handpicked by Powell himself. We searched the ship and found no sign of life, or even that of death. The food stores were emptied. The gunpowder and muskets were taken. All that remained were a few pieces of meat on the former captain's table, rotten as the hope that festered within our hearts. An eerie sight it was. for the gray ghost became exactly what it was called. Captain Powell did not believe my party. He told us that the pirates were tucked away somewhere, that they had nowhere to go. I mentioned that I noticed the dinghies were missing, and they could have made a break for it across the open ocean. With the ghost sails gone, it would be their only option. Powell denied it. Only a fool would chance something like that. He sent another party to search, but they returned with the same results. Yet they warned of claw marks within the empty closets and storage space, as if there were prisoners trying to claw their way out. Haunting it was for Powell, for his dark eyes glowed with a rage I only saw once before, and the stakes were not as high then. He told us to wait, for he feared the pirates may return once we moved on. And so, we waited. I ate dinner with the captain that night. We mostly sat in silence under the candlelight of his large cabin. On occasion, he would ask me to pass the salt or make sure that my fish was cooked well. It was. It didn't feel awkward, though, sitting in silence. I found it calming. Most of the meals that I had with the captain were in a similar fashion. Yet that night the waves were still as they were in the morning. The ship did not rock. The splashing and crashing of the white-capped peaks of water did not create an ambience. Instead, I listened to the sounds of not just my own munching, but that of the captain's. Powell finally spoke of the situation once we finished eating.
Strange, isn't it?
I believe that to be an understatement of the situation, sir. He leaned back in his chair, resting his hands in his velvet pockets. He shook his head.
I believe John to be out there.
I wanted to tell him that his brother perished, and the men knew it. I could see the sadness in his long face, and I did not possess the heart to present the truth. I nodded. I as well.
Then I have your word?
He asked, cocking his head. I'm sorry, sir?
Your word. That we do not stop until we find John.
Aye, sir. I murmured, taking a bite of my stale bread. You have my word. Just as I finished chewing my food, a hauler came out from on deck. The captain stood quickly, throwing on his long flowing overcoat. The pale green fabric appeared dark and corrupted next to the dim light of the candles. He gave me a nod, and I too stood, following him out on deck. The night was darker than usual. The night sky hung overhead as I peered up. Not a single star glowed within the night. A wall of black sat atop us, and its reflection in the sea looked as if the darkness itself were swallowing the harpy. Atop the crow's nest, a voice came down to the captain and I.
Land, sir! I see land!
I followed Powell to the bow, where he peered out into the darkness. There was no mistaking it. Land did sit not far off the horizon. It was a strange isle, one that had not been there during the day.
A haze.
The captain told me with a chuckle.
The sun created a haze. That is where these cutthroats went.
The isle, taller than a ship's mast, loomed over the calm waters. Dark stone cliffs lined each side of it, and a thick pale fog rolled from the edges of the top. A split there was, right down the middle, small enough for a dinghy to row through if need be. I could not see into it, though, for it was dark. Yet, for a single moment, I could see the glowing, radiant light of a lantern. The same thing must have caught the eye of the watchman. It disappeared quickly, and had I not spotted the isle beforehand, it could have faded into oblivion. Staring at the isle, my heart sank with each passing second. Dread twisted my throat. I felt something strange in the air, a static coldness that radiated across the ocean. I had not seen such a strange sight before. The demanding presence of the isle possessed me, and as I looked upon it, I told the captain, John cannot be here.
He has to be. You gave me your word, did you not?
Aye. That is a strange sight, sir. That is most unnatural.
'Tis the ocean, quartermaster. Everything is most unnatural on the ocean.
Powell stepped away from me, ordering the men to get the rowers ready to head toward the isle. I dared not go, for within the fog that rolled atop the small, tall isle, I felt that death itself beckoned us. I felt that the harpy and the ghost wanted us to vacate, for we were men and the destroyers of all things. They too felt our wrath, and they needed us gone for their own survival. I had no choice in the matter. The captain ordered myself and 4 others to accompany him to the isle. Most of the men armed themselves with muskets and pistols. I took a hatchet with a flintlock in my jacket, but I feared we'd not be able to use them. The crew of the Harpy stared at me with dead, cold eyes as we slowly rowed away on our dinghy. I felt their stares, their pity for us to head towards that isle. They knew that it was foolish and that our captain chased a dream, yet Pal sat behind me, proud and mighty. He rubbed the hilt of his old saber, whispering something to himself as we slowly moved towards the isle. The closer we got, the darker the night grew. Soon enough, the lowlights of the lanterns on both the Harpy and the Grey Ghost were all I could make out in our previous direction. The stillness of the waters was haunting, and for the first time did I ever really fear what lurked beneath the cold blue. The looming isle grew in size, no longer hidden by the shadows of the night. It was taller than we imagined, more than the length of the Grey Ghost, the larger of our 2 ships. The fog rolled from the edges of the black stone cliffs, flowing down and settling atop the water. The pale floated across the still black, reflective surface, moving towards us as if it were the hand of death itself. Soon we were shrouded in the mist. It rose above our dinghy, thickening and darkening that the only thing we could see was the ether above and the sea below. The lights of our ships faded away, and with it, all hope that remained receded into the back of my mind. If only I told the captain that it was foolhardy. If only I spoke the truth. I knew better, though. For Pal was a dedicated man, and he loved nothing more than his brother, John. He'd see it through, until the end. The bitter end. The wakes created by the oars of our little wooden vessel did not stir the water as much as I hoped. I needed a sense of rhythm to drown out the haunting sound of my ever-growing beating heart, yet it was as if the fog itself was muffling all noise. I could not bear the silence, for silence is the sound of the dead and damned. Soon enough, though, the fog peeled back, and before us loomed the towering might of the isle. The cliffs radiated that cold electricity that I felt before. My hair stood up on end, as if I were an animal threatened by the mere existence of such a place. Our dinghy glided across the still surface of the water faster than we had predicted, and the cliffs of the isle were waiting as if they were the large maw of some forgotten beast. One of our rowers shouted, but it was too late. Our small vessel collided with the side of the isle, sending a haunting snapping sound of splintered wood and shattered carpentry out into the still night. We began to take on water, for one of the boards at our feet bent and shattered. We leapt from the sinking dinghy, throwing our muskets and weapons into the black abyss in order to stay afloat. I watched as the small wooden boat scraped against the side of the isle, lowering beneath the surface of the water. I could hear its wooden sides scraping against the rocks, echoing beneath us for quite some time. Haunting, the sound was. I feared the noise alone, for it carried with it the reality of our situation. We began to swim, trying to use the cliffs to hold our heads above the water. A great current pulled us down, and our thick wool coats and lavish dressings were added weight in such a place. A sailor, his name I cannot remember, swam just ahead of me. He spotted a small strand ahead of us, or so he shouted. I could not see it, but I did take his word for it. He disappeared before me, sucked down by the great black abyss where we swam. I pressed on, trying not to think of the man. How foolish Pal was. I wondered if John's life meant more than that man's, meant more than my own. It was then that I felt a surface beneath me and quickly raced out of the water. Powell emerged from the water behind me along with 2 other men. We'd lost another somehow. I assumed he too was taken by the water. I fell to my knees, tired and exhausted. I stared into the black sands of the small strand of the isle, running my hands through the small ancient pieces of ash. I wept, for I knew we were stuck. I wept, for I knew it to be hopeless. Pal caught my attention as he walked by. He did not seem fazed by what occurred. He said not a word as we marched up the strand. I watched as the fog rolled in around us. The split in the cliff stood before us. Pal stared up in awe of such a strange natural structure. I felt that we looked through the Strait of Messina, but it was not the water that split it, but black ancient ash. The dense fog lightened once more, revealing large window-shaped carvings on the faces of the cliffs inside the small Isle Valley. I stood, looking up in such wonderment of a place, for I became curious if we stumbled upon an ancient culture unknown to man. I moved toward Pal, throwing my wool coat off, tired of its weight. The electric chill tightened my muscles upon sight of such a wonder. The cliffs were taller than I originally thought, and the number of carvings inside them were breathtaking. They scaled all the way up the side of the cliff and all across their length, which too was longer than thought. On the other side of the valley, I could see where the two cliffs split, and should have been able to see the ocean and night sky on the other side, but nay, I could not. Only blackness and shadow loomed on the horizon, and I felt another storm coming, one not of this world. We moved into the valley as a group. Powell led the way, his hand on his saber's hilt. He, once a military man, radiated an essence of leadership. Had I not known that he went to the Isle out of bloodlust and a fool's hope, I'd have followed him until the end of the earth. Yet, as he pressed onward, my heart grew with frustration. I could not stand the sight of him. The fog not only rolled into the valley from the edges of the cliff walls, the gray mist filled the carved windows in the sides of the cliffs, encasing them as if they were no longer there. The pale rolled over the dark cliffs, climbing downward and blanketing the ground at our feet. It parted with each step, but yet I could not see the surface of which we walked, for the black sands were as if they were a part of the pale itself, blending between two different matters. The further we went into the valley, it was as if we became part of the looming darkness itself. The shadows that danced in the darkness grew and swelled around us as if they were an ocean of their own, one of an empty void, an abyss that we could no longer escape. With that, our vision grew, and in the center of the valley I could see a structure. Tall it was, powerful in presence. It stood just shy of the height of the cliffs. So mighty it was that I feared that no man could build such a relic. A five-sided obelisk, about the width of a man, beckoned us to come closer with its faceless curiosity. The shadows swayed around it, wrapping up its tall sides as a serpent to a forbidden fruit.
"What is it?"
I heard one of our party ask. Powell stepped closer to the structure, as the three of us others stayed stationary, nervous for what we stumbled upon. The captain reached his hand out, touching the smooth gray stone of the obelisk. I knew, in that very moment, that we should have turned back long ago. For something so simple as the color of the stone, stones that did not match that of the cliffs or any other natural formation seen on the island, did not sit right with me. The gray obelisk did not belong in such a place, and neither did we. The captain ran his hands over small engravings, words I did not see before. He muttered to himself as he did so, curious and thinking aloud. I could not understand what he said, but I knew, just by the way his body language shifted to that of a nervous child, that he realized that something was aloof.
"I've seen something like this before, in far-off sands,"
the captain said. Aye, I've heard of such structures. One of our party, Higgins, asked.
"Could we swim to the Harpy? If we strip, we'd have no weight. It is possible."
Powell glared to him.
"'Tis suicide. That current'll pull you down as it did the others. We're stuck here until the Harpy sends another party."
"And what if they get caught?"
Higgins pressed.
"What if they get stuck here with this strange devilry?"
"Devilry?"
Powell informed the nervous sailor.
"'Tis nothing but a strange stone."
Strange indeed, sir,
said Newman, the other member of our party. Powell looked back to the obelisk. His gaze looked upward, and so did mine. The carvings extended all five sides of the structure. They scaled all the way to the top. A great feat for whomever created such a thing. The dark, ominous clouds overhead, those of pure darkness, and a wild tempest swirled in a counterclockwise fashion just above the cliffs. I could not look into those clouds. I couldn't, for I felt them staring back at me. I eyed the valley instead, seeing other stone structures. None were the size or of the grandeur of the obelisk. None were made of the same stone, yet they resembled those of old druid sites that I had seen before. They were slabs of stone stacked atop one another. They were spread throughout the valley. I walked through the pale and the shadows, heading towards the ruins. 2 vertical stones held up one horizontal, as if a doorway or a gate to a larger structure that did not exist. 5 of them were hidden among the pale of the valley. At the base of the one I approached, 4 skulls sat in a line through the opening of the stones, resting atop the black sand and the fog rolling through their open sockets. I backed away, not saying anything to the party, for I panicked, and I did not want the same of them.
We should signal the Harpy,
Higgins suggested. Yes, I nodded, not able to tear my eyes from the smaller ruins of the valley. Yes, I agree with Higgins, sir.
Signal with what? We have nothing to light a fire, nothing to grab their attention.
I'll start hunting, sir. We need to leave this place.
Look out there,
commanded Powell, pointing out of the valley the way we came.
Tell me, boy, what do you see?
Newman looked, staring off into the dark horizon. A wall of black and ether stood.
I see nothing, sir.
Aye, for the Harpy and the Grey Ghost are on the horizon. They have lights, yet we do not see them. What good would a fire do now? How far would that signal go?
The 3 of us listened to him. He did make sense. We'd only have one chance to leave this place, and it felt good that the captain understood that it should not be wasted.
We wait till morning. Wait for these clouds to clear. Then, I promise you that we will call for more.
And we leave, I pressed. Powell turned back to the obelisk. He shook with a fear I'd not seen in the man. He reached out and touched the structure one last time. He turned his head slightly and said,
We will rest. Quartermaster, you have first watch.
The captain and the others fell into a deep slumber quickly. I don't know how. If I did not have first watch, there'd be no doubt in my mind that I could not trail off into such a sleep. The isle radiated a dark aura, one that I could feel in the depths of my very bones. Sleep? Nay, sleep would be for the foolish. I feared what walked unseen in such a place. I sat, leaning my back against the obelisk. I faced the way that we came. staring out into the dark ocean, hoping for any sign of the harpy or the gray ghost. I imagined 3 dinghies coming to the isle, waving at me as they approached. The sailors called out to me, saying they were coming to take me away. That faded quickly, though, for it was nothing more than a trick of the fog and what little hope remained within my soul. The isle devoured that thought with its electric darkness. I watched as the fog that sat in a large pool around me began to rise. My sleeping companions were devoured by it almost instantaneously. It thickened, darkened, no longer that pale gray color, but almost as if it became a black shroud over my eyes. Something moved amongst it. That much I could tell. It was not just a trick of my eyes, like my visions of a rescue. No. Something stirred within the shadows of the isle, moving as my fear grew. A flicker of flame radiated from the pail. I stood, excited, that maybe, just maybe, it was a lantern on a dinghy that I imagined. I could no longer see the horizon. I could no longer see the ruins. I could no longer see the obelisk that I, only seconds before, leaned against. I could only see the dark mists and the shadows that came with it. That light, though, it grew closer. I called out to it, asking who went. No response came. I could not hear the pacing of steps or the rowing of oars. Not a sound of stirring echoed through the valley. I felt alone, but I knew better. Nothing was alone on such an isle. Just as that thought passed across my mind, the light grew brighter, radiant as the fog peeled away around it. The flame, I could see it clear as day, sat within a small metal lantern. I could not see who held it, but I did see the silhouette of a man among the fog. I called out, "Who goes there?" The flame danced within its metal housing for a moment before being extinguished. The figure stepped closer, only once as if to present itself to me. Its eyes glowed with the same aura as the flame, the hollow hellfire that pierced my very soul. The figure was shrouded in shadow and mist, the fog wrapped around its body, coiling as if it were part of it. It lightened around the figure's face for a moment, revealing it to be that of a man that I once knew, a man that I believed to be long dead. I did not recognize him, though, and even though I knew that we had met some time before, I could not recall his name, for his face, while recognizable to some degree, had changed. His eyes, that of hellfire, sat within deep, gaunt sockets. His cheeks were thin, pressed to his teeth. His head, shaved and uniformed. His body, malnourished and withered, swayed as the mist rolled through him.
"You must leave this place, Quartermaster."
"We are trying," I said, stepping forward. The fog grew denser again, and I only spoke to the silhouette of the man, that and his piercing eyes that were the only source of color amongst the pale.
"The captain must leave, for this place is not of his earth."
"What? Where do you come from?" The figure raised its arms, pointing beyond the obelisk, pointing to the shadow side of the valley.
"This place,"
the figure began, lifting its arms out to present the walls of the valley, the ruins, and the obelisk that I did not see. He continued,
"It is that of the dead. Karen, this place is."
I listened intently as the figure spoke, but my heartbeat grew wild, making my chest feel as if it would burst. The figure said to me,
"The heart of the sea is not of life, but that of death. Do not stay. Do not search for the dead ones, for if you find them, you they will take."
Something drew the attention of the figure. It was a deep sound, almost that of thunder, but carried with it the sound of distant humpbacks and other creatures of the sea. "For me they will take."
"It watches us. The dead are powerful, but the others, they will not let you leave. Do not pass the obelisk. Do not follow the steps. for you have gone far now, too far perhaps. It will not take kindly. Dare not climb the steps. No return will there be.
Steps?
Take thine brother. Take him away from this place. The heart of the sea is not to be seen by any living man.
It came to me. I recognized in that moment who stood just beyond the pale. The fog wrapped around his cold, dead body. His hellfire eyes lit my innards aflame. It was not the man I once knew, and death itself had changed him. I feared what Powell would say. I feared what would happen. I called out, "John?" And with that, the figure's eyes shut, and it became one with the shadows. I awoke to a swift kick in my ribs. I stood, quickly, using the obelisk as a support. My ribs burned under the crushing weight of a boot. I heaved, almost retching my guts out. I hunched over, gasping for air. Captain Powell stood next to me, the culprit of the kick to my side. He leaned over me as I tried to catch my breath.
You slept on your watch, Quartermaster.
Between my breaths, I said, "I did not, sir. I swear it."
Do not lie to me. I saw you in a slumber deeper than Higgins.
He presented the sleeping sailor. The fog was no longer as dense. I could see the black sand of the valley floor. However, the dark clouds still rolled overhead. On the horizon sat nothing but shadows. I'm sorry, sir. It's just... I thought of telling him of the visitor, but feared it would only fuel him. Yet we needed to leave. We needed to vacate this place as soon as we could.
What is it?
Powell asked. Your brother, sir. I thought on it. If I had expressed the truth to the man earlier, we'd not be in such a place. I let it out. Your brother. He's dead, sir. Powell's brow arched in anger, his hand resting on his saber, clenched tightly.
Do not try to justify this by speaking lies.
I do not lie to you, sir, I reasoned. As I did so, Higgins and Newman sat up from their sleep. Higgins spoke.
What is it? What's going on?
The captain turned to him.
Nothing. Prepare to move.
It is something, sir, I pleaded. Your brother, he came and visited me in the night. He's dead. He said so himself. He said to warn you, we need to leave this place, for it is damned and belongs to the dead.
Shut up with that nonsense!
Powell shouted, slamming his fist into the side of the obelisk. A rage radiated from him, almost as powerful as that of the Isle. I glanced to Higgins and Newman. Their eyes were wide, terrified of what I spoke of. They had every reason to be scared, for I was scared. The dead do not warn the living of nothing. We needed to leave, even if it meant by swimming. The captain shouted,
Gather your things, Quartermaster! We're moving on!
Powell moved away from me, grabbing his coat from the sandy valley floor. He threw it on and began to march forward. He was about to pass beyond the obelisk. His foot stretched out in front of him, but he hung it in the air as I shouted, Don't! He turned his head to me, but then lowered his foot into the black sand. The fog did not part as he placed his foot just beyond the strange structure. I reasoned, John warned me not to pass the obelisk. Powell scoffed, shaking his head. In a sign of mockery, he began to dance among the fog. Dance beyond the point I was warned about. He moved swiftly, whistling a soft, mocking tune as he clicked his heels. He tripped, though, stumbling backwards into the fog. It devoured him, making him disappear from our vision. Higgins and Newman stood quickly, racing to his position, calling after him. I watched as they too passed the obelisk. They were worried, as was I. All of that faded when Captain Powell began to laugh hysterically through the fog. Higgins and Newman sat him up, dusting off his coat for him. He looked to me, wiping tears from his cackling face.
I should have listened to you, Quartermaster.
I smirked, a quick sigh of relief. Though I did not take the message from the beyond lightly. Higgins began to run his hands over the blanketed valley floor. there was a strange metallic creaking sound, one that sent a chill up my spine. He quickly removed whatever the captain tripped over, holding it up for all of us to see. In his rough sailor hands, he possessed a lantern. Look, sir, we have found our signal. Powell looked to me and gave a wink. The captain took the lantern and stood. He shook it to his ear and said,
There's oil in it.
Sir, I warned, we must leave this place. The lantern was presented to me as the captain stepped forward, but not crossing back across the obelisk.
This is our ticket out. But, must I remind you, you gave me your word.
Aye, sir, I said, but I cannot, in good conscience, neglect the words of the dead. John warned me. He warned you. We've disobeyed.
Sailors.
The captain lowered his head, shaking it.
Sailors and their superstitions.
'Tis true, I shouted. John warned us to leave, and we are disobeying. The captain handed the lantern to Higgins, approaching me swiftly.
We will leave this place when I say we do. I do not take your mystical dreams as reality, quartermaster. We will not vacate this isle until we find the ghost's crew.
But what if they're dead?
Then they're dead. But I will not leave my brother and my friends to suffer out here. I will not leave those responsible to wander freely. Do you understand me?
Sir, please, we must turn back. I begged. The captain turned his back, moving off deeper into the valley. Higgins and Newman stared at me, confused as to what to do. They had their orders, but if it was not for me, then they would have followed the man blindly. I called after the captain, but he disappeared among the shadows in the pale. I stepped away from the obelisk once Higgins and Newman also turned their backs to me. They followed him, but I could sense their distrust growing. Not a soul wanted to be on such an isle. That much I knew. Yet, I also knew that if I did not follow after them, and I waited in such a dark place alone, I may not make it out. I knew that without my seeds of doubt, they too would be lost to the isle. They too would join John and the crew of the Ghost. I called after them. Do not ascend the steps! Higgins and Newman looked back to me quickly, curious as to what I shouted. I did not know what it meant, but the long dead felt the need to tell me, and I found it important. They stared for a moment, but quickly shrugged off what I warned, and they too vanished among the wall of pale shadow. I halted at the obelisk, weighing my options, yet that cold electric air of the isle continued to weigh on my body. It was then, in that moment of doubt, that I honestly saw myself ignoring the warning of the dead and keeping my oath to the captain. I felt myself damned in such a vision, but yet I feared the idea of being alone much worse. I raised my foot, ready to cross the threshold into the shadow end of the valley, into the unknown of the coming storm, though I could not do it. I stayed my foot, turning my back to the captain and the party, and set back the way I came. I left that valley. The fog grew around me, and I could hear the chattering of my companions deep within the valley. Their voices echoed my direction, carried by that static wind. I could not make out what they were saying, but I could sense fear and panic. I made my way to the shore, standing atop the black sands where the water stayed stagnant as it met the edge of the isle. Bits of our crashed dinghy had made it to the shore. Laying atop the darkened sands were thick broken boards, oars, and other pieces of the vessel. I looked out to the horizon, hoping to see the two ships, but I could not. Only a veil of shadow laid before me, and I then began to wonder if I should try to swim it. I did not know what lurked beyond, but I did fear the worst if I stayed on such an isle. Behind me, I could hear the quick steps of panic. The air around me broke in waves, the static shifting over my body. I could feel it, the very air that I breathed. It was then that I truly feared the worst. I grabbed one of the oars out of the volcanic sand, holding it out before me. It should float, I told myself. It must float. It was too late, though, for the steps stopped as they made it out of the valley. I turned, fearing what I would see. My heart beat wildly in my chest, almost as if it would burst, yet as I turned, I saw the young, winded Newman clutching his chest, resting his head on his arms, and his arms on his knees as he squatted down. Newman? What is it?
They found the steps.
He muttered, standing tall and trying to catch his breath.
They're in the sides of the cliffs. They go to the top. I told them not to, but Higgins and the captain began their climb.
Why did you not go?
Did you not warn us? Did you not call after us from the Pale and say that it was an ill omen?
Aye. Yet you still crossed the obelisk. He looked panicked and fearful.
What does that mean?
I did not know, and I told him that. The young Newman grabbed a piece of wood from the bank.
Do you dare swim to the Harpy?
I do. It is all we have as an option.
Then I swim it too.
With a nod of agreement, the two of us stepped into the still sea. Our arms were laid out before us with our flotation devices at our chests. The water was bitter cold. It chilled my bones to the marrow as we began to float away from the isle. We did not kick our feet often, for the movement to do so was painful. The cool water grew colder, chilling the blood in our very veins to ice. We continued to float, and I praised our Creator for having such still water, for I knew that we would not be pulled back to the isle. I could feel a pull beneath me, though, as did Newman. He shouted it as loud as he could. He shouted that something was trying to take him back. I told him to keep swimming, and so he did. But I too felt such a weight beneath me, as if the ocean itself were alive and trying to bring us down to beyond the locker, beyond whatever superstition we believed in. I looked back to the young Newman, seeing his face pale as death. The fog followed after us, rolling across the water. Above the isle, a monstrous anvil of cloud stood, tall and mighty, with the power of 1,000 storms in it. A green hue radiated from its edges, and the lighting that danced within the black clouds were the only light that I could see at the top of the cliffs. That is, until I saw a small glow near the edge. I squinted, trying to see what it was, but I already knew. 2 silhouettes stood on the edge of the left cliff. Above the head of one, a small glowing orb stood out amongst the shadow. The fog rose around them, engulfing the flame of what I believed to be the lantern in the captain's hand. More silhouettes appeared as the fog thickened, and had I not seen strange visions the night before, I'd have thought it a trick of the storm. But nay, the captain and Higgins were not atop the Isle of Caring. The glowing ore of the lantern radiated a proud light for a moment as the captain waved it above his head. I heard Newman call out to me,
Look, Quartermaster! Look! Who is that with them?
"Keep swimming, sailor," I told him. "Do not look upon such frightful things." I wished that I could heed my own advice, for I could not break my gaze from the captain and Higgins. The light of the lantern flickered, struggling to find air in such a dead place. Then the radiant aura vanished, smothered by the hands of the dead. The captain and Higgins stood in the pale for a moment, I assume unaware of the ghostly visitors that were with them. Small dots began to glow across the edge of the cliff and deep within the valley of the isle. Images of John's hellfire gaze flashed through my mind. Just as the vision appeared, the storm clouds above opened, and a great cacophony of noise roared down onto the isle and across the still ocean, causing it to stir greatly and the waves to come alive in a way I'd never imagined. Newman and I were strung about, trying to stay afloat, but the pull from beneath and the hands of the now rapid sea tried to bring us down. A great beam of light shot from the center of the valley. Among the shadows, I could see a radiant green glow in the shape of a mighty obelisk deep within the dark. The storm clouds burst, sending a massive wave of rain and dust floating across the sky. It did not pour down onto Newman and I, though. It stayed within the sky, streaking across like meteors from beyond. The waves crashed into us, knocking us about. My head dipped into the salty water, blinding me for a moment. I tried to close my eyes, but it became difficult. My pupils began to burn, and a haze filled my vision, yet I could see clearly enough. Thousands upon thousands of glowing hellfire beneath me, all individual dots, staring up at me. They belonged to long dead faces, pale as the crests of waves, Their hands reached out to me, trying to grab my body and limbs to force me down to join them. I lifted my head from the water, screaming in fear. I could finally see, just on the horizon, the harpy and the gray ghost. They had not moved, and their tall masts sat empty of sails. The waves of the storm crashed into their hulls, knocking them about. It was then that I saw it. A great monstrosity lifted from the sea. I could not see its head, only a portion of its body. A hollow, empty call radiated across the ocean, a sound of whales and other marine animals, but corrupted, shallow, and otherworldly. The gray ghost became crushed under the long serpent-like creature's weight as the beast lifted from the sea. The harpy split in two under the might of its coiled body. Its face emerged, covered by the darkness of the storm. It roared into the night, sending the waves higher and higher. I could not keep my grip to the oar, and it slipped away from me. In doing so, I lost all buoyancy, sinking beneath the rocky waves. The ocean, no longer that thick black shadow that belonged to the isle, radiated the same green haze and felt as electric as the air of the isle. I could feel the hands of the dead clawing at me. I could feel them calling to me.
Thou hast seen it. Thou hast seen the heart.
I tried to scream, but all I did was fill my body with acidic water. I could see the surface of the ocean growing distant with each passing second. I reached my hands upward, trying to swim. I could not. I looked downward, seeing those hellfire eyes and the blank faces of the uniformed dead. Thousands there were, if not millions. They all extended out towards me, as if they had been waiting for centuries to grab hold of the living. I tried to plead, but that was no good. I could not speak. I could not think. I could only stare into the abyss that beckoned me from beyond. The dead parted, as if forced by a massive shockwave beneath the sea. They were hurled away, disappearing among the vast darkness that surrounded me. I could feel my last bit of oxygen being used. I could feel the light in my eyes begin to fade, yet even with a blurred vision, I could see it. The great beast beneath the waves. The serpent's body lay hidden by the shadowy depths. Its face, enormous, took up the scale of at least 4 great warships. Scaled was its skin, flat was its nose, perched up as if some sort of sail on a mast. Several eyes it had. 7 I could count, all of which glowed with a haunting purple aura. Its mouth opened vertically, revealing the depths of the ocean itself. I felt the pull of an abyss. I felt it begin to bring me down, yet I still fought. I still tried to survive, albeit I knew that if there were any slight error, that too would be taken by such a beast. Just as I felt all light fade from my body, I emerged from the depths atop calm waves and a warm sky. I began to vomit salt water and whatever I had to eat the previous day. My nerves were rattled and my mind raced with all sorts of thought. Even though I sat atop the surface of the water, I knew that something lurked beneath me. I knew that if the beast did not take me, that the dead would. I searched for my oar or any piece to keep me afloat, yet I just wanted out. I wanted to leave the water and never return, for I felt the gaze of the beast from the depths. Pieces of driftwood, barrels, and crates floated amongst the low waves. The sun bore down on me, causing me to shield my eyes. Its heat radiated, and it must have been sometime midday. I quickly threw myself atop a barrel, trying to get as much of my body out of the water as I could. I looked around, no longer seeing the isle, and only a field of debris. The waters were normal. The horizon appeared the same. I caught sight of a storm in the distance, moving off into the nothingness of the other side. As I stayed afloat, I called out for the only person I thought alive. "Newman! Newman!" Not a response, for I stayed afloat among the debris alone. I floated atop that barrel for 2 days. It was then that another merchant vessel found me. They pulled me aboard and asked what ship I came from, asked what happened to my captain and crew. I told them that I did not know. for I had seen the Isle of Carin and the great beast beneath the sea. They asked what all I witnessed, but I did not have the heart to tell them. I broke my oath to my captain, but I'd always heed the words of the dead, for the heart that I saw could not be unseen.
I hadn't meant to kill my sister. It had been a joke. In life, she never used to listen to me anyway, though as her older brother, I felt I had the authority. But after she died, and in my childish misery and guilt, I had invited her to come back home. Well, she did. There were only two of us. Our parents thought we were everything they'd wanted in a family, a boy and a girl. She came out a bit shyer than they wanted, quiet and a bit odd, at least to me at that age. But we were perfect side by side in family portraits. Now there's only one of us. We don't take family portraits anymore. It started when I found the key to her room. Our bedrooms were across the hall from each other on the second floor of the house. The doors had old-fashioned doorknobs that locked with a key, which we didn't have and which I'd never seen before. Then one day, I found a ring of unmarked keys in a junk drawer in the foyer of the house. I went around trying them and everything until I'd matched every key to a door in the house, including our bedrooms. Nearly every key on the ring had a spare, but not all. The key to my sister's room was one of them that only had one master key. That was when I'd gotten the idea. I pocketed the key to her room and left the rest in the drawer where I'd found them. I waited for the perfect opportunity that evening when she was in the living room with my parents staring at the TV, as she always did after dinner. I went upstairs on pretense to use the bathroom and quietly locked her bedroom door from the outside. Back downstairs, I acted innocent as we watched TV together. I loitered until my sister yawned and kissed our parents goodnight and went upstairs. I waited on the couch, grinning with suspense. It was a good long moment before we heard her shriek. Then the sound of wood banging. She streaked downstairs in tears, asking for help with her door. Father went up with her to see what was the matter. They both came downstairs again, her still in tears and he in confusion.
It's locked,
he said. Mother got up and retrieved the keys from the side table in the hall. All three of them went upstairs. I waited until they were gone to fall over myself laughing, pretending to find something funny on TV. By the time I got sleepy and went upstairs, they were still in a huddle trying and retrying every key. Of course, none of them fit. Mother suggested she sleep in my room until they can call a locksmith in the morning. I was annoyed at this and produced the key from my pocket, too tired to care about the trouble I'd get into.
It was a joke,
I said in my defense. After we'd gotten her door unlocked, Mother made me return the key to the drawer, saying the first chance she got, she'd get a duplicate to avoid this situation again. Naturally, she'd forgotten. That weekend, when our parents were out on an errand, leaving us alone at home, I'd gotten bored and done it again. My sister knew immediately who had done it. It was a Saturday morning, and it was the last time I would see her alive. She flew into the kitchen, chasing me, demanding I open the door. I pretended to have swallowed the key, but this time she was in hysterics and fled the house in tears, as if she could run all the way to Mommy and Daddy in town. This wasn't the first time she'd done that. She always came right back home before she got to the end of the street. I waited for her to give up and return, but as 1 hour turned to 2, and then 3, I began to worry. I waited by the chair closest to the front door, and then the window. At some point, I'd gone out and walked around our yard and then the neighborhood, but saw no sign of her. I came home with my heart in my throat. I decided to keep waiting instead of call my parents from the kitchen phone. 10 minutes later, I told myself, then I would. My sister had run out into the road and got hit by a car. Our parents had just turned the corner on their way home when they saw the ring of people and flashing lights. She'd been found on the road 2 blocks away from home. When the ambulance took her away, the sirens were silent. There was no rush. She was dead. My parents had come home to find whether I was dead too, and I think at that point they wished I was. The first chance I got, I left them crying and hugging each other in the living room. I went upstairs to her room and unlocked the door, and then just stood there staring at her empty bedroom. Her ballerina music box threw a weird shadow on the pillowcase from the moonlight outside her window. I carried the key in my pocket during her funeral. My parents barely looked at me, and I wouldn't blame them. They had hardly spoken to me in the days since her death, except in harsh little commands to hurry up, get dressed, fix your tie, get in the car. I behaved like the perfect son they'd always wanted, but that did nothing to warm them up to me. Because of their avoidance of me, I managed to find myself alone at some point in the cemetery, looking into the open casket of my dead sister, cold and pale and dressed up in her ballerina costume. I felt the key burning in my pocket, where I kept my hands pocketed and clenched. I brought out the key and went to pat her cold, marble hands as if to say goodbye. "I'm sorry." As I did, I tucked the key under her fingers, folded together over her chest. "Please come home," I whispered. I didn't cry then, or after. Mother kept making her promises. She was too grieved to go through my sister's room and put things in order after the funeral. She promised to do it someday, just not now. Not now. She only went as far as to stand in the open doorway and glance in, the way I'd done the night my sister had died, but invariably Mother would break down into tears and leave, closing the door behind her. Sometimes she stood there until Father took her away. I didn't dare go near her. She repeated this pitiful ritual almost every day, and then every week. She stopped after a couple months of this. Things edged into a semblance of normalcy. My parents softened up towards me just enough to allow me to have friends over. I needed someone to talk to. My friend Keith came over after school one day, and I told him about how, the previous night, I'd woken in bed hearing the faint sound of my sister's ballerina music box playing in her room across the hall. It stopped as soon as I'd fully opened my eyes and sat up. I decided it was a dream, but the melody would not leave my mind all day at school. I hummed the tune for Keith, who had the insane idea that he knew the composer of the song. We fell into debate about it, and to refresh his memory of the song and prove my point, we went up to her room to retrieve the music box. The door was locked. We peered into the keyhole and found that it was too dark for that time of day. Then I realized why. There was a key blocking the hole. It had been locked from the inside. Keith saw no significance to this, since I'd been too dumbstruck to say anything else to him. I'd been in no mood to entertain him after that, so he went home. I stayed downstairs in the living room, staring wide-eyed at the TV without watching it, waiting for my parents to come home. I could hardly restrain from calling my mother to hurry home from the grocery store or my father from work. But when they did finally get home, I found I could hardly mention anything to them. I stayed quiet all throughout dinner until it was time for me to go upstairs to bed. I didn't want to go, but I didn't want to upset my parents further. I stopped outside my door and glanced at hers across the hall. Silent. I didn't dare try the knob. It was a Saturday the next day, and I was off school, but I was woken early by my mother battering the door to my room. I'd gotten my own key from the drawer and locked my door the previous night, something I rarely did before then. When she'd gotten in, she demanded that I unlock my sister's door that instant, that I had no right. I interrupted and told her I had nothing to do with the door this time.
Lies!
She shrieked.
You and your friend were fooling around in the house yesterday when I was not here!
I told her that that was true, but we never did a thing to my sister's door, and that was the truth. She wouldn't believe me when I said I didn't have the key. I was forced to tell her that I left it in my sister's coffin. She'd gone silent after that. Not because of the implications of what this meant, but because she was transported back to the funeral in her mind. Her eyes filled up, but the tears would not fall. I couldn't bring myself to tell her that I thought the key was in the house now, on the other side of the door. All she was thinking about, now that she shook herself into reality, was that we couldn't duplicate a key we didn't have. What's more, she decided that the door wasn't locked but merely jammed by humidity or something else. Apt punishment for her not having opened the door for a while. She decided we would have to call a locksmith that very day. Once she flew this idea by my father, however, he would have none of it. He left his breakfast half-eaten at the kitchen table and roared out of the garage to retrieve his toolkit and roared back in and straight up the stairs, followed by my mother, rolling her eyes behind his back as he spewed forth his wounded pride. Gingerly, I hung back in the hall as my parents began to play locksmith at my sister's door. With me and Mother watching over his shoulder, he tried the door this way and that, and pulled and pushed, banged it with precision here and there, and finally knelt at the doorknob and probed a penlight into the hole. I saw his eyebrows shoot up. "There's something blocking the keyhole," he said, confirming what I'd seen the other day. It was mid-morning by then. My sister's room had a window facing east. The light should have shone through the doorknob as it did from the gap under the door, but it was dark as night. Through the gap, my father slid a sheet of old newspaper along the floor, a good deal of centerfold to cover as much ground as possible. Then, with a thin metal instrument from the screwdriver kit, he prodded into the hole until we all heard a thin, distinct thud of metal on the paper on the other side. A dot of light was cleared in the doorknob. My father pulled at the paper carefully from under the door, and we could see the slight weight of the key keeping the paper from flapping. But then, before it was halfway out, the weight was gone, and the paper came clean away from our side of the door, very suddenly unburdened from its weight. The key was gone. Father had that puzzled look on his face, and he turned to glance through the doorknob. Then he got on all fours to peer under the door to see if the key had gotten caught on something or had fallen off the paper. But of course he saw nothing. No movement of shadow across the light, no telltale form of a key on the floor for any distance. I knew what had happened. Of course, it had been plucked out from under our very noses. Mother asked Father if he was quite finished playing locksmith so that we could call a professional. He wasn't quite ready to give in. As they continued to bicker, I left them and went downstairs, out the back door. I circled around the yard to look at my sister's window from the outside. They had picked her room very carefully. Not only had she gotten the best view, but the window was mostly secure from any break-ins from the outside. You couldn't get to its ledge from the roof or any outdoor piping. There were no tree branches close enough for a foothold. This side of the house was smooth and unscalable. As I stared up at her open shutters and drawn curtains, the way they had been the last day of her life, I saw that the window panes were intact. Nobody had gotten in from there. Looking carefully, and for as long as I could stand, I detected no movement or light from the dimness behind the curtains. When I went back in, my parents were in the kitchen now, taking a break, it seemed, from trying to break open the door, but not a break from their bickering. They shot up at once almost as soon as I entered, and when I heard it, I shut up too. A great silence descended on us three, as from the top of the stairs, we could hear my sister's ballerina music box playing the way it did when the lid was opened. I was frozen, but barely a second later, my father dashed up the stairs, eyes wide. My mother called after him in a fright, but then followed him after barely a moment of hesitation. I was drawn upward as well, as though by magnetism, though I wanted to be nowhere near that room. I found my father at the door, one hand on the still tightly locked doorknob, and the other rapping sharply on the wood, calling, "Who's there?" No response. My mother had her mouth covered with both hands, suspended between shock and grief. No matter how much they demanded an answer from an assumed stranger, as my father did, or changed tact and called my dead sister's name as my mother did, nothing stirred from the other side of the door. The music had stopped by the time I'd gotten to the top of the stairs. It seemed we stood there holding our breaths for a good half-minute or so before my father stepped back from the door and took my mother's elbow, leading her downstairs. He gestured with his head at me to do the same. Downstairs, they spoke in hushed funeral voices, wondering what was going on. I couldn't bring myself to say much, and for once, my mother showed real concern towards me. She had me sit down at the kitchen table while she had gotten a glass of apple juice to revive my energy, afraid I'd faint. I noticed my reflection in the chrome body of the toaster oven, pale as a... I didn't say the word, even in my mind. We stayed downstairs for the most part. At some point, my father went out to look at the window the same way I'd done, and had come back to report my mother the same thing I'd observed. My mother asked whether we should call a locksmith, but I could see her resolve had dissolved, and so had my father's. He didn't seem all that keen to be a locksmith either. At dinner, my mother asked me, as if she had just remembered, whether I had really left the only key to my sister's room in her coffin. I nodded my head, just once. I was sure I had, but I didn't want to be sure any more. Mother asked nothing else. Father wondered if calling a priest would be more appropriate, and my mother gave him a dirty look. Everyone knew that priests always failed in the movies, and besides, neither of my parents were believers. Not in God, not in ghosts, not in anything. I wasn't even sure if they believed in me when I said the key was buried with my sister. But the lack of belief kept us all suspended in a swirling and torturous meaninglessness, where the only meaning that now presented itself was a dangerous one. They let me sleep in their room that night. This helped my nerves somewhat, though their bedroom was technically right next to my sister's, with a wall in between, while mine was directly across the hall from hers. I didn't mind as long as I wasn't alone. I don't know how they managed to get to sleep, or if they were pretending as I was, but at some point during the night, I was lured out of my drifting by the sound of the music box playing, softly, as if to itself, down the hall and just on the other side of the wall. The next day, we all gave the room a wide berth and tried not to speak of it. We tried to get on as normal as possible, but there was something very odd about the house now, like we had an evil secret we had to keep even from each other. Every now and then, the music box would start playing from the top of the stairs, usually when we were downstairs, and never a few bars at a time before it stopped again. Whenever it did that, we would all go quiet instantaneously. Mother would go white and rigid, her eyes filling up, and Father would reach for her hand and hold it tight. I would go over and sit beside them, and Mother would put an arm around my shoulder. I almost thought this was a good thing, to have that room occupied once more, but I couldn't bring myself to be grateful. It was I who had asked her to come back after all, but I dared not confess that part. As soon as silence returned, we would take a few seconds, and then carry on as if nothing had happened. But we could not fool each other. We were shaken. My parents refused to talk outright about what they felt, but I thought I understood since I felt the same way. Instead of feeling any warmth from my sister's memory, there was only a cold dread, and around her door there was a sense of bitterness that chilled anyone who wandered too close, even in the humid warmth of the day. We kept this up for the next few days, and no matter how late I tried to dally after school instead of coming straight home, I would always be the first one in. My parents were trying to stay away as long as they could too. But by the second week of this, my mother decided what it was they had to call a real estate agent. We were going to sell the house and move out. But things had to get worse first. I'd found myself in my pent-up distress mentioning something about the door to my friends at school, and Keith invited himself home with me to check it out. I knew my parents would be away from home, and I didn't want to go back alone, so I agreed. I hung back a few steps when Keith climbed the stairs to the bedroom. He walked right up to my sister's door as if he hadn't felt the miasma that, at least to my parents and I, had grown stronger every day. Keith tried the door, as I knew he would, and found it locked, as I knew he would. Then he bent at the waist and peered through the keyhole, his other eyes squeezed shut for focus, his whole body shuffling him side to side a few inches at a time to get a better look. I stood across the hall, shifting uneasily from foot to foot. Then I heard the reassuring sound of the front door opening and my mother coming in, calling my name. Before I could answer her, though, Keith jolted back from the door, gagging and clutching at his throat. His face was pale and strangled, his eyes wide and unseeing. He couldn't scream, but I screamed for him, and my mother was upstairs in an instant, just in time to see Keith collapse on the floor, writhing and twitching. As my mother rushed to tend to him, I threw a glance at the doorknob. Nothing but a point of light and utter silence. We had taken Keith to the ER, left him there with his family, and gotten back in time to tell my father what had happened. Keith had swallowed his tongue and would have choked himself to death if my mother hadn't acted so quickly. The overseeing physician had assumed it had been some sort of accident caused by surprise or an unpleasant posture. Something. I hadn't really been listening. My mind was torturing itself, trying to imagine what he must have seen that made his body recoil so violently as to strangle itself. I wanted to ask Keith myself, desperately, but his parents wouldn't let me near him anymore. Meanwhile, my parents were throwing themselves into the search for a new place to live. We knew now that we were in a dangerous situation. Over the next few weeks, we had terrible luck selling the house. The agents we got kept asking about the room and why we wouldn't unlock it. and the few people who showed up to the open house had a bad feeling about that room. They assumed we had something to hide, and they were right. No matter how beautifully we had presented the rest of the house, that room poisoned the atmosphere, even though from a photograph of the second floor, you couldn't tell there was anything off about it at all. The house was listed as a 3-bedroom space, and people expected 3 bedrooms. My father thought we should just promise to get the door fixed before they moved in, and then just let them do what they would with whatever they found behind it. But my mother argued with him over the ethics of it all. By this point, my parents were willing to just abandon the house and leave it to some in-laws they were not fond of. They had planned to move into what was supposedly a summer home, but with the idea that we would settle there. It was smaller, less comfortable, and farther from my school and father's workplace, but it didn't matter by then. We only had one goal between us: get out. The music box had started to drive us half mad at night. Sometime during the last week, the music box had broken, and the tiny mechanism began to play just one note over and over again. One key over and over. And then it went quiet again so suddenly that the silence was just as loud as anything before or after. To call it music was to call whatever was on the other side of that door my sister. It might have been music at some point, but now it was a mere sliver of what it had been in life. Now it was a hideously shrunken fragment of the whole, distorted and sharpened so it was no longer recognizable as part of the original. It was getting louder and louder, and it appeared to be moving along the walls. My parents' bed, which I still slept in with them, was positioned so that our feet were pointing at the wall that divided the master bedroom from my sister's. That used to comfort me somewhat, knowing that this was the farthest we could get from it, from, well, her. But it had gotten so that it seemed the music was seeping into the walls like a pipe had burst and bled into the paper. The paint on the wall seemed to shift in my mind's eye in the half-light. We were all unable to fall asleep until dawn, and our daylight lives were thrown out of rhythm. We stumbled home exhausted and stayed on guard all day, hearing that one key play on and off throughout the afternoon and evening. And then we stayed up all night to repeat again the next day. We were fairly at the end of our rope. My mother insisted we move within the next week, and drove us like slaves to finish packing while she saw to the logistics of getting boxes and furniture shipped off. We were even more strung out and exhausted by then, and thanks to that, I must have drifted off last night before we were to move, right there on the bare mattress in the master bedroom with nearly all of its contents in cardboard boxes. I woke up to hear the music over my head and right beside my ear. I snatched myself away immediately and saw that my parents had done the same. The music, that one demonic key, was throbbing louder than usual throughout the walls opposite my sister's bedroom, where our headboard was. The broken note played again and again, traveling and swelling and surrounding us. Even today, that one key played in isolation on a piano can trigger a horrible case of nerves in me. An F sharp, I think it was. My parents were up in an instant, scrambling to get dressed and yelling at me to get moving as I sat there frozen. They had to yell because the music was so loud now that it was impossible the neighbors would remain undisturbed by it. The moving company we hired was scheduled to come by and help us the next morning, but we had to get out right now, at 3:30 in the morning. My father said we would return later to help the movers if they showed up, but for now we were going to a nearby motel with nothing but an overnight bag hastily thrown together. We rushed out and piled into the car, noting as we left that the music had been thrumming throughout the house, even downstairs, but it could not follow us out the front door. As soon as I cleared the doorway, the air came easier to my lungs. I hadn't known that we had literally been suffocating in that house all along. From the yard, and then the garage, pulling out from our doorway, our house was silent as anything should be at 3 in the morning. While my father backed the car down the driveway, my mother nervously scolded him all the way to watch the mailbox, and I twisted around in my seat to look back at the house one more time. We were pulling down east, and I had a clear view of my sister's window from the back of the car. The shutters were still open, and there was no light from the depths of the room, which I could clearly see, now that the curtains were thrown open, and standing there in the gap of the curtains, I saw a pale ballerina at the window, watching us go. Dearest Margaret, I hope that this letter finds you well. I've missed you greatly during the entire time away from you, but these past few weeks have been especially difficult. While we were busy pushing from Normandy, it was easier to keep my mind occupied on other things. Now that the Germans have left France, however, I've had a lot more time to myself, and, as always, my thoughts have turned to you. I have good news, or bad news, depending on how you look at things. As you're an optimist by nature, a very glass-half-full kind of woman, I'll give you the positive spin first. You and I are going to be reunited sooner than we thought. I'll be shipping off to the good old US of A within the next few weeks. No matter how optimistic you are, however, you are also a realist. So here's the bad news. The reason that I'll be coming home to you so early is because I've been injured. Now, there's no need to worry, as I'm going to be fine. Once the bullets stopped flying in France, my unit had been assigned to deliver cargo to Avioliba. You've always been more of a scholar than I am, so you may be familiar with the town. I'd never heard of it before. There were only 3 large crates, so Mark Johnston and I volunteered to make the delivery. I've written to you about him before. He's the soldier in my platoon that has a wife and young son in Kansas. All of my fellow soldiers are brothers, but he's one of the few that I can honestly say is a friend. The round trip between Paris and Avioliba would take a few days, and we'd figured that the fresh mountain air would do us some good. We never spoke about it, but I think we were both feeling that we needed to get out of Paris, even if only for a little while. When you see pictures of Paris in books, it looks like a grand place. You can practically feel the magic in the air right through the page. It conjures up images of long walks along the Seine River, or maybe ascending to the top of the Eiffel Tower to look out on the lights of the city. You and I even talked about visiting it someday after we're married. I think that's how the city once was, and maybe it will be like that again. In the here and now, though, the magic is gone. The Nazis did all they could to stomp out the spirits of the people that lived there. They never fully could, but you can tell that the occupation left its mark in more ways than just those damn red and black banners hanging from buildings. The enchantment and wonder of the city is gone for now, replaced with an iron resolve and a righteous fury. The longer I stayed there, the more that I could feel the violation Paris had suffered through, if that makes any sense. Is it any wonder Johnston and I jumped at the opportunity to run a shipment through the countryside? It was supposed to be a simple delivery. As everyone in the world knows, though, there's nothing simple about this war. I don't remember the moment that the truck's rear tire struck the mine. It must have been left over from the Germans' retreat, or maybe had been planted by the French resistance when the Nazis were using that particular road. Whatever the case, the explosion flipped the truck completely over and sent us off the road. I only know this because it was told to me later. I remember sitting in the passenger seat while Johnston drove, idly flipping through a Captain Marvel comic book that I had traded a small bottle of half-drunk whiskey to a private for. I'm not much for comic books, but there was something about it that made me feel like, I don't know, made me feel like I was holding a piece of home in my hands, I suppose. After that, my next memory is slowly waking up. I was lying on something soft, and my body felt oddly cold. Instinctively, I tried to sit up, but the worst pain I've ever felt went through my body like electricity. It felt like someone was forcefully pushing down on me while trying to set me ablaze. I shook my head in an effort to clear it. I hadn't even opened my eyes yet, and I was already feeling dizzy. I felt a hand on my shoulder, and a woman's voice politely but firmly told me to calm down. As I managed to get my eyes open and squinted against the bright light, she went on to explain that I had been in a mine explosion and to assure me that I was going to be okay. My vision returned to normal after a few minutes, and I was able to look up at the speaker. She was dressed in the white uniform of a nurse, with red curls peeking out from under her hat and freckles dotting her nose. She smiled down at me kindly and told me that her name was Ruth. I tried sitting up, but it had the same result as before. Ruth informed me that I had suffered a fractured sternum when my chest had impacted the front portion of the transport truck. It sounded serious, but she told me that I just needed to rest and it would heal naturally. Normally, ice would have been put on my chest to help with the swelling and lessen the pain. There wasn't any access to ice, however, so she was using rags soaked in cool water instead. Along with the fractured sternum, I had suffered a painful bump on the head and a sprained ankle. I had managed to escape in surprisingly good condition, all things considered. Johnston hadn't been so lucky. He was lying in the bed next to me, unconscious, and his body wrapped in bandages. Every so often, I could hear a gasp as he sucked in air. The gasps sounded wet, like they were filled with water. The nurse told me that they hoped he would recover soon, but I could tell by the tone of her voice that she wasn't hopeful. Over the next few hours, Ruth sat and talked with me. Well, she did most of the talking. Even getting a few words out made my chest hurt, so I mostly just sat there and listened. She told me that we were in an old chateau, known to the locals as Chateau des Esprits. It had been the home of a wealthy but eccentric landowner who had died at the beginning of the war. He hadn't had any children or family, so the mansion was converted into a temporary hospital. Most of the doctors and nurses were French, but Ruth was a volunteer with the Red Cross that had been sent to assist due to the place being woefully understaffed. She eventually left my side to tend to other patients. As I stared up at the ceiling, a stray thought entered my head, and despite my condition, I found myself smiling. It was a crooked sort of smile. Can you imagine, Margaret? Here I was, relaxing in a fancy chateau in the French Alps, and I couldn't even get out of bed to enjoy a moment of it. I had to admit that I tried not to look at Johnston. Every time I glanced in his direction, I felt an awful stab of guilt. I had survived the explosion and would be back on my feet soon. Meanwhile, he was fighting for his life. It wasn't fair. Even though I kept my eyes off of him, I could still hear him wheezing and drawing in those wet breaths. Evening came, and Ruth returned to help me eat my dinner. It wasn't much of a meal, just broth and small bits of potato, but I was so hungry that it felt like a banquet. When I had finished, she changed out the rags with freshly soaked ones and put the used ones in a small bucket. Have you ever experienced the kind of moment where it feels like the very air in the room has changed, Margaret? That was what I experienced once Ruth finished her tasks. Her entire demeanor went from warm and friendly to something much more serious. The smile was gone from her face, and her eyes were uncertain. What wasn't uncertain was her firm instructions that, even if I found myself able to get up, I must not leave the room during the night. I pressed her as to why, of course, but she simply shook her head and turned to leave. Ignoring the pain, I grabbed her wrist and asked once more. She hesitated before gently removing her hand from my weak grip.
Monsieur Gang les marche dans les couloirs.
She said quietly in French before leaving the room and firmly closing the two large doors behind her. Mr. Gangley walks the halls. I stared after her for quite a while. To say that I was confused would be an understatement. I was fairly sure that I understood her correctly, but as you're well aware, I've never had much of a head for languages. It wasn't hard to convince myself that my poor French simply wasn't up to the task of properly translating her statement. With that settled in my mind, I quickly drifted off to sleep. You and I have known each other since we were small children. We started school together. You know me better than anyone else, and I'm still afraid of what you're going to think of me when I tell you what came next. You're going to think that I've lost my mind. I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. I swear to you, Margaret, I'm not mad, and what I'm about to tell you is the honest-to-God truth. I need you to believe me. No one else ever will, but you're the one person that has to. Please. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The room was dark and still. I knew immediately that something was wrong. I had the same feeling in my stomach that I had gotten during lulls in battles throughout the war. Sometimes the guns would go silent, and an eerie silence would fall over everything. Instead of being happy for the reprieve, you start to feel sick to your stomach because you know that something even worse than what you just went through was about to happen. That was the same feeling I was having as I laid in the darkness. Something was about to happen. I was so sure of it that I ignored the pain and forced myself up onto my elbows in an attempt to look around. I couldn't stay in the position for more than a few seconds before I collapsed back down onto the bed. Less than a heartbeat after I had done so, I heard a soft click as the room's doors began to swing open. I craned my neck as best as I could and turned my eyes toward the sound. There was just enough light coming in through the windows for me to see the figure enter the room, but not enough that I was able to make out any details. It was over 8 feet tall, and it had to duck under the top of the doorway to enter the room. It was wearing a black flowing robe that covered most of its features. As it came forward, it stayed hunched over. It moved with an odd gait, swaying slightly back and forth as it walked. Even though it was the largest creature I had ever seen, it made barely any noise as it moved across the wood floor towards the beds, like it had very little weight to it. I knew immediately that this giant wasn't human. I know how that sounds, Margaret, and this is why I'm afraid that you're going to think I've been driven mad by the war. If you do indeed love me as you say that you do, though, I need you to take what I'm saying at face value and put aside your skepticism until you finish my story. Because of the creature's size, it only took a few steps for it to reach the foot of Johnston's bed. It was starting to lean over him when I closed my eyes as tightly as I could. As I write this, I can feel the shame rising in me. This thing was going to do God knows what to a man that was closer to me than my own family, and there I was, keeping my eyes clenched shut like a frightened child trying to hide from a shadow on his bedroom wall. What kind of a friend, what kind of a man does that make me? I laid as still as I could for what seemed like hours, but all that I heard was silence. Curiosity started to win out over the fear. I slowly opened my eyes. The creature was still looming over Johnston, but it was completely motionless. Its arms were extended towards his face. The robe's sleeves were pulled back enough that I could see the limbs. In the dim moonlight, they looked almost white. So white that it was like a single drop of blood had never run through their veins. They were also extremely thin. No, that's not the right word for it. They looked emaciated. Its hands were attached to the arms at a slightly odd angle. I had seen something similar before, when a private had dislocated his hand from his wrist in a bad fall. Its fingers were long and bony, and they reached out towards Johnston's face. The hood of the robe was up over its head, and at the angle I was seeing the creature from, its face was completely blocked off from view. It was hard to tell in the dark, but I got the impression that the head was too large for the body. The width wasn't proportionate with the arms and legs. Everything about the creature was wrong, and I felt a sense of revulsion as I watched it. Johnston coughed once. The creature pulled back slightly, but when he didn't make another sound, it drew closer once again. It reached out with one finger and touched him slightly on the forehead. He made a soft choking noise but remained unconscious. The finger moved down his face, tracing down the nose, across the lips, and over the chin. It stopped when its tip was touching Johnston's neck. The man's entire body had stiffened as if the creature was sending a live current through him. I wanted to yell out to him, to warn him about what was happening. My mouth remained closed. I was already trying to justify my lack of action to myself. There was no point in letting the creature know that I was watching when Johnston was too injured to hear me anyway. That was what I told myself over and over again. The truth is that I was paralyzed by fear. In the moment that my friend needed me most, I proved myself to be a coward. The creature's hand opened, and it wrapped its fingers around Johnston's neck. He whimpered quietly. The whimpering soon turned into gagging as the fingers closed tightly. I tried to will myself to somehow intervene. Fear and a fractured sternum be damned. Instead, I just laid there watching. The figure held up one finger on its other hand and placed its point between Johnston's clavicles. It lingered there for a moment before pushing down harder. The finger sank into and through the skin. He started to thrash, but the creature simply held him by the throat as if it was no effort at all. The finger slowly started to make its way down to his chest. Skin and muscle and bone all parted as if it was being cut with the sharpest of surgeon instruments. When it reached the top of his stomach area, it withdrew. Blood covered it, and droplets dripped down onto the man's body. What came next has played over and over in my head ever since. The creature reached into the hole in Johnston's chest and pulled the opening wider. The snapping of bone filled the air as his ribs were easily separated. The arm jerked slightly to one side, and a moment later, the hand rose out of the open chest cavity, holding a misshapen lump. Johnston stopped thrashing. I must have made a sound because the creature turned its head toward me. The hood still covered its face, but I knew it was watching me closely. Instead of closing my eyes, however, I looked right back at it. It wasn't some act of bravery or defiance. I was just too scared to think of anything else to do. It moved to the side of my bed. The gory mass it had taken from Johnston's chest was still clutched in its right hand. I couldn't see exactly what the object was. I was, and still am, thankful for that. The creature regarded me for a long moment before reaching up with its free hand and slowly pulling back the hood. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sounds came out. I was stricken voiceless by fear. It was all that I could do to simply keep breathing. Instead of being rounded, its head was elongated, with malformed protrusions sticking out of the back. It was hairless, and like its arms, the flesh was pale to the point of being nearly translucent. It looked at me with lidless eyes, the pupils locked on me so intently that they appeared to be vibrating. The creature's face was vaguely human. The best way that I can describe it is that it looked like a person whose skin had been pulled back so tightly that it began to tear off the skull. The large teeth and gums were exposed in a hideous grin, one so large that it ran past the mouth towards the back of the elongated head to show the bone beyond. It tilted its head slightly. I wasn't looking at just some hideous monster. Its eyes stared at me with intelligence. It opened its mouth slightly as it regarded me. Just beyond the first row of human-like but oversized teeth was a second row of them. These were smaller and spaced wider apart. Its thick black tongue sloshed around, back and forth in its thick saliva.
Gute Nacht, Herr Lewis,
the creature said in a raspy voice, the words coming out as if it was exhaling them rather than speaking them. With that, the creature turned and left the room the same way it had come in, closing the door behind it. I must have passed out. The next thing I knew, I was regaining consciousness in a room filled with sunlight. I quickly looked over to my right at Johnston's bed. The spot that the bed had once occupied was empty. Ruth came in a few minutes later. I demanded to know what had happened to Johnston, and she told me that he died from his wounds a few hours earlier. I knew she was lying, of course. I had seen the creature tear him open and end his life. I continued to press her, and as I did so, she grew more and more uncomfortable. She repeatedly tried to tell me that I must have dreamed the entire thing. I became more and more agitated, and finally she relented. She leaned in, as if she was telling me something that needed to stay between the two of us, even though we were the only ones in the otherwise empty room. Every so often, she would glance over her shoulder at the doors as she spoke. She told me that Johnston's body had been taken down to the makeshift morgue to be disposed of. When I started to object, she shook her head firmly and told me to remain quiet. The official record would say that the body was incinerated due to the concerns of a possible disease. That way, no one would know about the damage the creature had caused to his body. No one but me. She warned me not to let anyone else know that I had seen the creature, which she again referred to as Mr. Gangley. The few outside of the hospital staff that had tried to tell the others what they had seen had all died under mysterious circumstances. I needed to remain silent for my own safety. At first, I refused, but something in the way she was looking at me made me stop. I got the feeling that she wasn't just looking out for my safety, but also her own. I began to understand that her current position at the chateau wasn't entirely voluntary. Still trying to wrap my mind around everything that I had seen and that she was telling me, I questioned her about Mr. Gangley. What was it? How long had it been at the chateau? Why had it killed Johnston? The questions spilled out of me as if they would never end. Ruth didn't have any solid answers to give me. All the doctors and nurses at the hospital seemed to have a different story. Some said that Mr. Gangley was an experiment that had been conducted by German scientists during the occupation. Others said it was actually a German scientist itself, one that had done things to himself for some unknown reason and was still conducting experiments on the patients in his new grotesque form. She had been told by one doctor that he believed it was a demon that had been summoned by Nazi occultists. I mulled it over. Mr. Gangley had spoken to me in German. Hesitantly, not sure that I really wanted to know the answer, I asked how it had known my name. Ruth looked surprised and regarded me curiously. As she opened her mouth to speak, the doors opened and a pair of soldiers entered the room. They told me that I was being transferred to a hospital in Paris immediately, and that's where I'm writing you from now, Margaret. I'm still sitting at a small table in a private room of one of the dozens of medical facilities in Paris. It's been dark for some time, but I can still hear the sounds of talking and laughing coming up from the streets through my open window. Medically, I'm doing much better. My fractured sternum is almost fully healed, and I only have slight discomfort from it when I move around. Mentally, I'm not really sure how I'm doing. I have trouble sleeping at night, and during the day I feel like I'm walking through a dream. Sometimes I think about how I failed Johnston and feel a mixture of remorse and anger, and other times I realize that I haven't thought of him in a while, and for some reason, that makes me even more angry. There are times that I debate with myself whether I should write Johnston's wife and tell her what really happened to her husband. Each time I decide not to, even if I could figure out how to begin to describe Mr. Gangley and what it had done to him. How could her knowing the truth be any comfort to her? I'm scheduled to ship out for the United States 2 weeks from Tuesday. As I come to the end of this letter, however, I realize that I can't come back home to you yet. Even if you somehow found a way to forgive my cowardice, I would never be able to. God help me. I have to go back to Chateau des Esprits, where Mr. Gangley walks the halls. I love you, Margaret, and I'm sorry. Always yours, Corporal Peter Lewis, United States Army, October 14th, 1944. Just over 2 weeks ago, on Monday the 30th of August, I turned 30, and someone had to pay the price for that. Our family, the Lees, has always been seen as eccentric by the locals. Some of us have become investors, artisans, masters of niche crafts and the like. We've lived full, happy, and creatively stimulating lives, seen to the outside world as to not have a care in the world or need for anything. But we have this life at a great cost. A ritual that must be undertaken every August 30th, known collectively as the waiting game. My family has had this tradition for over 250 years. Every member of the family above the age of 18 congregates at my family's estate and spends the 48 hours prior to the event catching up, partying, and generally enjoying themselves. They are, after all living on borrowed time. When the final hours tick down to the event, they detox, ensure they've slept well, done their business, and had plenty to hydrate. Because once the clock strikes midnight, they must all stay in one room until the clock again strikes midnight. The entire time, they must keep at least one other family member in eyeshot. No single member of the family must be unaccounted for. The parlor room is structured in such a way that we can see each other no matter where we are situated in the room. Each area is well lit, comfortable, and accommodating, which, when you deal with roughly 30 people, is a necessity. You have to understand, growing up in this environment had me thinking this was simply a normal tradition every family undertook. I saw no strangeness in spending my birthday away from my family members, that it was just bad luck my birthday fell on the tradition day. That, of course, would change after I turned 11. I remember the first time I learned of the waiting game. My mother was supposed to host my birthday party, but apologized and said she wouldn't be home in time for work. To that point in my life, Mom had always worked long hours to provide for us, and it was routine. I was crestfallen, but understood. She was an art curator and loved her job with an unbridled passion. She was my hero. the fact we shared a birthday only made our bond more special in my eyes. She was a best friend as well as my mom, and I don't know a lot of kids who can say that. I still remember the smell of lavender in her hair, and the way her eyes flickered, and the way she hugged me tight before saying goodbye.
Never forget how special you are, Theo. The fact you are here is nothing short of a miracle, and that is worth celebrating. I love you.
She kissed me on the forehead and promised us pizza when she got home to make up for it. I remember the babysitter waving her off as I got the house ready for my friends so we could play Nintendo and stay up late. But something in the pit of my stomach was uneasy, like I'd missed the step up on the stairs. When Mom didn't come home the following day, that feeling blossomed, sprouted wings, and flew into my heart, where it started breaking away at the fragile casing until it would shatter spectacularly. There was no funeral. The police seemed disinterested in finding her, and my family said very little about it to me, just that she'd gone away and that I'd understand when I was older. I was a day away from turning 18 when my great-uncle Thaddeus told me I had to come to the family estate for my birthday, that it was time. I remember being pissed because I had a date with my high school crush, but that was of little interest to him, and saying no wasn't a wise idea. So I gave in. We drove in relative silence for the majority of the journey. He kept his... I tried to block out the feelings of teenage frustration and focus on the country road.
We miss Christina too, you know.
He grumbled from behind a thick white mustache.
Your mother was a wonderful woman. Beautiful soul, and a vision of the world like never.
Nothing I'd seen before. But with her and her Aunt Cecilia now gone, well, it's a good thing you're...
When I was about 4, this was in 1997, my mum and brothers went to a water park on a weekend during the summer. The park was set up so that you would walk through the entrance and run directly into a food court with the little information or map station there. To the left was inside an arcade area with a roller coaster, a little one, directly outside of it, and behind the arcade building was an enormous wave pool. To the right of the entrance was the kiddie park, and then behind the kiddie park was a lazy river and all the water slides with it. Since my brothers were older and they wanted to ride the big slides, my mum and me split from them to head to the kiddie park. I remember playing for a little while, making some friends with some of the kids, when this one little boy asked me if I wanted to go to the wave pool. Since I was little, my mum told me that I was not allowed to go to the wave pool, at least without an adult, so I told him that I couldn't. He then said that it's not a problem. My dad is already waiting for us, and he's already told my mum that he was going to watch us. Well, being a dumb kid and marveling at the wave pool since we got there, I was pretty much sold and followed him over there. My mum probably didn't notice at the time because the lawn chair that she was sitting in around the kiddie pool was being blocked by little kid slides and billions of other little children. But we headed to the wave pool and met the kid's dad. He immediately took my hand and guided me into the wave pool. I remember only being there for like 2 minutes tops until he picked me up and carried me back out of the pool. I don't think that I even asked where we were going, but I assumed the food court because that's where we were headed. I then remember reaching the entrance gates and a lifeguard approached us and asked if my name was so-and-so, and I said yes, and started crying because I guess I thought that I was in trouble. The lifeguard then grabs me from the dude, and I see my mum running up, sobbing. Years later, we're revisiting this story, and she tells me that she noticed that I was missing pretty quickly and told a lifeguard to close off the entrance to the park. I was wearing a yellow bathing suit with pink flowers on it and 2 yellow ribbons in my hair, so the description gave me away instantly when the man was carrying me out, that is. I asked my mum about the kid, and she had no idea what I was talking about. She said that it was just the singular man, and apparently he ran to his car in the parking lot as soon as the lifeguard took me out of his arms. In other words, there was no kid with him. One night, while I was about 17 or maybe 18, I was living in this old Victorian home on the top floor. I lived alone. You could afford to live alone back then. And it was a creepy place. I loved the upstairs. It was very nicely done, and it was only $279 a month, close to the downtown of the city that I was living in. Now, one night, I was unexpectedly in for the evening. I had a full-time job, a part-time job as well, and a very active social life, so being home alone was pretty rare for me. It was raining very hard that day, and I remember looking outside and watching the puddles get bigger and bigger. I went to bed quite early. Suddenly, though, I woke up abruptly after what felt like I had been sleeping for a long time. It was completely dark, almost pitch black in my bedroom. There was just a bit of light in the corner of my room from the streetlight outside. I looked to my digital bedside clock. I had only been asleep for 5 minutes at the most, though. I kind of got chills then, and I heard what I can only describe as like a hissing sound. I looked up to the ceiling of my bedroom, and there was a black blob-like form that was just moving and changing size and slowly making its way to me. By the time the realization that it was coming to me hit me, I became unable to move my limbs, my body. I could not talk or scream. I just laid there, unable to do anything but watch it get closer to me. When it reached me, it just kind of settled on me. I could feel its weight. I couldn't close my eyes. I so desperately wanted to, but I just couldn't. The terror that I felt cannot be described, though. The evil that I felt from this form was immense, and I have not felt anything like this, that kind of evil, in my life ever. After what seemed like hours, though, suddenly it was gone. My room got brighter and I was able to move again. I checked my clock, but again, only 5 minutes had passed. This experience happened 2 more times while I was living in that old Victorian house. I later learned, though, through research at the library, that I had apparently been visited by an incubus. When I returned to the city that I grew up in and lived in that house, I drive by it. It's still standing, and I don't know if it's divided up into 3 separate apartments now, but it's a lot more run down, that's for sure. A lot of strange things would happen in those rooms. Things would go missing, and I'd find them in very odd places. And as far as I'm concerned, that house, it's definitely haunted. I was traveling with some friends on some 4x4 trails in southern Idaho. We were camping out one night, singing music around a campfire for quite a while, and my friends decided to go to bed eventually. My ex and I stayed up a little bit longer, hanging out around the fire and just enjoying the atmosphere. Then suddenly, everything just got dead silent, like the world got put on mute. I'm no stranger to this phenomenon. It generally happens when there's a predator nearby, and being in bear country, I had my bear spray on me, so I wasn't too worried. My ex and I continued to enjoy the fire, though, until we heard someone way off in the distance say, "honey," 3 times. You could tell it was far away, but it also had the sound of a whisper rather than a yell, an almost questioning tone, like it was a woman calling out for her husband. My friend peeked out of his rooftop tent and asked if we were the ones calling out, but we weren't. The weirdest thing, though, is that it just didn't sound right. More so something that sounds like a woman calling out honey, but not actually a human woman. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but the more rational side of us decided that it may have been a hiker or something. The moon was full, so the idea of a couple hiking at night, especially since we weren't too far from the nearest town, wasn't too unlikely, I guess. My friend and his girlfriend, they decided to rejoin us for a little bit, and they also commented on the lack of wildlife sounds. We sat for a few more minutes before, again, hearing that honey sound. My friend agreed that it didn't sound right at all. He called out hello just in case there was some poor lost woman somewhere, but nothing responded. A few minutes later, we heard the same call, but from the complete opposite direction. With how far it sounded, there was just no way some lost hiker could have circled all the way around our camp that quickly. We lit up our floodlights, and we quickly booked it out of the area, and ended up cutting our overland trip very short. I still have no idea who or what made those noises, and it really still creeps me the heck out. Honestly, too, I'm really not sure if I'll be traveling to southern Idaho ever again. Now, I know that this sounds fantastical and wild, and honestly, I couldn't disagree. This is in fairly remote backcountry, West Virginia, which is known for being old and haunted. It was experienced entirely by the 2 of us, but the worst parts by all 4. This led to all 4 of us at some point battling personal issues in our lives that I believe stemmed directly from this encounter. The following is, at least to my memory and what I've been able to corroborate with the other people that were there, 100% accurate and true. So when I was 17, 2004, we had a bad experience camping near haunted train tunnels and sites of sudden tragic death. The history of the immediate 1 square mile area is that mother and son drowning in the creek nearby, drug dealers killed in state police shootout at a nearby hunting cabin, and many years before, cheap laborers had been killed building this double set of train tunnels. They were actually buried in a long-forgotten little graveyard nearby the tunnels that has since been found and restored. We decided to go camping before graduation as a friend group of 4, just to do something one last time before we all went our separate ways in life. This is a private property on the backside of a big hill around which the creek flows in a huge several-mile-long bend. A camp set up and fire going. Shortly after nightfall, my cousin and I sat back on the creek bed, maybe 20 yards away from the camp spotlight, a fish in the water. We then began to hear a sort of, rhythmic sloshing sound. A slosh of what sounded like somebody wading through the water, maybe halfway up to their shin deep. So we shined the light around upstream, and we then spotted symmetrically and rhythmically consistent disturbances made by what looked and sounded like invisible feet or legs sloshing toward us. When we would turn our spotlights off, it would start again. It would then stop when illuminated, and whatever it was definitely reacting to us. And this was the first Ice Bucket's stomach clench moment we knew that this was not fish and could not rationalize what was actually happening. This scared us pretty badly, but we decided best to be kept to ourselves and join the others gathered at the fire suddenly. As we made our way back, we heard the sloshing make its way to where we were on the bank, and the noise stopped. Given the speed that we witnessed it moving and how far it was from us when we were watching it, it must have sped up to make it to the bank that we were on in the amount of time that it took us to get to the camp. Others at the camp heard it as well and figured that we'd either gotten in or somehow riled up some fish, but we just played it off in the end. And as crazy as it sounded and looked like an invisible person wading towards us through the water. After the noise ended at the creek bank, we then all saw the tall grass disturbed as something that we couldn't see ran around the foliage perimeter of our circularly cleared campsite. Now, this could have been an animal, I admit, but whatever it was fast. We then began to hear what sounded like a man talking to us, as in speaking into the ear of each person, the left ear, if that matters. At first, it sounded like garble, really, but after maybe 15 to 20 seconds, we could make out the words saying we shouldn't be there, and we needed to leave, before finally addressing us directly and saying slightly more forcefully, "You need to leave." Obviously, as you can imagine, this was absolutely terrifying, and at first we thought that it was a person or group of people out there walking up on our camp and that it was dangerous. We were all frozen with fear though, but then adrenaline suddenly hit. As we freaked out and started to run to our ATV, all 4 of us saw what we all described as a tall black shadow man wearing what looked like a hat, relaxing against the front of our ATV. It straightened up when we saw it, and it saw us, allegedly, and it just sort of hung there staring at us for a few seconds. No feet, the legs ended in sort of wavy lines, like looking above the fire at the heat waves. It stood out against the dark night behind it, though, and it was definitely there. The girl screamed, which broke our fear freeze, and it zipped like the Flash back towards the train tunnels people had died in. Interestingly, when we went to start the ATV, it sort of turned over sluggishly as if the battery had been slightly drained, despite working fine not long before when we rode it down. This entire event happened over the course of, I don't know, I want to say maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and within an hour of the sun going down. After putting our story out there, I received a lot of feedback from people as well, who have also had bad encounters in this area over many years. Even a guy I worked with, who didn't know that we knew this area, told me that my uncle had hired him to trap in that area, and it was the only place that he didn't check traps alone at night. He said that it was almost like the animals leave the place at night, and it was completely quiet out there. No less than a month later, my uncle who owns the property was up on the hill raccoon hunting at night with a dog. At some point, the dog was on a rock face up above him and actually knocked a large rock loose that fell and struck my uncle in the side of the neck. This understandably messed him up pretty bad and paralyzed almost his entire body, but he still had limited functionality on his left side. We could never figure out how he got himself back to his ATV and turned it over and drove himself out of there because, really, he just wasn't capable of that anymore. It wasn't until probably maybe 2 or 3 years later, around Halloween, when my story makes its rounds on the local Facebook groups, that my uncle texted my mother out of the blue. You have no reason to believe my uncle's character reference, but honestly, he is a salt-of-the-earth, hunting, farming, working sort of man, even working past his retirement as a millionaire. He's honest, funny, and just incredibly a stand-up guy. He is easygoing, but also no nonsense for sure. In his text to my mother, though, he said, "I've never told anybody this before, and I probably won't again. But the man in the hat that the kids saw at the creek that night helped pick me up off the ground and put me back on the ATV and turned me around." Until I heard that, I had always assumed that the Shadow Man was the one who was trying to scare us out of there, but thinking back on it, maybe he was the one whispering to us, telling us that we needed to leave and possibly avoid something scarier and more dangerous. Although I honestly have no idea what could have been scarier than that. So I just wanted to come on here and talk about my house and some of the weird stuff that's been going on recently in it. I've lived in this house alone for about 5 years now, I would say. Nothing really noteworthy happened until 2021, and it really wasn't anything crazy. Like small stuff. My garage door would be open when I thought that I'd closed it. The sink is running, cupboards open, etc. I started noticing other stuff happening around that time as well, though. I would think that I'd hear footsteps around my house, but it was always something that I thought that I could play off as just being tired since my work full-time along with college and all that. It didn't happen all too often as well, so I didn't really worry too much about it. But it started to become more frequent as years have gone by. Recently, a few things have happened that have definitely got me pretty spooked, to the point that I've stayed at a friend's house because of them. I'll share them now, but I'm really not sure what I want out of this. Maybe some clarity or something, or some advice on what to do, but yeah, here's what happened. So the first thing that happened was around August of 2024. I was sitting in my office room doing some homework and playing some music. I started to hear what I thought sounded like a woman at my door. Now, I note, my next door neighbor is a single mother, and she goes on walks past my house literally every night. Figuring that she might be at my door asking for something, I open the door, only to find no one there. I close the door and sit back down, and over the next week or so, I started hearing what I thought was a woman talking just out of earshot. I would think that it was my TVs, but I keep them off when I'm not using them. I was pretty stumped and frustrated over it as well. It all built up to one night where I'm laying in bed and I hear this same voice, lady just out of earshot, talking at my bedroom door. Tired and creeped out, I jumped out of bed to check, only to find when opening my door, nobody was there. It chilled me enough to where goosebumps formed. I locked my bedroom door, which I never do, and got back into bed. Maybe 5 minutes later, it started happening again. I got back up and literally screamed, "Leave me alone," packed a bag, and I ended up spending the night at a friend's house a little ways down the street, and it hasn't happened since. The next incident happened about a month ago. Doing homework in my room, all of a sudden my home phone starts ringing. Problem is that I haven't had a phone connected since the hurricane swept through Florida, and have had no reason to put it back in. I quickly jumped out of my bed, shuffled out to check the phone, and sure enough, it's ringing at me. I picked it up and it immediately died. I have absolutely no clue how this could have rung as well, unless the phone battery is jacked up or something. Since then, I have thrown the phone away because, I mean, to heck with that, right? Now, this next one is the one that made me want to come on here and talk about my experience thus far. This happened about a week ago. So, I have a boxer puppy who turns 1 on Saturday, by the way, who is usually pretty relaxed. I've never seen him frightened because, frankly, he just doesn't even know what's going on half the time. It's probably about 1 or 2 in the morning. I'm chilling in my kitchen. Knox is laying next to me, probably wanting my food. Eventually, he walks away, and as I finally indulge into said food, he stops about 6 feet from my garage door and starts growling. Like, tail up, looking like he's going to bite someone, kind of growl. Mind you, I've never seen him growl like this, not once, so I was a little bit freaked out from the get-go, to say the least. I try calling him back over, but he is absolutely dialed into whatever he's growling at. I start walking over slowly to him. I turn the corner to look at my door, and it literally slams. It sounds like a giant object slammed right into my door, loud as anything. My dog jumps back and runs to go hide in my room. I, on the other hand, open my door, run into my garage to see if someone had tried to break in, only to see that everything was perfectly quiet. The door was fine too. Needless to say, I grabbed the dog up and we drove to stay at my friend's house for the night again after that. Since then, too, I've been on edge the past week being at my own home. It feels like I have to watch my back constantly now because something just might happen. I'm losing sleep over this, and honestly, I really just don't know what to do at this point. This happened about a year back. I was standing in my balcony around 3 a.m. at night, smoking a cigarette. I was facing the window, and in the window I saw a reflection of something sitting on the rooftop of the building opposite across the street. I turned around and there was nothing. I continued smoking, and as I look up at the roof again, I saw a dark figure sitting on the ledge of the building. It wasn't sitting normal too, kind of like how Spider-Man sits on a light pole, like it was hunting for something. I kept looking at it, trying to figure out what it was and if it's really what I think it is, or am I just sleep deprived or something. After like half a minute of me staring though, I felt like it looked back at me, and I just kept staring at it, and I was completely lost. It was a little bit dark, but I'm certain that this thing had almost human-like features, but in the most messed up way imaginable. A skin that kind of looked burnt, and I'm sure that it didn't have eyeballs and just 2 empty eye sockets. When I realized what I was doing, I immediately turned my head down. Just a second later, I looked up again, and it was gone. I went inside and drank some water, and I then hear a scream coming from somewhere nearby. I went to my balcony again, and the screaming didn't stop. It sounded like a woman, but there were no breaks in the scream. It was a continuous loud scream. Me being a bit of an idiot, I went downstairs and started walking towards the sound. The road was dimly lit and not a soul in sight. I walked, and I think about maybe 500 meters in, I realized suddenly that the sound was exactly like it was from my balcony. The sound should have been louder, much louder, but it was exactly the same. So I kept walking towards the sound, and I walked for a while and still didn't get any louder. Every once in a while I would forget that I was walking, or even where, and just kept walking, and then I would sort of snap back as well. It was a really strange feeling, and At this point, I realized that I had come quite far from my house to an almost barren area. So I started walking back towards my house, and the screaming didn't stop. It was an extremely eerie sound, almost human but not quite. A human's breath while screaming, but whatever it was, it didn't sound right. It's almost like I was drawn towards it too. Anyway, I eventually reached home and opened a can of beer, and after a while I went to sleep. I woke up the next morning and went to that rooftop to see if I could find anything. I first inspected the spot that I first saw in the reflection, and then the ledge, and there was nothing. I used baby powder as well. Don't judge, I know, kind of cringe. And a transparent tape too, to see if I could find a fingerprint or find any cells in the sample, but in the end I found nothing. Now, here's the thing though. I don't really believe in ghosts or the paranormal, like, at all. I honestly still don't because, well, I'm just a scientist at heart. But I cannot for the life of me find an explanation for this incident. It never haunts me. I didn't lose any sleep over it or anything, but I still wonder what it could have been. I know I wasn't seeing things. I mean, I wasn't drunk or high or anything. I guess the reason that I'm sharing this story after a year is because, well, 3 days ago, I was sitting with my friends and we were sharing weird things that we haven't told anyone about, and I shared this incident with them and they were pretty terrified by it, especially because they know that I'm the kind of guy who laughs at someone who claims that they saw a ghost or even someone who believes in one. A friend told me that she didn't sleep the night after going home and recommended that I share it here to ask people what they think it was. So, what do you think that it was? I'm sharing this because I found this place tonight and I thought that I would share something that I've experienced probably around 2005 to 2006 when I was about 10 to 11 years old. I've never told anyone about this and I always felt the need to though. It's just one of those things that I'll always remember, I guess. So, when I was a kid, we used to go on these monthly vacations in August to a beach town here in Portugal called Sesimbra. It was always very fun, going to the beach every day, playing football with my cousins, going out for dinner to eat seafood. Honestly, it was a really great time to be Portuguese and travel in your own country. Anyways, this old lady would arrange us beachfront apartments every year, and it would vary, some worse, some better. There's this huge building at the end of California Beach, though, which seems to be falling off the edge, and there's these sort of wooden stairs that you need to climb to directly access the building from the beach. If you've been there, then you'll know what I'm talking about, but we were spending the monthly vacation on this building specifically, on one of the top floors. I believe it was the 8th floor, and I used to sleep in the living room couch, which had access to the balcony. I cannot remember sleeping alone on a regular basis, mainly because I was really scared of the dark and being alone at that age. Usually my dad would sleep there as well, while my grandparents stayed in the only bedroom. However, I can't remember why he wasn't there this particular night. But since he worked a full-time job, he would often stay only for 2 weeks instead of the whole month, so it's probably why, I would guess, but anyway, all of that is to say that I was sleeping when I woke up, startled, and I couldn't move. I was conscious, and I don't think it was sleep paralysis or anything like that. I was just terrified because of what I was hearing and seeing. It was a loud buzzing sound and a sort of light blue light covering the whole living room. I swear to you as well that I was so scared that I just couldn't face it, because I felt like this presence, or whatever it was, wasn't good. I don't think it was evil or demonic or whatever, but just terrifying and sort of threatening. It seemed to be some kind of a UFO just hovering near the balcony. I promised myself not to move until it was gone, and then the weirdest thing is that I cannot remember if I fell asleep again or if I simply waited for it to go away, but the next thing that I remember is that it was morning. What I do remember, though, is thinking to myself, this isn't a dream, this is real, and I won't forget that this is really happening. So obviously I remember that part, but as for that time gap, I have no idea what happened. Anyway, this felt good to get it off my chest after so many years and finally voice it and tell some other people. If you have any input or if you would like to share any thoughts, then please do. This happened to me Wednesday night. So my boyfriend lives in the town over and he orders me lifts back and forth to go and see him. We've been doing this for over the past 7 months without any problems. But we spent the day together and had an amazing time as always, and he ordered me a lift back home. The guy pulls up and my boyfriend puts me in the car and gives me a passionate kiss goodbye. The driver is from Cuba, hardly speaks a lick of English and is using Google Translate the entire time to talk to me. First, it started off as, "Do you mind sitting in the front seat? I don't like for people to sit behind me." Okay, no problem. However, instead of letting me out of the car, he asks me to climb over the seat, which made me feel a bit uncomfortable, and then I realized that he was staring at me the whole time that I'm doing so. Then he proceeds to tell me, "I hope I'm not being too daring, but you're very beautiful." Okay, cool, I get this compliment all the time, so I say thank you, but I'm a bit put off by this, to be honest. He goes on like a regular driver, asking me if the music was okay, and the volume and all that, you know, the regular stuff. Then he starts asking me about the address that I'm going to. "Am I taking you to your home?" I reply, "Yes, I'm going home." He then asks, "Can I go home with you?" I laugh at this and say no. He asks about the guy that put me in the car, if he was my boyfriend or my husband. He's my boyfriend, my soon-to-be husband. He asks, "Can I be your boyfriend too?" I say absolutely not. He asks why not. I say that I'm totally against that I'm in love with my boyfriend very much and that I'm extremely loyal and faithful to him. He says he doesn't have to know. In Cuba, we believe in having multiple partners, and not all of them know about each other. And I say, well, that's definitely not a thing for me. I don't believe in that one bit. He says, "Your boyfriend makes the mistake of sending you home alone. I would have taken you myself to make sure you got there safe." I'm getting very upset at this point, and I'm only laughing at what he says, trying to maintain a friendly composure because I know how ugly things could turn if I start giving this guy attitude. He doesn't speak again for a while, and when he does, he asks me again if he could come home with me. I tell him no again, and he says, "You're so beautiful, I really want to be your other boyfriend." I don't even say anything but shake my head no and start fidgeting with my phone. He tells me that he has a lot of money and that he would take care of me. I told him that I didn't care about that and that I wasn't interested. He asks if he could give me his number so that we could text each other, and I say no. After what seemed like an eternity, we pull up to my house and he gets down trying to help me with my bags. I decline his help and he tells me, "Hold on," and pulls out his phone one more time and asks, "Can I come inside with you?" I tell him have a good night and to have a safe trip back, and dart inside as fast as I could, locking all the doors behind me, calling my boyfriend immediately so that he could report this weirdo because I don't want this unpleasant experience to happen to anybody else. In the end, though, the only thing Lyft did was give my boyfriend a $5 credit to his account for the unpleasant experience. He wasn't even able to tell him. He really wasn't even able to tell them why it was so unpleasant. And look, I know, stories like this aren't actually the scariest or creepiest ones out there, but if you were a young woman and in a stranger's car like this, and they were pressing like this and trying to come into your home and everything, trust me, going through something like this is actually pretty terrifying. So yes, ladies, creepy drivers are definitely a thing. And please, be careful out there. So I'm a man living alone in an apartment, for reference. I was walking into my building this evening, and a lady that I've never talked to before, and rarely even seen, said hello. I'm personable and polite, so I said hello back and went to walk into the building. Then she asked how I was and how the weekend was going. I assumed it was just some friendly small talk, so I obliged, and then immediately she asked where I worked and how long I've lived in the building for, which threw me a little bit, but seemed innocent enough. Then, about as soon as I finished answering, she said, "No one has ever helped me or offered me help my whole life, and I'm just trying to better myself, but nobody will help. People don't ask me to go out and do any fun things, and I like to do fun things." So I just kind of stammered something about how that's rough or whatever. Again, immediately once I stopped talking, she started up the same thread, a bit frustrated and exasperated. I don't have any friends. No one offers help. I'm just a nice person. I'm paraphrasing, but that was basically it. This whole time she's like barely blinking though, won't break eye contact, and is kind of cornering me as well. My hair on the back of my neck is up and my skin is crawling, and my super came out and said that she needed me for something and got me inside. She then told me that I really shouldn't be talking to her. I said that I thought maybe she was just lonely and socially inept, but she said to avoid her. Women like this seem to have a good instinct about dangerous or unhinged people, so I plan on following her advice, but as someone with friends on the spectrum and having worked with the mentally disabled in my life, I at first thought that maybe it was just that. Now, it's been a few hours and honestly, I still cannot shake this uneasy feeling. I thought that I would ask anybody here if they knew what this might be, or maybe if this is ringing any bells or setting alarms off for anyone, because I don't want to treat someone who is just eccentric as a pariah, undeservedly too. But honestly though, I would be lying if I didn't say that my gut is screaming for me to be careful. Over a year ago, I was forced to move out of my apartment due to a serious mold problem that was making people sick, and the management refused to remediate it to the extent that we needed them to, and they did as little as legally possible, basically. But because of all of my things that were there essentially were caked in toxic mold spores, it was a huge effort to thoroughly clean what could be cleaned and bring the rest to the dump. We didn't thrift them because, well, the contamination was either too difficult or just not possible to clean certain items, like couches and mattresses and things like that. But anyway, my sister-in-law was helping me sort through everything that I owned to determine what was worth keeping and cleaning. I lost most of my belongings at this stage, but while we worked, she kept saying that she felt uncomfortable in certain rooms and couldn't shake the feeling. I didn't think too much of it. We were alone at night, and I suggested that we move out to the brightly lit porch instead. Every now and then she would turn back inside to grab a box or a tool or whatever, and then she said that she saw some shadow figures. She said that she didn't say anything earlier because it might have been her imagination, but now apparently she was sure. Well, we had done a lot of work, so we decided to just wrap things up and leave in the end. Now, on the way back to the car, she glanced back at the unit and she froze. She then says, "Look in the windows. You don't see that?" I didn't see anything out of the ordinary at first. She then held firmly onto my arm while trembling slightly and said, "How do you not see that? It's right there." She was apparently seeing a shadow figure, clear as day, looking right at us. Now, I may not have seen anything or felt anything, but just the fact that she was just standing behind me, gripping my arm harder and harder, and now had tears in her eyes. This woman is no actor. She was genuinely terrified. so now I was a little bit spooked myself. We got into the car and we left, and she said that the thing followed us with its face. I don't think that she could see discernible eyes, though, as we drove past it. We said some prayers to St. Michael and others, and really, that was about it. Now, could it have just been the mold problem? Maybe, but as far as I know, the mold in there, it really shouldn't have caused anything like that. Could she have just been seeing things? Possibly, but why the reaction like that? To this day, I'm really not sure what happened, but all I know is that it was a bit of a scary experience, and to be honest, I was glad that I was leaving. For a little bit of context, this happened last year around February. I am 17 and I'm a female. So, it was a random day. I had just finished school and I was home. I've always been very scared when I'm home alone, but it's not like all the time, but sometimes it just gets to me and I feel very bad and a bit paranoid, really. I'm just going to describe to you as well how my hallway is made so that you can understand the context to this story. So at the beginning of the hallway, there's my bedroom on the left, and after that, there's my parents' bedroom, still on the left, and at the end there's the bathroom that is the toilet too. But the door to the bathroom is weird though, because there's sort of a curved window in it, so if I'm inside the bathroom I can see movements, and vice versa if I'm outside. I can also see movements from inside the bathroom, but it's not very clear. Anyway, so I was in my room and I decided to go to the toilet that was in the bathroom, and when I was in it, I didn't close the door or anything because, like I said, I was home alone. And then I heard a sound coming from my parents' room, like the floor was creaking and somebody was walking towards me. Of course, I locked the door right away, and so, I had 10% on my phone and all that in all the horror movies. Quite honestly, I have zero survival skills, and I didn't think that it was that serious, so I called a friend on FaceTime and told her everything, but really I was scared, but sort of still laughing. It's what I do when I get terrified. So I decided to approach the said curved window that I mentioned earlier, and that was when I saw a man. I started to scream like I'm calling the police and leave and stuff like this. I didn't have a lot of battery on my phone, but I decided at this point to call my dad, who quickly rushed home. But still, at this point, I had no battery and I just had to pray for my dad to get home quickly. I was scared, and I imagined that when my dad was going to open the front door that the man was going to jump on him or something like that. After about 45 minutes, where I was just sitting in the bathroom on the toilet, but holding the door in case the man tried to push it open, my dad finally arrived. And trust me, I heard the floor creak again. And then my dad told me that I could come out and that there was really nothing there. In fact, there were no windows open or anything. I was really confused by that, and I think about this whole thing often. Did I imagine everything, or did something really happen? Just so you know as well, I'm really not into the supernatural stuff or explanations, so my theory is that somebody actually broke into the house at some point. I happened to come home at around that moment. They hid, they were somewhere around the house, and they got out before my dad got home. Really, that's the only logical explanation for it. Still though, whether paranormal or not, that is a terrifying thought. About 6 or 7 years ago, a friend and I were on our way to visit another friend of ours who had moved to a small town for a teaching job in a state high school. All of us grew up in the same seaside state capital, and the small town in question is about 120 kilometers of bad road, curvy and slippery, but through it is a very scenic route as it goes through hills and also a natural reserve. Now, I cannot remember much of the tree trip per se, but really it doesn't matter too much. I was driving and we hopped onto the highway that goes inland. Rain was pouring down and we were listening to Black Flag whilst talking about music when I stopped at a gas station because the gas was getting low, and this friend and I, well, we're kind of charmers, so we start some small talk with the cashier and I mention that we're going somewhere. The cashier then mentions a shortcut through a dirt road instead of the usual highway, citing that it would cut 30 minutes short off the trip, but that it wasn't really that safe given the weather conditions. I emphasized that it was raining hard, but we were both idiots and, at the time, drunk idiots as well, so we kept an eye on the entrance and took the shortcut. It was a rocky road that cut through the Atlantic forest, probably illegal since it also cut through a national park. Due to the heavy rain, as you can imagine, it was especially rocky and muddy, so I had to keep a steady speed of about 5 to 10 kilometers per hour, in a Ford KA 2015, mind you. There was not a single light in sight as well. Not a house, not a street light, only the car headlights showing nothing but water pouring down, and a disgustingly horrible road ahead. We were joking about how the rain stopped, and my friend said that he wanted to take that chance to take a bit of a leak, so I just stopped in the middle of the road and I told him to hurry up. He then covers his shoes with a pair of plastic bags from the beers that we bought and goes to the front of the car. I honk a few times just for the heck of it, to take a few laughs of the situation, and he moves a little bit forward where the headlight sort of doesn't hit him anymore. And it took the time to light a cigarette to hear him kind of exclaim, sort of yell in fright, I guess, like when you're taken by surprise by something. And the guy ran back to the car, slipping and falling on the ground and messing up all of my passenger seat with his muddy pants and slamming the door. He then looks at me and says that he saw what he believed was a mountain lion or something like that, and that I should slam the gas and get the heck out of here. Obviously, I couldn't do that because of the conditions. Also, it would mess up my car's suspension. Instead, I turn off the music, we wait a little bit, and nothing happens. But after about 20 seconds, we both see a huge, and I mean absolutely massive figure move between the trees. It was at least 2 meters tall or so, and we couldn't really see much of it, only black fur and the eyes that reflected the car's headlights. But as fast as we saw it, the thing went left and back into the woods. I think that I speak for both of us when I say that we were absolutely frozen and ecstatic all at the same time. To this day, I still don't know how I could remain calm enough to start the car and slowly drive away to our friend's place. We told him about it, and he said that it was probably a mountain lion still, but I don't know. Mountain lions aren't typically 2 meters tall. They may be horizontally that long, but not tall. And I swear that I could hear its footsteps as it ran away as well, despite the windows being closed, so whatever it was also extremely heavy. Anyway, I just wanted to share this in case anybody out there might know what the heck we saw that night. I was born and raised in Denmark, but I originate from Macedonia, and my whole childhood we mostly visited Macedonia by car, rarely by plane, which is a 2-day trip. We always either ended up sleeping in Hungary or Serbia as well. My parents always preferred to spend the night in Subotica, Serbia, the first city after the Hungarian-Serbian border, because many travelers had had bad experiences, including my grandparents, with robbery in that region of Hungary. Now, I was about 8 or 9 when this happened. We got a motel in Subotica, don't know which one, but we got 2 rooms. My brother shared the room with my father, and I shared it with my mother. The motel room was pretty standard. Right to the entrance was the bathroom, and the entire wall on the left of the entrance were wardrobes, drawers, and in between those, there was a table with a mirror above it. There were 2 twin beds, which I didn't like because when I was a kid I couldn't sleep without feeling that there was a person behind my back as I sleep on my side. I used to sleep in my brother's room even though I had my own room, but my mum slept on the bed closest to the entrance, and I slept closest to the windows. As I said, I couldn't fall asleep because I was scared to turn my back to the open, so I was just sort of laying there on my back listening to my mum snoring. I was awake for a long time, trying desperately to fall asleep on my back, and at one point I heard a crack near the entrance. I calmed myself down because, it's old furniture and it cracks, right? Plus, that often happens at home anyway too, but then the drawer closer to the beds, on the left of the mirror, cracked even louder than the one at the entrance. At this point, I was really scared. I probably stopped breathing to hear if anything else was going to happen. I always hold my breath when I'm scared and focusing at the same time. But it was quiet. And instead, I see a silhouette in the mirror. Not on our side, but inside the mirror, pass slowly. It was like grey smoke almost. It went from left to right, and when it went out of the frame, it was very quiet for a couple of seconds. And then the wardrobe on the right side of the mirror, it made a huge bang, as if somebody had punched it with all their force. I was obviously scared, and I didn't move nor close my eyes. I just stared at the wall for hours before, eventually, I must have fallen asleep. Now, you might wonder why I didn't wake my mum or start screaming, and to tell you the truth, I really don't know why either. My parents always told me ghosts aren't real, so I'm guessing that was probably the reason. Because I am mostly scared of not being believed, which is also the reason that I haven't spoken about this to many people. Another reason was that I am a boy, and when I was little I had been told to man up a lot. So I didn't want to show any signs of weakness, I guess, and another reason too was probably also the fact that I was too scared to move or do anything. I was completely frozen. Today, I wish that I had said something to my mum, though. As a kid, I thought that both my parents didn't believe in the paranormal, but now I know that my mum does. My dad doesn't, though. So in recent years, I told her, and she said that I should have woken her up, but she also said that I was a kid, implying that I don't remember the situation all that well. I've also told my brother about this, and he believes what I saw, but he thinks that it was some kind of my mind playing tricks on me thing because I was scared, which I'll admit is a possibility, but really I don't think so. Another possibility I thought of, though, was that I had a sleep paralysis episode. That was an ongoing theory of mine up until the point that I actually experienced sleep paralysis once, and it wasn't the same as that time in Serbia. In Serbia, I was wide awake the entire time. I never really fell asleep prior to the event with the said silhouette. I have had other creepy encounters, but for all of them I always thought of a rational Explanation. This one, though, this is the one that bugs me, because genuinely, I just really don't know what to make of it. After my experience with sleep paralysis, I've started to believe a bit more in this stuff. Not because of the sleep paralysis itself, but because I know now that the encounter in Serbia really wasn't sleep paralysis. And I'm sharing this because, well, I want more people to see it or hear it and tell me if they know anything about this. I would be happy to take any answers, questions, or information that you guys might be able to provide. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. But most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers saying things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" I understood their frustrations. Usually, there would be 2 or 3 of us at the self-checkout, and maybe 2 manned registers open. We got a new guy in. His name was Terry. Terry always wore a mask as it was 2021 and COVID was still COVIDing. I was training him, telling him to stock candy and bags and all that. He would ask questions anyone would ask. If I'm in school, if I have a girlfriend. I lived in a small city or big town that had a good college. Students from all over the country would come and usually wound up with prisons or retail. I usually asked the same questions too. I told him no on both accounts, and he then asked if I ever went hunting. We had a lot of woods and a big forest around town. No, I don't really like guns. He said that he'd have to take me one day, though. A few days go by, and he's over on my side again. He asks if I have any family in town, and if I did, do they live close? I live 3 doors down from my mum. He starts talking about hunting again, how he was out with his buddies and started using pack tactics, where they would box in the prey and finish off. Weird for deer, seeing as they flee at the first sound of any noise. He's off for a few days though, because new hires have problems getting hours for the first 3 weeks. I talked to one of my co-workers and they tell me that he asks a lot about me. The next time I see him, his questions are very telling. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods past so-and-so street? I'm a pretty big guy at 6 feet and 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought would send a chill down my spine. Come on, man, you'd like it. Just some good old boys shooting and stuff, late at night, in the middle of the woods. But then, the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit them. The mask hid most of his face, but I could see it rise when he smiled. I don't know why he thought that that would be a great way to convince someone, other than feeling like they were about to hunt me. It sounded like I would have been bored as heck out there. I must have made a face or something because he turned and walked away pretty quickly. I told a couple of co-workers about it, but that was really the last day. I never saw him again after that because he just left and never came back. And honestly, I'm kind of grateful for that. I've had many paranormal encounters, starting from my teenage years, intensifying in my early adulthood, and seemingly tapering off now that I'm in my late 30s. The first experience that I remember, it was in 9th grade, coming home from school. My parents were both working, so usually I'm home by myself until late dinner. I usually get the rice started in the rice cooker and thaw the meats. And this afternoon, I was extra tired from wrestling practice, so I was relieved when I came home and heard rustling in the kitchen, and the faucet turning on and off too. I didn't actually look in there to see who it was, but I assumed it was my mum because sometimes she'd get home early from her restaurant job. Sometimes they have like private events or whatever, and they'd send some waitstaff home. I turned the corner to the bedroom and yelled out to her, "Can you wake me up in like an hour? I wanted to study for a test tomorrow." I heard her say in a raspy voice, "Okay, Con." Con is a Vietnamese term addressing your own child. I thought nothing of it. Maybe she's a little bit sick or something. Anyway, I woke up from the landline phone ringing eventually. Cell phones in the early 2000s were available, but we were poor, so only the adults had them. And it was my mum asking me if I wanted the leftover food from the restaurant. I told her, "Did you go back to the restaurant for leftover food?" She said no. She's been working there the whole time. Chills ran down my back. It was twilight and the sun was setting, so the whole house had an eerie semi-darkness to it. I told my mum to hurry home, please. I didn't lock my bedroom door so I could see out into the dark hallway. I jumped up to go and lock the bedroom door and turned on the light, opened the window and turned on the radio, anything to drown out the silence and the dark. Eventually, my dad got home first, in fact, and I was so relieved to see him, but didn't know if I should tell him what had happened. I waited until dinner time to slip in casually that I thought Mum was home earlier and was doing something in the kitchen. She denied it, and they concluded that I must have imagined the whole thing, but I know that I didn't. Someone was in the house, rustling in the kitchen, turning faucets on and off, and imitated my mum in its raspy voice. It called me Con, so my first thought was that it understood Vietnamese too. No relatives that we knew were going to come over, nor did they have the keys to get into the house anyway. To this day, I still don't know what it was, or how it mimicked my mum's voice. It wasn't the only spooky thing that happened in that apartment, but it was the first and probably the spookiest at that time. Late April of 2022, Me and a few friends went on a road trip through southern Illinois. We passed by Shawnee National Forest and stopped at the Trig Observation Tower. After soaking in the beautiful view and smoking a few joints with a random stoner couple that we met on the way up, we parted ways with our smoke buddies and headed out toward our campsite for the night. It was getting late and we were driving down these back roads as the sun was setting. It was pretty isolated too. Incredibly thick woods flanked both sides of the road and not another car in sight. That's when we saw a light up ahead, just barely visible through some thick brush. We slowed down, thinking that it was some campers getting set up for the night or some hikers who got lost before sundown. As we approached, though, something seemed off. The light emanated from this old camper van, and the thing hadn't moved in months. Vines were slowly creeping over the canopy. The whole setup just screamed abandoned. We looked back to have a second look, trying to make out whether or not it was from a fire or something inside the van. At first glance, we didn't see anyone as we surveyed the area, but there he was, feet away from the camper, half hiding behind a tree. He was shirtless, only in his coverall pants and hiking boots. He was staring at us and didn't reply when we shouted a hello. As he began to walk in our direction with one hand hidden behind his back, as if he may be holding something, we called out again to see if he needed assistance or knew where the campsite was, but he just kept coming, silent and expressionless. We didn't wait to see what he was up to. We leaped right back into the car and flew out of there, dust and rocks kicking up as we took off down the road. But we were pretty shaken by the time that we finally pulled into our campsite. But worse was yet to come. We had also left the firewood at the gas station, and with the rain, everything around us was pretty wet. But we ended up hanging up our hammocks and attempted to fall asleep without a fire, which wasn't great for our nerves either. But no sooner had we all sighed and started to relax than we heard footsteps coming up from over the crest of a hill, slow and deliberate, just like the guy that we had seen earlier. We killed our lights and sat there in the dark listening. It felt like eons before the steps stopped, and we finally worked up the courage to look around. We took our flashlights and knives just in case and did a quick scan, but we saw nothing. By then, though, we said to heck with this, so we started packing up our gear, figuring that we'd just sleep in the car in the end. But then, from behind us, there was a cough, and that was all we needed to pack up in a hurry and race down the cluttered trail to our car. We didn't even worry about packing neatly. We just tossed all of our stuff in the back, and we got the heck out of Dodge. The next hour was a blur of dark, twisty little roads with no cell service and not a hint of where we were going. Finally, though, we hit a paved road, and after about 20 more minutes and running on fumes, we come upon a little country store with a gas pump connected to an adorable house and auto garage. It had already closed for the night, but the family living there saw us at the pump while they were having dinner and came outside to help. They even opened the store so that we could buy some snacks and some pop in the end. After what we experienced, talking to them was really a huge relief and let us calm our nerves. We eventually got back up on the road and kept driving 6 hours straight, all the way back home. During high school, both my parents worked and I would be home alone after school until around 7 p.m. Normally, I would come home and mess around on the computer in my basement until my parents came home. Right above this area is the kitchen, the laundry room, which are connected to the garage. Every so often after school, I heard footsteps sometimes above me in the kitchen. I blamed it on the house settling and never really took it too seriously. But one day after school, something happened that I could not explain away with pipes. You see, I was on the computer like usual and heard the door to the garage from the laundry room open. The alarm makes a beep when someone opens the exterior door. Then there were footsteps from the laundry room into the kitchen, and the sound of a woman chatting loudly like she was talking on a cell phone. Thinking that my mum had come home early, I went upstairs to see her. When I opened the basement door, I was greeted with a pitch-black house. I called out, "Mum?" Silence. Hello? No response. Now, scared out of my mind, I turned a few lights on and looked around. That's when I discovered that all the doors were locked. There were no cars in the garage, and really nothing was missing. At this point, I was freaking out a little bit and went back to the safety of the basement. Weird, I know, thinking that the basement is safe, but once my mum came home, I asked if she was home earlier, and of course, she said that she wasn't. This took place when I was 15 or 16 years old, so that would place it in either the summer of 2000 or 2001. My family and I were visiting with my cousin's family in Norfolk, Virginia. My brother and I, we're close in age with our cousins, and I stayed in my younger cousin's room with him and my brother in my older cousin's room. The bedrooms, they were at the end of a hallway. My brother's room was at the end of the hallway, my bedroom was across from my aunt and uncle's bedroom, and my parents, they stayed at the opposite end of the house in the den. So, it had been many years since we'd seen each other, so the first night my cousin and I stayed up after lights out to talk and just catch up. During our hours of conversation, he casually told me that the house was haunted by a woman. He had a reason why they thought that it was a woman, but I've since forgotten that. He told me, though, that the lights would go out unexpectedly from time to time, and there'd be strange noises late at night, and the most common happening would be that the TV in the den, it would turn on in the middle of the night without explanation. I was intrigued by this story. Our conversation moved on to other topics eventually, but in the early hours of the morning, we were still talking when suddenly there was a loud, heavy-sounding bang that sounded like it came from the kitchen. We fell silent and listened as we heard what sounded like footsteps, slowly coming down the hallway towards the bedrooms. The floors were hardwood, and to me, the footfall sounded like a small child that has put on their parents' shoes. They kind of slid, and then the heel would slap the floor. They sounded like they stopped right outside of our bedroom door, in fact. There was silence for a long moment. Then 3 loud knocks, not on our door, but on my other cousin's brother's room door. We both sprang up from our beds and flung open the door. My brother and cousin had already had their door open and were standing there, but there was nothing there. We could all hear our father's infamous snoring coming from the other end of the house, while my uncle, hearing us all saying "what the heck was that" to each other, came out of his room to curse us out and send us off to bed. Needless to say, though, I really didn't sleep very well on that trip. I've dealt with paranormal experiences throughout my life, and I am now convinced that some kind of spirit follows my family from time to time. It usually just shows up as little shadows peeking around corners, or strange noises in the middle of the night. But there's one experience that still freaks me out to this day. I was younger when it happened. So, I was home alone with my younger brother. We had this little dog named Stephanie, a tiny ball of energy who was completely obsessed with Cheerios. We didn't give them to her often because they weren't the healthiest treat, but she loved them more than anything. That morning, I went to the pantry to grab some Cheerios for Stephanie. She was right there beside me, practically bouncing with excitement. I grabbed the box, turned around, and just like that, she was gone. I was so confused, thinking, what the heck? Where did she go? I immediately started searching the entire house, calling her name over and over. 2 hours went by, and still no sign of her. At this point, I was really worried. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed her favorite squeaky toy, a little pig that she adored, and squeezed it. When out of nowhere, she appeared upstairs in the hallway, right in front of my brother's room. I could see her standing there from the main floor. Relief washed over me, but I was also confused as heck. I called out to her, "Come down here, I have your Cheerios and your squeaky pig toy." But instead of coming to me, she started walking back and forth, crying like she was stuck or maybe scared or something. I was baffled and getting a little bit scared myself at this point. I kept urging her to come to me, but her crying only grew louder and more desperate. So I started climbing the stairs, but the higher I went, the louder her cries became. I began to worry that she might be hurt or trapped, so I hurried up the stairs, my heart racing. When I reached the top, I suddenly felt something scratch down my back, 5 distinct fingers. I kid you not, it felt like a hand had just sort of clawed me. I screamed in shock and bolted towards Stephanie, who was still crying in front of my brother's room. My brother heard me screaming and burst out of his room, totally freaked out, asking what was happening. I told him that something had scratched me, and then out of nowhere, we both started hearing this loud banging on the walls. We were completely terrified, so without thinking, I grabbed Stephanie, and my brother and I ran downstairs to the solarium, which had a glass door. We shut it behind us, thinking that we'd be safe there, but then the banging started again, this time on the glass door itself. We could see through it, and I can assure you that there was no one there. It was just us, but the banging was relentless, echoing through the room. We were both sobbing by now, absolutely terrified. We called our mum, begging her to come home immediately, but she didn't believe us. She thought that we were just imagining things or trying to prank her. Later, when things finally calmed down, my brother checked my back, and sure enough, I had 5 scratch marks running down my skin. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. And that was really the only time that I was ever physically attacked by, well, that spirit. It makes me wonder, too, if another one entered my home that day, because it's so odd and out of character that it just seems, well, different. I had an experience about 4 days ago that I haven't been able to shake. I was dog or house sitting for my boyfriend while he was away on a backpacking trip. My boyfriend's home is in a semi-remote area at the bottom of a hill, at the back of a few arches of property. He's right next to the highway, which has opposite it a small rural neighborhood. It's both very sketchy and very safe, meaning that the community is close, but people frequently keep to themselves, and there's lots of abandoned, dilapidated homes right next to very well-kept homes as well. It's a pretty typical countryside neighborhood, I guess, but I really didn't feel unsafe to agree to watch my boyfriend's property and his dog, Hennessy. Hennessy is a 115-pound jet black American Bulldog English Labrador mix. He's basically all muscle, and ever since my boyfriend and I began dating, he's become very protective of me and my own dog, Lottie. Lottie is a 57-pound poodle mix. I'm a dog groomer, so she's usually done up in pretty silly haircuts with bows and everything. All of this is to say that one of my dogs is very intimidating, and the other certainly is not. Now, because of his strength, however, I cannot walk Hennessy and Lottie at the same time on my own, and so I usually walk Lottie alone and then go back to get Hennessy and walk him alone. We do about 30 minutes of walking each, and I like to take Hennessy after Lottie at night because I feel safer with him as it gets later. This is important too because this was the case about 4 nights ago. I was about 3/4 of the way through my walk with Lottie when I got this really weird feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I looked around to see that about 30 feet or so back, there was a tall man in a hoodie standing next to an older, rundown home. I instantly thought that the hoodie was a bit weird. I live in Northern California and it's early August. It doesn't get colder than like 87 degrees in the evening, especially when the sun was still setting like it was at that time. I forced myself to brush it off though, as I tend to be fairly paranoid due to my years of reading scary stories. But as I kept walking, the sun kept setting and the streets began to slowly get darker. I would glance back from time to time and notice that the man was keeping pace with me, not breaking that 30-odd foot distance, but still. If I turned a corner, so did he. If I sped up, so did he. Finally, we reached the highway and I crossed right before a car came speeding past, hoping that if the guy was following me, this would put some distance between him and myself, which thankfully it did. But that didn't stop him from continuing to follow me. I walked as fast as I could to the house, not wanting to turn around, but now being able to hear his footsteps on the gravel. At this point, Lottie had noticed him too and started to bark and growl a bit. I forced her to keep moving and thankfully made it back inside the house, slamming and locking the door, hoping that that was the end of it. But it was not. Moments after I'd shut and locked the door, I felt someone trying to open it. The dogs heard this too and started barking because they always do when someone is at the door. There's no peephole on my door, but I can talk to whoever is on the other side because it's a pretty thin door. So I yelled out and asked who was there. Through the barking, I could hear a man's voice. "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" For some reason, the way that he said it was just so creepy. It was like there was nothing behind it, kind of like he had rehearsed the line or decided to say it beforehand. I yelled back no and asked him to please go away. He paused for another second and then again said, "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" He starts trying the door handle again, this time pushing up against the door. By this point, Hennessy can tell that something is wrong and so can Lottie. The hair on the back of Hennessy's neck is standing up and he is gnashing his teeth while growling. At that moment, I don't know what possessed me, but I threw Lottie into the bathroom behind me and grabbed Hennessy by the collar, keeping him close to the door with me. He's still barking and going crazy, mind you. I hear the man repeat that he wants to meet my dog, and I yelled out leave, and he paused and then slammed into my door. I would say too that the door moved at that moment. I unlocked the door and opened it just wide enough that Hennessy could get about halfway out. He's going bonkers at this point. My hand is starting to hurt from holding him back, and I can hear his teeth clacking as he ferociously chomps toward the man. And well, this dude was not expecting Hennessy. He stumbled back, almost falling over, and cursed as he scrambled to stay off the ground. He didn't even look at me and instead booked it up the hill as fast as he could and out of sight. Eventually, I managed to pull Hennessy back in, and I called the cops to tell them what had happened. I never did get a good look at the guy, and they basically told me that there wasn't anything that I could really do, but they did take my statement and told me that they'd contact me if anything ever came of it. Honestly, though, I am so thankful for Hennessy. After all of that, I snuggled up with him and Lottie that night and cried because it had all hit me how terrifying that really was. I literally went out the next day and bought him the biggest bone that I could find from a pet store, nearly an hour away, because he definitely had earned it. I also got Lottie something too. I don't know why this creep didn't get the hint when I had two dogs barking inside, but my assumption is that he didn't really realize that he was hearing two barks, or assume that if I had two dogs that they were both like my puffy poodle. That is to say that he just wasn't afraid. I'm very thankful though that the guy didn't have a firearm, and looking back now, I probably should have called the cops and kept my door closed, to be honest. But I hope that maybe because he saw Hennessy, he'll know not to come back and mess with us, because if he does, this time I'll let my big sweet boy rip him to pieces. Ever since my grandfather, who lived with us, became sick, and after his recent death, my mother and I have noticed a drastic increase in unexplainable things happening inside of our house. I always tried to write it off, but this night, something happened that truly freaked me the heck out. For some context, we live in the province of Alberta, and our house was built in the 80s. To my mum's recollection, when she first bought the house 13 years ago, there was no reported deaths in the house or any history on the land that it sits on. To bring everything back to the beginning of these events occurring, in December of 2023, my grandfather injured himself going down the stairs and was hospitalized. In his absence is when we, and even my grandfather, who was in the hospital, realized that something had changed inside of our home. Only days after his hospitalization, both my mother and I repeatedly heard footsteps or movements downstairs in the basement. My grandfather's room is in the basement. Many times we chalked it up to just old house noises, wood creaking, the house settling, etc. Until more physical things started happening, like the downstairs bathroom sink running, washing and dryer machines being open when they were previously closed, doors being open which were previously closed, items that were once on shelves being found on the ground, entire filing cabinets of papers spilled on the ground, lights flickering and turning completely off when in a room. Once, the stereo or radio system we had downstairs randomly turned on and blasted the radio for a few seconds before turning off as I walked past. But those were all the things that happened inside the house. But what's even freakier, and what made the rest of my family worried, are two specific instances in my grandfather's hospital room. Once in front of my mother and aunt, and a second time with just my aunt in the room. The first time happened later in the day after dinner when my mum and my aunt were there. My grandfather leaned into my mother's ear and whispered, "Who's that over there? Is that a nurse?" and pointed to the corner of the room. My mum was confused and told my aunt, and she too became confused because, obviously, no one else was in the room. They thought that it was just him seeing things because the nurse said that he wasn't all up there after his fall. The second time, though, was much more intense and left my aunt hysterically calling my mum over the phone late at night. She told my mum that my grandfather was starting to fall asleep when he just sort of jolted up with a horrified look on his face and quietly told my aunt that the devil himself was standing behind her. She freaked out and stood from her chair and turned and saw nothing. She calmed back down and sat back in her chair and tried to ease my grandfather. She said that he never calmed down and then loudly yelled, "He's trying to grab you." And my aunt said that she felt something touch her shoulder along with a breath on the back of her neck. She quickly called my mum soon after in a panic, and my mum advised her to go home for the night. And after that, there were no more incidences in the hospital. After that, there seemed to be less activity at our house until, well, he passed a few weeks ago. Since then, my mother and I continue to hear the odd sound, objects being misplaced, lights going on and off, in the basement, until about an hour ago, and my mum came into my room at about 10 p.m. and randomly asked if I just wanted ice cream. I said sure to that, and I went to the door to put my shoes on. My mum said that I didn't have to go if I didn't want to, so I chose to stay home in the end. As she left, she told me to lock the door behind her as I went to the bathroom as she left. I got out of the bathroom and promptly locked the door. I also want to note that our screen door wasn't locked but was definitely latched at the time. After I closed the door, I went back to my room and sat, and I just continued a game that I was playing with my headphones on. After about 10 to 15 minutes of my mum being gone, I very clearly heard my mum's voice yelling my name to come and grab the ice cream. I get up and speed walk to the door yelling, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you get home." And as I turn the corner to the front door, the door is slightly ajar, screen door wide open, and my mum and her car are nowhere to be seen. I was quite spooked by that because the sound of my mum's voice was so loud that I heard it over the floor fan in my headphones. I relocated the door and locked myself in my room until my mum got home with the ice cream. I told her what happened, and she was also spooked, and we together searched the house in case somebody had actually got in, but there was nothing. I also forgot to mention that the majority of the time, our 2 dogs in the house never barked at anything, except for a few times in the basement, maybe 2 or 3 times. I really don't know how to end this because I'm just not a good storyteller, but the only upside is that we are moving soon, and hopefully this stuff won't keep happening in the new place that we're moving into. I worked security in 2019 to 2021. One place that I was working was a call center, and there was 24/7 guards on scene, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 1 overnight. On the overnight shift, there was no one else in the building, all doors were locked, and all ID scanners were locked as well. I need you to understand that there was no one else in the building. There was no way anyone else could have been in the building with me. This happened in 2020 when everyone was working from home and the security team were the only people that were even in the building. So, at every odd hour, I would do a patrol around the building, check into all the rooms that I had to swipe at, and return back to the desk. Other than that, I'd sit there and watch the cameras and play my Switch. Now, one night, while I was there for the overnight shift and the other 2 guards had left, I had to go on patrol. The lights in the building were all out, and it didn't really matter that much because I could see enough with the lights from the parking lot, and I'd never been afraid to walk around alone there because really I enjoyed the job anyway. I walked through the downstairs, checked all the exits to make sure that they were locked, and all the staircases to make sure that they were empty. When I moved to the 2nd floor, I heard one of the phones ringing out in the desks. Not unheard of, and because of the sensitivity of it all, we aren't allowed to touch the phones, except for the front desk ones, obviously. I usually played music to walk around, but this time I'd left my phone to charge at the desk. There was no device on me that could have made a sound. The phone had since stopped ringing, and I was still alone. As I moved to the final part of the building for my patrol, that was when I hear a small thud by the stairway at the back. That didn't bother me too much, but when I heard a female voice call out, "Help me," that was when I froze. I stayed silent, and I didn't move for nearly 15 minutes. It took me a while, but I eventually called out and asked if someone was there, but I didn't dare go over there to try and see. I would have heard something or saw someone moving over there if there had been anyone. I didn't finish my patrol that hour and immediately returned to the desk downstairs where the lights were on in the lobby. My boss even asked me when I told him about it, and he just nodded like, "Yeah, that happens sometimes." I didn't hear anything else the entire time that I worked there after that. I even checked the cameras that were in that area, and I can assure you that there was no one there. I always used to figure that ghosts were real, or I wanted to believe that they were, but that night completely proved to me that ghosts really are real, and when one asks for help, you probably shouldn't really risk yourself. It's Obon season in Japan, a week in which the spirits of the departed are believed to return to families and loved ones. As such, I'm curious to hear if anyone has had any experiences and encounters with spirits here, either in Japan or Asia. Here are some of what myself, as well as family and some friends, have experienced over the years. So my husband is a hard atheist and refuses to believe in the paranormal. He does have one story, however, that made him a bit spooked. You see, he grew up in a mountainous area with little tunnels running through the area so cars can access the more remote places. In many areas, there's a newer lit up and cleanly paved tunnel running directly beside an older and less used tunnel from decades ago. According to him, one day, he and his friends were playing down by a river and chose to head back home through an older tunnel. He went in ahead on his bike and saw a woman and her little girl walk in the opposite direction towards the middle of the tunnel, and he passed by them without looking too closely. He turned to look back to see where his friends were, and the woman and the girl were nowhere to be found. The tunnel in question would take a solid few minutes to pass through on a bike, let alone on foot. I mean, I've personally walked through the tunnel, and though I didn't come across anything like this, the air gets very cold and heavy towards the middle, to be sure. I also have a co-worker that works at an elementary school about 30 minutes in the mountains. It's an older school, about 100 years or so old, but it's warm and inviting, and I've always felt pleasant when I visit. There's a little nook with couches in the staff room, and it opens to a huge 2-story hall with a hallway leading down to the lunchroom and kitchen areas. My co-worker has recently been seeing a lot of activity in the hall. More than once, he's walked out of the staff room and seen a man hunched over a table in the hall as if reading something. When he walks towards the man, he passes by a pillar and suddenly, the man is gone. He's also seen movement in the nook in the staff room, and lunch ladies often report a presence of a little child in the kitchen who asks them where the lunchroom is. This school has 6 teachers and 25 students, with everyone knowing everyone. The man and the child, though, are reportedly no one that anyone knows. Now, I'm not apt to seeing ghosts, but I like to jokingly say that I was sensitive due to a lot of strange goings-on in my childhood home over the years. This came back to bite me, though, when I got a little bit overly cocky, I guess you could say, during some ghost stories in the town over, and I think something followed me home. So I used to live in Kagoshima, Japan as an English teacher back in 2018. My home was in a city nearby in a bright and warm 2-bedroom apartment that was 2 floors above another teacher's. My best friend lived nearby in a 2-towered apartment complex and below another teacher, Todd, so I would visit the area to stay over and hang out every once in a while. Once my best friend returned to the US, a new teacher, Ashley, moved in. But since my friend's apartment was being renovated, Ashley stayed in the apartment next door for a few months. That October, I took my little black car down and went to a barbecue dinner where Ashley, Todd, and some other friends were telling ghost stories. Ashley was visibly upset when it came time for her story, which was apparently true and happening currently, she said. She would hear walking around from Todd's apartment at late hours, and Todd had told her every time that he was out visiting his girlfriend at the time, so it clearly wasn't him. She also mentioned having horrible dreams about being stuck in her bed while her room filled with water as a ghost with long black hair stood outside of her window, as if demonstrating, "This is what I can do to you." Todd was backing up these claims, confirming the calls from Ashley and that he indeed was never around when they came. His brother, who is like a kind of medicine man or shaman in their community, apparently reached out to him out of the blue, saying that he had a dream that compelled him to draw a picture of what he saw. Todd pulls out the text of the picture his brother drew, and Ashley and myself also began freaking out at its sight. It was a picture of a white ghost with long black hair, crouched as if crawling on the outset balcony of an apartment. Ashley swears that it's exactly what has been appearing in her dreams, and all of us confirm unequivocally that the backdrop of this drawing is the exact building where Todd and Ashley live, the one where I'd visited my best friend dozens of times. Everyone is freaked out, but also sort of excited for some reason, like, oh boy, a real ghost situation, how fun for us. How naive we were, we came to realize. We decided to go back to Todd's place once we finished eating, and I felt a heaviness when I walked in. I told him immediately and seemed intrigued, but brushed it off as it's his apartment and he's got to be able to fall asleep there that night. I noticed that the same area that I felt heaviness was completely fine as I left to go home, but the entire solo drive back to my apartment was incredibly fear-filled and really tense, and I was afraid to look behind me as if I were going to see something in the back seat. I brushed it off as just my imagination, as I too had to be able to fall asleep that night, and proceeded to try and do so when I got home. Now, at 2:30 in the morning, I woke up drenched in a sweat with my arms and fists clenched so tightly around my head that I had lost feeling in them. There was a deep and dark heaviness all around me, and I just felt this overwhelming fear not to open my eyes. I'd never been one to have nightmates or sleep paralysis or anything, and I was completely awake as I remember being unable to fall back asleep and thinking like, oh no, I have work tomorrow, why the heck am I not sleeping at a time like this? The next morning though, I texted Ashley what happened, and she freaked out saying that she didn't tell anyone this, but the exact same thing happened to her when she had the nightmares. She also asked me if I heard any wooden-like tapping coming from inside of my house, and I said yes. I noticed something coming from the corner when I got home, and I just chalked it up to the support beam settling. She gets even more worked up over this, saying that she didn't say anything about the corners, but that's where she heard the tapping as well. She and I messaged Todd immediately, asking if there was something his brother could do in this case, since apparently he had a dream about this happening too. Basically, he sent us over some symbols on paper and told us to burn them in the apartment to purify the space, and to leave one unburned to repel whatever it was. It took a few days during which I begged the teacher below me to let me stay with her, as my preciously warm and welcoming home felt suffocatingly heavy and dark in ways that I still struggle to explain. And it took about 3 days to arrive, and until then, the tapping continued in corners of my room. In the meantime, I discovered what appeared to be handprints on the inside of my car's rear window after that drive home, which normally wouldn't be possible as I drove a Daihatsu Move at the time, and it was far too small for anyone to fit in the back. A disconnected phone line also rang at 8:15 p.m. one day, which my then boyfriend was there to witness. Once the papers with written symbols arrived, we burned them as told, and the heavy atmosphere cleared up immediately. There's no interesting ending to this story, other than that it hasn't bothered us since. But to this day, I have one of those symbols laminated as protection, so it stays far, far away. I've also stopped going to places said to be hosting frightening spirits because I've wisened up with time and experience. Again though, like I said at the beginning, I'm interested to hear of any other experiences had either here in Japan or around Asia as well. When I reflect on my childhood, I have a reoccurring memory that always baffles me. I remember one day, I was about 5 or 6, I was at home alone with my mum while she napped. I don't have an exact memory, but I recall sitting on the couch in our living room and looking up, and in front of me was a massive, praying mantis-like creature. It was so massive that it filled the entire room. I'm talking like 8 feet tall at least. I don't really recall it moving much, if at all, but I went into freeze mode and felt like I shouldn't make any eye contact. I felt like I couldn't move and was paralyzed by fear. I sat there, trying to be as still as possible for a couple of minutes. I knew distinctly that this was not a dream, too. My childhood brain could only process it as being an extremely large bug, but I felt incredibly confused by just how large it was. I remember kind of just thinking that it wasn't something particularly strange and must have been something that I just hadn't learned the existence of yet. However, I knew that I was scared. Eventually, I mustered up the courage to run upstairs and ask my mum for help. I woke my mum up and told her that there was a massive praying mantis downstairs. She, of course, just thought that it must have been a normal-sized bug. She comes downstairs and, obviously, it was gone. I remember being too stunned by its disappearance and almost embarrassed to tell her what I had actually seen and how strange it was. I remember feeling very confused and trying to understand how my imagination could have possibly generated something that felt so real. Later in life, I had a friend, her name was Eve, that did mushrooms with a bunch of friends. She had a difficult experience with how some of her friends responded to the substance. Eve was essentially supposed to be their guide, but Eve couldn't figure out how to assist the others, and it was as if the others had forgotten how to breathe at one point. Eve said that she was suddenly greeted, though, by a praying mantis, who were somehow giving her advice on how to help the situation. The advice resulted in Eve being able to resolve the problem, too. So, if anyone has any feedback or theories on this, then I would love to hear them. I've always been very confused by it all, and to be honest, I still don't know what to think of it. Something really strange has been happening lately, and I know I'm not crazy because friends of mine have experienced this with me on 2 separate occasions. But I swear that I'm teleporting across town somehow. This has happened to me 3 times, and it's seriously starting to freak me out. It happened for the 3rd time less than an hour ago. I was riding on my friend's car back to my place from a movie theater on the opposite side of town, a trip that would normally take around 15 minutes. It took us 5, and I noticed what had happened almost immediately, but I didn't want to say anything until my friend, E, did out of fear of sounding crazy. On the drive, we randomly ended up downtown, close to my place, much sooner than we should have. The transition is so seamless that I can't tell the difference until I see man-made landmarks like buildings. E mentioned that he didn't make any turns that he'd normally have to get there. We just sort of ended up there. We weren't distracted by a conversation or anything, and the both of us were stone cold sober. Then E started to freak out a little bit. I told him about the other 2 experiences that I'd had, more on those later, but we made it to my place and decompressed for a bit before he left. In the car, I told E about the other 2 events that I experienced. The first time I had something like that happen, I was walking to a gas station to grab a snack after work, I think, and somehow ended up walking on a street like a mile down the road. No time had passed at all, and I know this because I check my watch fairly often. The second experience was the more drastic of all 3 that I've had, though. I was in the car with another friend of mine, his name is Jay, and we were on our way to a Walmart, a 30-minute drive away from his place one morning, but we ended up getting there in 10 minutes. He noticed what had happened shortly after starting the drive over, and we took a turn into this more scenic road on my state, Virginia, which would be a straight path to North Carolina. But instead of us going towards North Carolina, we ended up in a very similar road much closer to that Walmart within a matter of seconds. The transition was nearly unnoticeable until, well, I saw buildings that I recognized from part of the town the Walmart is in. And that experience, it really freaked me out. I have no clue what's going on, and to be honest, I'm genuinely really scared. I don't know what's happening, and I want to find out, which is why I'm here. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Another thing, too, that happens, and this has been consistent with all 3 times, is that I, along with E and J, get this sort of horrible burning sensation in our lower chests, and we feel this awful sense of uneasiness all of a sudden. Standing up after an experience like this feels like a burden, and walking around is awkward and clumsy too. All 3 times I've had this happen, I, along with E and J as well, have been completely sober. So, please help, because honestly, I just want to know what the heck is happening. So I was maybe 9 or 10 years old in Mississippi visiting my grandma with my sister. It was the middle of the night and I'd been watching TV. Wanting a drink, I got out of my grand's living room to go to the kitchen. Now, my gran had a deck and a huge window that would show outside. My grandma, She lived right by the woods. Rarely saw anyone at night that weren't hunters looking for deer. I look out the big window, feeling sort of scared all of a sudden. And that's when I noticed outside there was a man in a black suit. But the weirdest thing was that he had no face. At least, that's what it looked like. Seeing a man with no face is horrifying, especially right next to the woods, and you know that no one else is awake at the time. I went to the kitchen to get my drink, then looked out the bay window in my grandma's dining room, which was attached to the kitchen. The faceless man was closer to the window now, and he just sort of stood there, unmoving, but seemingly staring right at me. My chest was pounding with fear. After all, the man was closer than before. Going back to the living room, knowing that I'd be safe due to the locked doors, but also still kind of freaking out, in the end I just sort of sat there and watched some TV. I finished drinking my drink and stand up, looking at the window in the living room, and the man was closer once again. Still staring me down, his hands by his sides. Feeling even more panicked, I go to throw away the can of soda that I had to drink in the kitchen. I look down to the bay window once more, and he hadn't moved closer this time. I walk back to the living room and turn the TV off, feeling eyes staring me down. My grandma was asleep. Her husband was asleep with his sleep apnea machine going on in the background in their room. I left the living room to go to my room shared with my sister, and I never looked back. I walk into my room to find my sister passed out, soft snores leaving her lips, and eventually I lay down on the ground and I fell asleep. I found the courage to share this after, hearing numerous sightings of North American Indian mythical creatures, specifically the short people that seem to go by many names across the tribal regions of America. This exact type of creature has been sighted and discussed among Aboriginal people in Australia for thousands of years. In the southwest region, they're known as the Warraji, or hairy bushmen. Standing a few feet tall, they possessed insane strength and speed. Prior to colonization, there were stories of their friendship or alliance with Aboriginal people, but also there were stories of conflict and people or even children being taken by them. There were specific rules Aboriginal adults told their children, such as avoiding water bodies at night and in the evening, and no matter what, that never ever whistle in the dark. It invites them and it only spells trouble. Although, even some Aboriginal people say that these stories are just to warn kids about water safety. Well, in 1998, I knew none of this because, I'm not Aboriginal, and at the age of 10, when this all happened, I had never even met an Aboriginal person or been taught anything about Aboriginal culture in school. It was the 90s, and Australia had an uncomfortable relationship with the truth and colonization. Every school holidays, I used to leave the city and visit my aunt in the picturesque southwest countryside. I needed no encouragement in going because I love the outdoors and had free rein to run amok on the dirt bike and go fishing alongside the magnificent Blackwood River whenever I felt like it, and so I went a lot. It was the 90s in Australia, and incredibly safe for a 10-year-old kid to roam the landscape for miles and hours on end, all alone with nothing but a trusty pocket knife. I was able to walk through my aunt's massive property to the edge of the forest, and then into the depths where the river flowed through, fishing for trout and redfin. On the last evening before I was due to go back home to the city, I was down there fishing alone as the sun was setting. I knew that I'd get into trouble being out that late, but having already snared a few trout, I figured that I'd be quickly forgiven. Plus, I was still getting bites, and I remember having caught the fish and kept them in an old metal bucket. I was on my last few pieces of bait anyway when I recall hearing a tiny sort of pinging noise on the side of the bucket. At first, I thought nothing of it because large gum nuts often fell from the trees. But then it happened again, much louder and more forceful this time. I remember checking the bucket and realized that they were small rocks and not gum nuts at all. I looked around, assuming it was some kids from a neighboring property, which was very unlikely as it was maybe a 30-minute walk to the next property, at the other side of the river backed onto the national park, where there were no other farms for miles too. Plus, I hadn't come across any kids throughout my entire stay at the farm either. But this is where it got pretty scary. The rocks, they got bigger and they started flying in from different directions, cutting my cheek and hitting me in the head. At this stage, I started crying. I was only 10 after all, and dropped the fishing rod. I had 3 large trout in the bucket, and my intention was to pick it up and run back to the farm as quick as I could. As I bent to pick it up, though, I was hit by another rock in the side of the head and fell over. I pulled myself up and I stared over to the other side of the river, the main source of the rocks. What I saw paralyzed my whole body with fear. It was nearly dark at this stage, but I saw the outline of 3 short-looking bodies covered in hair. I would have put them at maybe a meter tall, 3 or 4 feet at most, the size of small children, but with the bodies of men. Their faces looked like they were sort of part ape, part human, but it was their eyes though. Even though it was getting dark, their eyes had this piercing yellow glow, but were completely black in the middle. They wore no clothes, but were covered in extremely thick, sort of clumpy hair all over their bodies, except from the knees down, and had arms that hung almost like cavemen. But here's the strangest thing. They stared at me almost without moving, like literal statues, with a curious expression fixed on their faces, and making absolutely no noise whatsoever. It made no sense as only a few moments before rocks were pelting in from all directions, and yet now they appeared frozen, except for their eyes which followed me. I managed to pull myself up and ran faster than all heck. My aunt was standing on the balcony and watched me tear through the long grass as quick as I could, with blood and cuts on my face. I told her everything, and she eventually called the police. One officer came by to get a statement, and he said that he'd visit some of the other farms around town, but he was certain that there weren't any other families in the area. My aunt just assumed that I couldn't see the figures properly due to the lack of light, and maybe even was suffering concussion from the rocks that hit my head. She assumed that they were kids or teens, but I know what I saw, and I'll never forget those murderous-looking yellow eyes, ever. The next morning, I went with my aunt to collect the fishing rod and bucket, and my aunt was shocked to see the fishing rod and the bucket were still there. She thought that it was an opportunistic crime, and we checked the bucket, and what we saw made our skin crawl. 3 perfect trout skeletons were now floating in the bucket, not one morsel left. We don't have bears or wolves in Australia, and even the odd dingo or fox wouldn't have devoured an entire fish and left its skeleton there like that, especially without the bucket being tipped over. The whole ordeal was genuinely terrifying, but as things tend to happen when you're a kid, you just sort of forget about it, or it lives somewhere in the back of your mind rent-free for a while. The police officer, they found nothing of note, and as nothing was stolen, there was no need for further inquiry. It was the talk of the country pub for a few weeks, though. My aunt was a local. The town had experienced odd things throughout the years, such as the sighting of tiger-like animals in the deep forest, and other strange noises and happenings reported by lumberjacks in the deep forest too. But it wasn't until I got into my 20s and became a social worker that I started working with Aboriginal communities in town. During celebratory events, I came to learn of the different Dreamtime creation stories, and eventually I had the confidence to tell an elder about what I went through when I was young. He immediately recognized it as the Wurundjis straight away and said that I was lucky to leave that forest alive. He seemed to think that they must have believed that I was an Aboriginal boy, and I do have a mixed racial background, and the protocol would have been for me to leave a couple of fish outside the bucket, skewered on sticks for them to come and collect after as payment for fishing in their river. But as I didn't, they reminded me, the first few pelts, and when I still didn't, they eventually attacked. There aren't any Aboriginal families in that